Okay, so Twitch chat / YouTube chat bot still doesn't want to work fully, but hello, I've at least got a chat window so I can now see both groups when they're talking, hence why I've been mashing test in the YouTube side of things. What is up, one and all, though? Welcome back. Hopefully you had a good weekend. I had an interesting time. Had a baby shower to sort, a few other things. Hence why we weren't live this weekend. So, that means we've got plenty of catching up to do. I know there was a lot of Age of Empires 4 happening. I know there was a bunch of games going on because it was the 2v2 tournament. The $3,000 2v2 Pro Circuit was going on all weekend. And of course, one channel can only cover so much, which is why this channel is here to fill in every single gap with these tournaments, I swear. We're just on a mission here. I think less than half the games maybe overall got cast. So there were 4 games in the group stage going on at any given time, and of course the channel could only track 1 at a time. So yeah, there's quite a lot of games out there. Some of the absolute earliest round ones just will not be obtainable because match history is limited to 10 games, but there are a bunch we will be able to tune in on and we'll be able to check in on because of course not everyone made it out the group stage, so we just had to be very crafty and creative about how we go through and look at different people's games. But, you know, I'm looking at, I started to list off a few that I know we can get into. So we're going to have some B and Dumu versus Baltin and Sassy. We've got some Beasty, some Myriads in there as well, some Anathan, some Voldemort, some MarineLord, Dragevann, PuppyPo. There's a bunch of people, right? So we've got a lot of games to get through. We'll probably look to cast, I don't know, probably, well, they're best of 2s, right? So maybe it'll end up being like 5, 6, maybe 7 series today. We'll see about that. And that might leave a little bit for tomorrow. I am also in the midst of organizing some show matches, trying to get some show matches sorted for a new map, which has been created by Avali, that he is eager to gather test data on. So, wait, what's happening with my... Okay, that's weird. YouTube is freaking out. It's like, your bitrate is lower than 0. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that would mean my stream is dead. But I assume we're all right there. But yeah, so what I'll do is I'll open up the game now. I think the first series we're going to kick off with, I was looking at it, and I think we're going to start off with MarineLord and Kryal versus PuppyPo and Dragevann. I think that's quite an interesting one, actually. Because, like, in terms of seeding balance, I mean, yeah, it's actually, like, as balanced as it can get. Because you've got MarineLord first seed, Kryal 8th, and then PuppyPo 2nd seed, 7th, Dragevann. So, like, should be quite tight. Oh, wait, sorry, no, I think that... Yes. No, I think that is, like, technically a discrepancy in terms of, the rankings compared to each other. So, let's get the game open. The new Socotra map? No. Although I did see that, and I am eager to give that a spin up a whirl in a competitive format as well. I believe... I can't remember which name you went with. I saw it, and I was like, how have you not called this Lagoon? Will there ever be something like Outback Octagon? Don't know. Depends on Drongo, right? That's kind of his gist. I mean, if MS wants to drop me 10k to run an Outback Octagon type event, I can happily do that. I had a lot of fun with the event that the Vietnamese guys organized. But I'm not going to drop 10 stacks myself on a prize pool. That would have to come from Microsoft. I'll just be bluntly honest about that. I don't even make $1,000 a month off doing this. Yeah, I'm definitely not dropping 10k on an Outback Octagon myself. You'll be top 1 caster here? Oh, thank you, R3. I mean, like, I work a bunch of events already, right? So, like, I'm pretty confident in my position in the AoE4 esports scene. My goal right now, like, is obviously to grow this channel, so it's not just reliant on what I do on other people's channels, but then we can get around to making our own content, doing our own things. Because, you know, I have some dreams of doing, like, things outside of just AoE4 on this channel. I'd love to be able to, like, make this a go-to tournament hosting channel for, like, 3 different games. I think that'd be really cool. $1 million tournament organized by KP in 2 weeks is confirmed. That's right, and Philizberto is going to be providing all of the funding for that. So in the event that all of that crashes through and no one gets paid, you sue Philizberto. Have fun with that. Thanks, Philly. Nice of you to contribute the $1 million prize pool. Were you the one that... Did you turn up to the LAN wearing a suit? I don't know. Deadlock Supervised Battle Ace is the future KP stream. I mean, AoE4 is still getting there, right? Dude, that would be sick, though. I know. I know that, like, Supervive right now, I think there's, like, one guy who's been doing, like, some show matches in it. I kind of need to annoyingly bump the guy who handles influencers. I'm like, bro, I keep asking for these dates. Let me know when show matches are, and I'll try to get something organized. I could even probably get a tournament organizer to come in and do them within your scene. But yeah, like Deadlock had that 10k tournament. I didn't really catch much of it. I heard that it was an absolute stomp in the grand finals. Like at 12 minutes, it was almost double the net worth or something like that. It was wild. But like I remember I was saying to one of my friends, like one thing that I don't like about the way that's handled is like I wish, and this isn't just at them, this is in general esports. I wish that marketing was taken more seriously, because I imagine that that event could have done so much more if people even knew it was going on. It was very much like I checked my timeline and my I was just vibing. My partner was like, "You heard about this tournament?" I was like, "No." And she showed me, I was like, there's no info anywhere about this. What? Yeah, I don't know. It's something about esports in general. Like, esports is shoddy at marketing. I've noticed it time and time again. Hold on, I'm just checking if there's another option as well on top of the one we were going to do. So, we wanted... Ah, that's why. Wrong account. Should have invited Shroud, easy marketing, right? Why would you want the people that are the absolute best at the game? Just get the biggest streamer. I think that's how that works. So, give me a sec. Such a mess to find the game you're looking for. So we are looking for MarineLord, Kryal versus PuppyPo and Dragevann. So if you give me a second, I'll click my way through. Ah, here we go. So, MarineLord and Kryal versus PuppyPo Dragevann. Roos Atri versus Iabid Abassis to kick us off on Gorge. Yeah, I need it. Like, I don't know. This Mikhail guy is kind of curious. Like, you seen this guy, Faye? Like, I don't know if he had much of a career before this, because I think he came from Counter-Strike. But, like, he has boomed. I remember I checked him on Twitter. He's got, like, 170 followers. Like, but this guy, I think, is, like, now averaging well over, like, 1,500 people watching him. Good for him, man. He's doing well. He's like the... For those who don't know, this Mikhail guy is like... he's like the Beasty cutie. He's like a MarineLord Beasty cutie right now in Deadlock. The guy is a monster. Do you see MarineLord's performance in King of Dry Arabia? Do you think he's slipping? I didn't really catch much of the King of Dry Arabia playoffs. I can't... Which weekend was that? I think I was preoccupied with a few things, so I didn't get a chance to look at it. I don't read into King of Dry Arabia too much for results because it's one map, and like that's not how Red Bull World Law is going to be going down, right? So that's very drastically different. You know, I think those kind of tournaments are cool. I don't feel like they're truly indicative of the best person in the game at the moment, and that's not to discredit the person who won. I think it's Beasty, right? It's more a case of like one map doesn't like that's not the way AoE4 works, right? And it'll probably never be the way. Like I know I think I said to America as well. I love King of Dry Arabia as like a one-off tournament. I'd love to see that format half the length of what that tournament was, because that was a lot of Dry Arabia. But like, you know, go do that with Lipany, go do that with Boulder Bay, right? You could do this could be really cool, right? But when you're talking about your S tier events, they are going to be a map pool. Probably at least, what, 6 to 8 maps bare minimum. And what's interesting is, like, I don't know if it's going to be as much MarineLord slipped as it is that PuppyPo is going to be scary. What Wham and PuppyPo found in the World qualifiers on things like Socotra was wild, right? Like, things like the Deli and the Juji on Socotra, no one else was thinking about that at the time. And they were ripping it out. And they were dominating with it. So, like, those type of things are scary, right? And I don't know how many laps of Socotra MarineLord really has had so far. I mean, I remember Mean Flame, Red Bull Wall Legacy, he was the only person to draft Mountain Clearing. I don't think he's going to draft Socotra on this one, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's been putting in the extra hours. Because I think Socotra in particular is going to be the mind bender. And it's important as well, because although it sounds like I'm going on about one map, like it's the end of the world, being of the world, whatever, remember that it's a best of 5. So, one map is 20% of the grand finals. So, like, having a clear, emphatic edge on even one map is substantial. If you feel quite balanced on the others, it's a mile-long advantage. What's up, Polly? Jesus. I didn't realize we were doing, like, a Fitz presentation. Danube River tournament? Oof, man, I don't know about that. I think my sanity would drain. But let's go ahead. and we'll just put the chat window. I need to configure my like subs in a nicer way. I've got a chat window now. I'm using like Streambot, so I can actually see both YouTube and Twitch in one window. Although it was meant to also do it so that it typed through to the other platform using the bot, but it hasn't done that. Anyway, let's get ready to crumble. That was very little phlegm-filled. All right, there we go. Everything's perfect. Everything but one thing. I can't be asked to turn that off permanently just because, like, tomorrow we'll probably be doing 1v1s. So, let's get into it, though. Oopsie. There we go. I kept looking for the pause, unpause button there. Let's do that. There we go. It's always on the wrong side. I don't know why this UI always puts it on the wrong side. One and all, welcome back to 2v2. Actually, no, we had so much fun with the mixed tournament. I had to follow through and check out the pro circuit. That's right. This is the $3,000 2v2 tournament that was organized by Warman. A really cool event, actually. Some of the best in the game and also some upcomers as well. To the south side, we're going to have MarineLord in the yellow playing as the HRE, teaming up with Kryal in the red as the Roos. And to the north side, wait, are we going to double clown car maybe? I mean, you've got to be thinking it here because in the purple, we've got Dragevann on his specialist Civ. This man is known for building siege towers, rams, and dancing your base. He's going to be playing as the Abbasids. His teammate in this one is going to be none other than the Prodigy Kid right now, the most likely to slay MarineLord in any tournament, it feels like, for the rest of the year. It is PuppyPo in the blue playing as the Ibits. That's interesting, actually. Like, Ibit plus Abbasids here. I'm wondering, is there a way you just play, like, 2 all in? Thinking, you know, you just kind of add infantry as the Abbasids. They scale pretty well. And then Ibids can come in with things like Desert Raiders. I think that's a pretty powerful punch to it, especially when the H3 player is the forward player instead of the retracted. It means you can't bleed Boomy. It also means if you play into Desert Raiders, you have a counter to the Roost player on the backside. So I could see this being a pretty aggressive game out of the two. I know that Dragevann likes to play that way. Like, Dragevann, you know, there's more than one reason why I call him the kid, and that's because he can't count to 4. This guy doesn't like to go even beyond Castle Age. Like, he doesn't even really like to go beyond Feudal Age. So I wouldn't be surprised if the strategy is to play fast. I know PuppyPo has been a lot better at doing that in recent months, right? This guy kind of still has a longer average game time than, say, the Spaniards, but I feel like everyone in the game has a longer average game time than them. So I would say PuppyPo, though, has leaned away from just being this greedy boomer boy and more of a kind of an aggro player when he sees weakness. On the other side, I think MarineLord, you know, playing forward play is kind of awkward here, right? Like, you could try to cast stage rush, but you're going to be under a lot of pressure. And Kryal, because it's the back player, usually your back player provides cavalry because it's more distance to cover to get to the field where you're fighting. So you need to have that mobility, right? If you play cavalry as the defender here for your forward-facing boomer, I think you're going to be in trouble because of this matchup. So to me, MarineLord has to play feudal. I don't think Russian castle works here at all. Can you garrison an allied siege? Puppy rushes Tower of Swords. I think you can. I'd have to double check. But if you can, if I remember correctly, it's finicky in that I believe your teammate has to eject you. Unless they recently changed that. Because I think we saw that where people were garrisoning in their teammates' town centers. But I wasn't sure if they were ejecting or their teammate had to do it for them. So military wing opening is going to be coming in. So we are getting that kind of succinct aggro, and that is the follow-up aggro. Eco wing coming in from PuppyPo. Now, it sounds weird to call an eco wing aggro, but it truly is in this situation, folks. It just means that you're going to be able to pump more units in the feudal age. There's no other reason you do this than expecting to need to fight in age 2. Kremlin drop on the other side. So yeah, this is pretty condensed. I mean, you got the Archon Chapel covering a lot. Double Berry Bush is a jackpot, but also a downfall here, right? It's all forward spawning resources. I actually think there's a lack of safe resources around their base. But I think that kind of holds true on Gorge in general, right? Like, you look at both sides here. Yes, there's this back there. That's about it, right? Like, the rest of it, you kind of have to fight tooth and nail for on either side. So what do you think, guys? 1's if you favor the left team. 2's if you favor the right team. Thinking about the details that we've given over so far, considering the lay of the land and how these teams are likely to play this. I think the full Middle East strategy is very subtly overpowered. So, are we probably getting, like, what, double archery range opening I'd expect here? Oh no, it's going to be Rack. So he's... Oh yeah, he's going to cover Spears, right? So Spears into Archers would make a lot of sense. And then I'd expect... What, Desert Raiders coming behind. I wonder if you just kind of play Desert Raider Horseman as PuppyPo because you're further away anyway. It's quite favorable, right? Because I feel like a lot of H3 players want to go into Archers mainly. If they go into Men-at-Arms, you can kind of dent them with the Desert Raiders to a certain degree. Actually, an incredible degree. The funny thing about Men-at-Arms versus Desert Raiders is Desert Raiders have so much melee armor that they make pretty quick work of Men-at-Arms. It's interesting, actually, because in a 1v1 setting, HRE versus Ibids can be pretty decent for HRE. I'd say like about 60-40, 55-45 split by going mass spear, mass archers. But it's muddied when you add in the Abbasids. You might have more movement speed than this comp, but you will not have more health. And thus, in a way, you won't have more firepower. So, double archer. Ooh. Wait, that means MarineLord's being greedy then, right? Yeah, okay, so this is kind of what I was worried about. So we saw a lot in the 2v2 mixed format, right? And I think what we kind of came to appreciate here is these Castle Rush builds are very difficult to get away with. Because if the other team is all-inning on Feudal, you just get completely flatlined, right? And I think this is the perfect example of that type of matchup because for the HRE, going Castle Age is about then coming out. How do you come out when you've got two players full sending it at you? Okay, pause that for... Wait, what? All right, no, it's not going to be full Feudal. It's... I'm surprised by this. PuppyPo is just rushing Castle as a blocker. You know what? If it had been any other contract, I would have... Or any other wing, I would have been concerned. But we have been seeing more and more logistics play, guys. Now, one thing that I am a little bit concerned about... I was about to say he doesn't have enough archers to attack red and yellow, so they should be able to get out of the pin. But then this. For God's sake. It's happening. Okay, so here's why this is so effective, guys. He went Spear Archer because he anticipated Knights. Had it been Knights, Spear Archer should just win out because your opponent can build Archers, but he can't afford enough because he's spending so much on Cavalry. Because it's full Archers and nothing else, this is OP. The Siege Tower strategy's back. He's even getting close enough to actually use the spears to stab at him. Kryal is starting to scale up numbers. I think the better strategy here for Dragevann probably would have been to keep pumping archers only and then just have the spin build up extra siege weapons. But that does require a lot of micro. The cavalry in this game. Oh, this is just Dragevann in a nutshell. The interesting part is he could actually just micro the archers out, but he's ungarrisoning all as far as I can tell. If you have your units control groups, you can basically only ungarrison in them, which means that you wouldn't be revealing these spearmen that kind of do nothing. This is so annoying, though. I mean, MarineLord is teched up, but he can't even get his stables up. The Siege Tower is going to have to waddle away soon, but look at what it's done. It's bought time. PuppyPo is about to complete the tech up, and guys, Logistics Wing is a good solution to HRE. It allows you to race with pace to take their relics away. And then on top of that, it gives you this insane heal. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it so far because this heal is now always on. It never turns off. Almost like Dragevann is going to be forced to retreat in the end. It's going to cost him a little bit in that exit, right? Like archers start stepping away. But count shouldn't be overwhelming, right? It's definitely not a fight I think Dragevann wants to take just yet. But as he backs up here, we should be having our first Camel Lancers coming out. And that should reset things. Keep in mind, MarineLord may have tech quicker, but due to the blockers on him building his stables, he wasn't able to get any Castle Age units out ahead of time. The only upside he has right now is his prelates are already on the way out. I'll tell you what, though, I didn't see this one going this way. I really thought it was going to be a double feudal all-in. I do feel like enough was done to delay what MarineLord wanted on the opening for this Ibid play to make sense. We've got Moss Drops coming in. I wonder if he adds in additional ones. I don't think he needs it. I think MarineLord should be able to get probably 3 relics. More than that might be a bit difficult here. Yeah, because he already got snatched in the center. The scout is already moving out to check on that one, but he'll get there way too late now. This is cool, though. This is your favorite team game map? I mean, this is the only real team game map. Every single other one is fake. You know, like every other single team game map is like... How to put this in a beautiful analogy? It's like the person that says they're a healthy eater because they have a single strip of lettuce in the double quarter pounder with extra cheese, bacon, and a heart attack. It's like you aren't healthy, dude. Right? It's the same with like AoE 4 is a team game. No, Gorge is a team game environment, but everything else map-wise doesn't feel team gamey. I wish more maps were designed like Gorge. This is so annoying, by the way. Like, remember, they can't quickly kill due to the unease. I think this is kind of broken. I actually think the logistics wing in Castle, even in Feudal Age, is insanely powerful. Way too powerful, actually. And Clash now coming in. Lance is going to be able to beat this one back, so Knights are already losing. MarineLord, this is getting a little bit awkward, right? Like, he's got a few relics coming home. I think he's got, was it one more on the way? No. Are you kidding me? Guys, I think he only has one. Oh, no. First the Bunty, and now this. PuppyPo, I thought he was going to do well with this logistics wing play. I didn't expect him to do this well. 3 relics already banked. He's got 2 more sitting out here. He's got another one on the way home over here. This is a jackpot win. This is brutal, man. I don't like this position at all for the Southside team. I mean, what's Kryal able to contribute now? He pretty much was just meant to be the doorstop, right? Keep it open and allow MarineLord to walk through, but it just doesn't seem to be working out that way. Sure, we've got a lot of archers building up, but against mass camel lancers, this doesn't work. The only upside you've got right now is the fact that PuppyPo has forgone blacksmithing. That should be changing soon, though. I think Undermesh here just makes this the easiest win in the game ever. Camelot start going for charge him. Archer Mass has lobbed up, so Dragevann now also on the way, and this fight is going to be truly one-sided. MarineLord just doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the front line. He's going to get fully pushed back. There is a backstab coming in, but even with those lance charges, remember, it's reduced by 20%. You're tickling at this stage. You're running out of places to run. Down continues. You're going to see a military lead that's starting to grow, and I don't expect that number to ever really shrink here. Love the dive pass. Camelot's at least trying to snipe out that prelate, but good micro by Kryal to protect the return of that one relic. But you've got to ask the important questions here. How much does one relic really help you in this situation? Dive continues. Spearmen have now arrived. That means the Knights can't even try to contest for a second. Archer Mass has already reduced down to just 20. This game looks done. Oh, what a vicious opener as well, man. I really thought it would have to be this feudal Lin, but, you know, credit to him. I didn't give enough credit to it myself. I've seen the Iabids can actually blunt H in these cast stage rushes before. I just didn't expect Logistics Wing. I've wanted it for so long, and, you know, we haven't even got to see it truly be OP. We've seen it for collecting relics, but the insane healing potential you now have is what will make this incredible in team games even more. Unless you have been pulled. Last stand attempt, but I don't think there's any standing against this. There's still too many camel lancers. The Archer blob is always more purple than red. And I think that is going to be an opening to this best of 2 with a win for PuppyPo and Dragevann. What a way to do it. Comfortably on his signature Civ. Assisted by the always powerful Iabids, man. I feel like no matter what we try to do to this Civ, no matter how they get nerfed, there's always another build waiting around the corner with the Iabids. Never a top 3, I'd say, but feels like they're always cozily in the top 6. Top 5. Let me know if you guys have been trying Logistics Wing, by the way. Like, I want to catch more of these type of replays, because I think Logistics Wing in its own right is insanely powerful for Castle Age, as well as Feudal now. I think Feudal, you'll usually go Eco Wing, you'll play a bit of the Age, and then going to Castle with Dervish and having that heal is just underrated. It reminds me of old school herbal medicine strategies from the Delhi. Oh, and I realized, yes, it's BO2. Ignore the piece at the top that said BO3. Oops. At this point, I think they're just processing the loss, right? They're already behind on economy. They've got 2 relics in total. Meanwhile, it's a 5-relic game for PuppyPo. And I don't think you can tech up either, by the way. Like, at this stage, if Kryal tries, he'll just get flatlined. He doesn't have a big enough army to hold back what's coming. He already pulled the militia as well, so that strategy's been removed. What a cool game, though. Wondering actually like what we've got coming up in the series though. Mad Boys, like I said, I really wish we had more things like Gorge. Gorge in general just feels #1 in team games, and nothing else really comes close. And neither did the Southside team strategy. GG comes out, PuppyPo and Dragevann opening this series with a win. Damn, that was a cool strat. That was a really cool strat. Do I upload that? It's a very short game, but it was kind of entertaining, even if it was super one-sided. Don't know if I'd say that one's uploadable. Someone has to stop this man. He's ruining tournaments. I mean, that kind of fits. What's going on with my chat? All right, so let's go ahead and grab game 2. So that was Gorge. Next up, we're heading to the Purist Zone. Dry Arabia. Mongols and French versus Byzantines and Joan. That sounds absolutely dog crap for Joan. Mongols and French. I don't... And MarineLord is on Joan, right? I mean, yes, very talented player. You can micro all you want, but like you can be the micro god of the game. I still don't see how Joan ever lives in this game. Maybe the idea is that he absorbs pressure for Byzantines, though, right? Like, quite a good boomy civ, able to contribute units while also scaling into tech. Maybe there's hope. It'd be a very weird strategy. I think it'd be very unexpected as well. Like, you wouldn't expect someone to throw the chimp under the bus. I think it's time to find out. In fact, nice. The UI is actually the right way around. Let me update the scores first of all. Get one on the board. And let's make that mini-map the right size. God damn, this mango lasso is so nice. What are you doing, you baboon? Look, go 2TC. It's the Come on, what are you doing, you monkey? Drop the mining camp here. It's perfect. Do 2TC show. What's going to go wrong? Probably a lot. This is a tough one. What and all, welcome back to AU4 Action. We've got game number 2 of this group stage showdown in Empire Duels. A $3,000 tournament between MarineLord on Joan, assisted by Kryal playing as the Byzantines, going up against Dragevann and PuppyPo that are currently leading the series. And you know, this is an interesting one, actually, because I saw the civ choices, and I kind of had this feeling like MarineLord was being thrown under the bus. And here's why. Joan doesn't, on average, do that well against French. I feel like French is slightly favored there. You know, Joan has to kind of outplay the initial fights. Joan also hates playing against heavy cav civs in general in Feudal Age. Congrats, you've got double heavy cav over here, right? You've got PuppyPo who can add in Keshiks, you've got Dragevann who's going to have his knights. So, in theory, MarineLord's life should be a living hell, and I feel like he understands that perfectly well when he drops double outpost already, anticipating a Mongol outpost rush. This is a heavy investment, but what's kind of cool about this, guys, is because it's going to be a lot of pressure from French knights, you keep value in this type of play as the game goes on. You need to be spamming knights in 2v2s as a French civ. So this protects your equity. It's pretty unique. I don't think there's that many situations where it's called for, but when you're up against Mongols and French, I like it a lot. And the pressure is going to be on him. So I think the theory here is that Kryal will be able to boom up and be greedy, while MarineLord will be pressured. But funnily enough, that's not how this story is going. We're on the 2x speed here as the outpost rush comes in. Blocker on the berries, and it means that actually, MarineLord just made a pretty heavy investment, doesn't have the justification for it. Meanwhile, his teammate, I think was meant to be the real boomer here, is the one that might suffer. And Kryal, as a reaction, has to pull all the villagers out to deal with this. Spearman, not able to find a target there. And PuppyPo, maybe actually try this again. I mean, you've come so far, right? But I think if he wastes any more time, he knows he's going to get punished. So reluctantly, he has to back away, knowing that Kryal's already teched and that realistically, MarineLord's on the way as well. Damn. Okay, so that puts a real big denter in the plan here. That keeps Kryal alive as the boomer. The Spearman can at least try to torch down a building, maybe get some value here. There is still no real protection on the berries. The TC is slightly on the edge of range here for the initial berries, but afterwards, no. And remember, you need to gather enough olive oil to even be able to get your hands on those mercs. So it's kind of a weird and wonky affair. But it's still an expensive investment. I mean, the upside for PuppyPo is realistically you probably want spears here anyway because you are going to be playing up against the Jeune faction. Something that is intriguing to me here is that one of the most potent comps we've seen so far in the 2v2, I think, was the French-English combo. A classic. And if you guys remember, when we cast them last week, they absolutely annihilated their opponents. In a weird way, this is the French-English comp. Because you can go Lombos. So what you're going to see from Kryal is Lombo Spear. From MarineLord, it's going to be Mass Knights. Now, the thing that makes that really efficient for the Southside team is simply the Byzantine economy is just broken. Right? The system buff is already juicing them up by 10%. It's going to be 14% soon. Going to put them ahead of everyone else. Yes, you've got French TC, build faster, zoom, zoom. It doesn't really compare until much later in the game. I feel like for most of the game, the Byzantine eco is going to feel a lot better. I have the wrong mod installed? Oh, for God's sake. They made another one again? What's wrong with this one? Oh, let me guess. It's the one that has the resources along the top. Alright. I'll have to have a look at that after this. Thank you, Cal. I wish they'd just delete the wrong one at this point, to be honest with you. But yeah, I rate Southside's team's comp pretty highly. I want to see someone creative out of PuppyPo especially. Especially now that he's got the Deerstone. And remember that Deerstone recently got buffed. It has got the Khan Hunters now. Which have a nickname that makes Winston sad every time he hears it. So Kryal now getting the outpost up, so we'll be protecting the area. I'm wondering, is there a world in which like Dragevann could maybe go 2TC? Probably not, right? Because if you're going 2TC, it means you're giving the mid-map over to MarineLord. And that's a dangerous mistake you don't want to make, right? You don't want to give Jeune an opportunity to exploit because she gets double value. She doesn't just get the advantage of having more units snowballing. She also snowballs from Jeune herself of XP. Doesn't mean it gets deleted from your PC. Well, maybe he should name them something different then. I'm still going to be snooty about this. In fairness, that's actually a fair point. If it was named something different, it wouldn't be identified when I get in lobby, right? Isn't it? Then why the hell does it, like, what? I don't know. I'm guessing he done something similar for it to still pull the old version. That's true. I can agree on that. The game is very dumb. Ooh, Dragevann might be about to feel a little bit stupid, though. Check this. MarineLord now starting to wrap around the back. He's looking to raid. He's fishing for the food location right now. First is going to be the gold, though. Outpost is at least going up. Dragevann has a lot of people on gold here. So nice strike in. MarineLord should be able to find some freebies here. Oh. Okay, Dragevann. No, Dragevann, please stop. This is not as good as you think it is. So Dragevann, he tried to really flex there. He ungarrisoned and garrisoned the injured villagers just before they died, but then he accidentally came back again. That almost turned into an absolute disaster for him. So good thing he realized he was just being a little bit too hot for himself to handle and decided to just back away. But now we got the true attackers coming in. Are you kidding me? PuppyPo is doing mass Magadai. Oh, this is sick. Well, we wondered if they'd start to creep out in these team game environments, especially with the addition of a Khan Hunter down the line. And at least at the beginning of this age, we are indeed seeing PuppyPo pump into the Mangadai. An expensive unit, one that got rebalanced recently in a way that I think makes it more favorable for early game. So the issue with Mangadai before, I think, was they were just too food heavy. right? They shifted it, I think it was 120 food and 40 gold. And they shifted it slightly so that I think it's slightly cheaper now at 150 resources, but more gold. The reason that's good is because gold is something you have in mass in the early game. Food, not so much, at least not safe. Gold, you can just lock a location, hold it, gather. With food, you know, if you think about, like, on an average map, how many sheep you're going to find? Like, if you're having a good game, you're going to get 20 sheep. Getting 20 sheep equates to 4,000 food. But, like, that's on a good game. So on a good game, you're going to get about the same as you get on a gold vein at the start, right? It's kind of a no-brainer, especially when you consider things like villages cost food, not gold. So it just gives you more disposable income in the form of gold than it does in the form of food. One thing that I do not like, though, is that you're doing this against basically the English, right? That's what we highlight, is that Kryal is aiming to be Lombos. So this feels like a timing attack out of blue and purple. They have to hit this really specific timing before Kryal gets too many berries and too many olive groves. And he's already going the olive grove approach, so like he's playing hunker down. This does mean you have more map presence, but one thing that worries me is like, what are you doing in that map presence, right? Are you teching up? Are you going for like some sort of relic play? Are you able to pinch this army? Because if you aren't able to do one of those two things, the longer this age goes, the better it will now get for the Byzantines. Right now, gotta say, I am underwhelmed by their army size. This is the other awkward issue of going Magadai. 150 resources each, and Archer would have been 80. It would have gap closed the numbers right now, and I think that's where you might end up suffering here. Knight Count does at least favor Dragevann, but with all these Limitane, it doesn't feel like it. And PuppyPo is actually teching up. I feel like this is going to cost Dragevann an arm and a leg, though. Magadai is at least keeping reinforcements away. Looks like we're going for a pop block. Dragevann can't build more units yet. Gold is also getting blocked, so he can't scale more knights at the moment. Instead, it looks like they're a little bit suspicious. That's a good read. I don't know who called for that, but they need to get their reinforcements through. But on top of that, you'd also question, why are they not defending? And they just got confirmation. Tech up complete. Castle Age now reached for PuppyPo. Another reason you have to be really careful with these Magadai is a zone matchup, right? It would be one thing to lose this army against any other civ, but against zone in particular, the amount of XP you'll feed over. Remember, those Magadai still cost 15 XP each. They only have 85 health. For comparison, this Lombo here has 70 health and would only give you 9 XP. Really feels like Dragavann's being sold upriver here, right? So PuppyPo has to come through strong for him soon. I imagine we'll be scaling into, what, crossbows? Instead, it looks like it's just going to be mass archers. So doesn't seem too phased by MarineLord's Knight Mass here. It's kind of intriguing to see. I mean, sure, you know, if you go crossbows, they'll do worse against Limitane, right? But maybe, I don't know, you do archers and Keshiks? I mean, you have gone for a step readout, so you have some use for this golden mine. Dragevann, meanwhile, raid on the backside. Kryal will react in time. However, no army at home. And definitely not able to reinforce quick enough to defend against this. These knights are going to massacre. Meanwhile, the Magadai coming on the north side as well. And Kryal now in trouble. MarineLord knows what he has to do. He pivots over towards PuppyPo's base. He's not going to head back to try and defend. He knows that would be a mistake. Instead, Kryal is going to get massacred in his own empire here. Magadai, just at the drive-by, able to run these all down. Barely any villagers alive in the base of Kryal. And meanwhile, return fire coming in. It's a mirrored move. Dragevann now also being punished. MarineLord is about to encircle the villagers. There's nowhere to run here. This is an absolute massacre on both sides of the map. Oh my goodness. And how many is Kryal left with? 26 economy he's been reduced to. Dragevann, I think, is worse off, though. He's at 36 right now. He has got that pocket grip on the food, right? I can't imagine they go unnoticed for long here, though. This is wild. And this is why team games can be kind of cool, right? Definitely sucks if you're not in a party group and understand what the strategy is. But at the highest level, you see these trades more often than you do in 1v1s. In 1v1s, it's more a clear idea of, oh no, I can't let him get that trade, I'll lose. In 2v2s, the map is so big that often your only choice is to try and take a trade and make it better. Look at this. Right past with the knights onto the archers and the crossbows. PuppyPo would have traded well if there were a few knights here from Dragevann, but slow reinforcement means that the crossbows are frontlining, and it's a bloody good fight for MarineLord. Able to mop PuppyPo up here before he gets the bulk of crossbows together. Man now only has 4 crossbows in total. Kryal, Jesus. The pain he's been under still looks like it's going to resume. Knights coming in again. Dragevann just continue to stack up the damage. MarineLord, meanwhile, I wonder, yeah, it looks like we might be trending towards Castle Age for MarineLord. Makes a lot of sense, right? Usually in this matchup, I think you want the Byzantine player to carry that torch forward. But it's a little bit hard when they've lost so much of their economy, right? Like, Kryal has been crippled. He's down to 29. Dragevann is sitting at 41. PuppyPo is sitting at 48. I think MarineLord is a little bit better, yeah, at 49. So right now, Kryal kind of has to play the long game. And then that leads to the question, you know, can MarineLord just kind of find that kill on his own, right? Because if he gets a big tech advantage over Dragevann, we could be seeing Royal Institute here. And considering the Knight lead he already has, it would make a lot of sense. It's weird, right? Because you think after that eco here, the way that they removed Kryal from the game, that you just outright favor PuppyPo and Dragevann. I think the problem right now truly is just like the raw dented Knight count though, right? Like realistically, Dragevann isn't providing a front line. In fact, it looks like Dragevann is trying to just save for a tech, if I'm not mistaken. Which I'm not convinced is the play here. I kind of get where he's coming from and that he's already so far behind he won't be able to keep up with MarineLord's Knight count. But it feels like now you're just forfeiting complete map control. I guess maybe their thought process is the Magadai can still control things. They're a pretty damn effective unit for that. The problem is, you know, even if these were vet Magadai, I wouldn't favor them against the bulk of longbows sitting at home. Looks like we've got 2 TC now, so this is what I thought Dragevann was going to do. It looks like he is doing it as well. Wow, okay, so mirrored 2 TC by the 2 players that took some eco damage. Dragevann will benefit a lot more from this now because Kryal took too much eco loss earlier on. But I think for Kryal, this is more just about inflating your eco a little bit and finding a quick way to tech. Keep in mind, though, at this rate, that eco lead is going to continue to trend in favor of blue and purple, and it's why MarineLord is looking to pounce up. And what a weird and unexpected choice here. I thought MarineLord would go Royal Institute to try and basically go for a very strong punch in Castle. I don't know if it's because he's worried about the mass crossbows being a problem, but instead, it looks like he's choosing greed. MarineLord goes for the Guildhall. Quite a rare choice in team games as well, actually. The reason is usually the French player is only ever going to build Knights, so Royal Institute has a lot of transferal power when you go Castle, right? It's overwhelming, actually, because if you imagine a 1v1 game, you only ever build Knights, just imagine how many you've got when you tech up. You're going to get so much value out of things like Royal Bloodlines. On top of that, because you're the aggro player, you know, Guildhall's more of a boomy choice. You're basically taking the boom from your teammate. And what was that strike? I mean, that was impressive. The veterancy came for a little bit late. If it had been 2 seconds sooner, even better trade. Notices that the outpost goes up, backs away straight away. But what I'm talking about with this boomy idea, MarineLord is essentially becoming the greed player now. Kryal, yes, he's greedy with 2 TC, but this is recovery TC. This isn't, I'm eco-booming, I'm going Imperial. So MarineLord's goal now seems to be to kind of control the mid-map, scale XP, and then just creep into Imperial Age. And Dragevann, meanwhile, he hasn't even pulled the trigger yet. He's starting to rescale Knights. This is not looking great for Drag. He's wholly reliant on PuppyPo to safeguard him now because his Knights can't win fights. On top of that, it's very expensive when you lose those fights in more than one way, right? You're going to end up feeding MarineLord an absolute crap ton of XP. This is awkward, though. I think what happened there is Kryal started to posture towards the step readout. So PuppyPo reacted to him, but it means this dive comes in for MarineLord, and there's simply no buffer to it, because blue's too late to defend. Yeah, and I think you now just run out the other side, right? This is brutal. This might be the kind of turning point when it comes to economy, right? Like, Dragevann was starting to scale ahead a little. All of a sudden, gets shrunk on the lead. Divine Restoration pumped on the exit. Magadai will not be able to keep pace with that for long. Even use the maneuver speed arrow to try and stay in range, but you know, with the +1 ranged armor, these Magadai don't hit particularly hard. On top of that, every minute spent dancing with him here is another minute the guild hall's going to build up. Kryal now taking up as well. I don't blame Dragevann for the 2 TC choice necessarily. I think he could have probably tried for Castle Age. I don't think he took too much eco damage that was impossible. But I kind of see where he's coming from, but it feels like it's really backfired now, right? Like that second raid hit, yeah, Kryal took crap tons of damage earlier. But always remember with this system buff effect, he's much higher on the eco than you realize. The 18% increase on 50 villages adds up. It's almost an extra 10. Tech up now complete. Shift back to base. Kryal should have the veterancy queued up for these Limitane. Push is coming in. Could be a strong one. Please tell me we've got veterancies on the way. Yep, veterancy for the Lombos is coming in. Looks like the Rax units did not get priority here. The minimap just... Wait, did it just boom by itself again? Thank you. Please tell me it only just done that. I might legit just have to toggle that out, that off for now. God, and PuppyPo now stuck slinging. Because Dragevann needs to be hoofing it. Here's the other issue, right? Like I said, the 2TC should be better than Byzantines, right? But it gets muddied, not just because of the systems, but because of how efficient the farms are. They've just been being built this whole time, right? No problem. Cozy for Kryal. Building farms as the French, it gives you a feeling like you want to vomit in your stomach. You know, it doesn't feel right to have to do this with this Civ. You're meant to be out on the map. You know, you're meant to be that Chadley guy just in the forest hunting. Not sitting at home in your basement eating Doritos and baked beans constantly, right? You shouldn't have to rely on the supermarket at home. You should be out in the wild. But in this game, I mean, it truly is that brutal, rather. When you have French versus French, essentially, if you slip up slightly, you don't have that option anymore. It's why MarineLord's been so cozy. Yes, he's got farms coming in now, but he also extended out onto the map for the berries, the deer, the boar, everything in this game. Flash coming in the center. You thought there's a new French farm transition that was getting popular? Maybe in like silver. No, like even if there was one that's getting popular, it doesn't work here because you're essentially in a mirror and your opponent's going to exploit the map while you sit at home. And Magadai wasting so much time trying to kill Joan. It doesn't work though. Remember, she has got that ranged resistance plus the free ranged armor. It means Magadai just tickle. And this Horseman switch up by MarineLord was just genius. Counters everything being done. PuppyPo went hard and full into crossbow mass. Means the Lombo Horseman will be able to counter him out. Even the Magadai countered out. Right now, he needs Dragevann to assist him in some way, but Dragevann is just waiting at home. He's yet to come out to play. Veterancy is finally in. Looks like PuppyPo done a bloody good job of at least pushing them back now. How far can he push up, though? The Yam is going to allow him to chase this. I'm actually impressed, by the way. PuppyPo held phenomenally well for a guy who's outnumbered there. I do think that the Hunter's Aura helped a lot there. You're still going to be outranged and outgunned by the Lombos, but at least kind of balances out the difference a little bit. And this now might be a big problem. Knights come in. Limitane have been held in reserve, though. There's 30 of them in total. Kryal starts to push them forward. The Horsemen are essentially just a meat shield at this stage, absorbing all the crossbow shots coming their way. And I think that's what matters here. It's damage and absorption. Limitane plus Horsemen absorb so much fire from the crossbows. The Lombos are tickling away at them. And the Knights, there's simply not enough of them. No Raw Bloodlines, no Cantled Saddles, means that Dragevann can't win this fight for them. And with PuppyPo now losing the majority of the crossbows, you got to question where we're going from here. Limitane count still high enough to hold him back. And Shield Wall, although nerfed and not as ridiculous as it once was, still rears its ugly head as this brutal, dominant force in big fights. And MarineLord, oh my god. 1,300 XP farms. Most of it from that back and forth fight. This man's on the verge of becoming Mecha Zone. Mecha Zone would just outright win this. The attack speed, think about it this way, right? That attack speed is basically like having a network of citadels on the go for mass Lombos. it would be the game ender. And we're getting insanely close. Just 120 XP off now for MarineLord in this 2v2. Dragevann has got a new bulk of knights together, this time with Royal Bloodline. Should fare a lot better. Meanwhile, MarineLord continues to trend into Horsemen only. Truly trusting that Kryal has his back when it comes to these knights. Clash comes in again. It's almost here. Horsemen wrap around the back. Now they see the Mangonel, an easy target for them. They dive in and they get it. Crossbows trying to retreat, and Knights trying to protect, but it just feels like there's not enough of them anymore. And Mecha Zone has arrived. Attack speed buff comes in. Gatling gun mode gets activated. And this should be the point that begins to break them. Dragevann, he's at least got the farms to keep pumping out these knights. But something else now worries me. Not only has MarineLord gone 2TC, he's stockpiled 2,000 food in that guild hall. Mecha Zone plus Imp would be the game breaker. Kryal, in the meantime, is frontlining with Lombos, which is making this look a little bit closer than it realistically should be here. But remember, this guy is pretty strong. Or Gal, rather, is pretty strong. 500 HP. Hasn't even actually got the buff on Joan yet, right? Like, she should have more than this. Yeah, so no Ordnance Company coming through the Consecrations. There should also be... Did he get the other one? I guess he did get the other one. Wait, is that right? Oh, yeah, range Joan only has 500, right? It's melee Joan that has, I think, 800? That might be with Royal Bloodlines, though. Still, this means you can't play Siege into mass Lombos. That's the problem, guys. Looks like there's going to be a dive in on Joan. She's tanky, but not that tanky. Buyback immediately gets committed by MarineLord, which is actually insane considering how expensive that is. That's 1,000 gold. Just dropped like that. But this is becoming all too clear now, guys. PuppyPo's army is non-existent. Dragevann has been reduced down to 8 knights. It's a double military lead. And on top of that, I think MarineLord could just... Yeah, he has pulled the food. He's pulled the food. He doesn't even bother to go for the tech. He just adds in even more horsemen. This is wild. A little bit interesting, actually, that he went Jones Champions. I don't agree with that. I think it would have been a lot better to have had Jones Riders. The reason is the Riders would have been insane here against crossbows. They get bonus damage against crossbows, right? These guys only get bonus damage against spears, and you're already up against crossbow anyway. So yeah, a bit peculiar, but you have to remember MarineLord like made the choice into the men-at-arms much earlier, when it would have made sense when he's against like feudal forces. But Joan buffs cannon, and suddenly it's time to push. 2TC as well for PuppyPo, so doing everything they can to try and gain an eco lead. And they do kind of have it, but it's weird. It's deceptive, right? System buff at level, what, 3, but 18%? Means Kryal has got an insane economy, right? 83, yeah, so he's buffed up quite a bit there. Pretty much gap closes them, especially when you add in the olive oil as well. Step Redoubt at least offsets some of that. Yeah, so he's got about 15 more villagers here. But PuppyPo, I imagine the issue isn't gold here, right? No, you can see his food. French the one that should be making expos. They have range and melee armor. They don't actually really have range. That's not true. So they technically have range if you're taking a static fight, but if the Mongol player backs up a little bit with Khan's Hunters, he has the range now. That's the difference in this matchup. 5.75 tower range compared to 6 with Pavis. But if you back up a little bit, which you can with Yam, Pavis doesn't come into effect anymore, so you actually lose with Arbitrier against Mongol crossbows. It's a very different dynamic now. I think Horseman is just a much smarter choice. MarineLord, was he contemplating a switch? Because we do have trade now getting set up by the Frenchman. I'm thinking like maybe you try to go knights here. Just try to wear down the crossbow count and then switch. Because you can see that PuppyPo has stopped building them. He's now going into Mass Magadai. Mass Magadai against Lombos, folks. Remember, that's not a good trade. Not to mention the Horseman as well. Just eat you up. They're starting to shove in. Military count 140 to 65. I think it's becoming undeniable, guys. This game fell over the moment Joan cracked that level 4 and there was no eco damage to be done off the back of it. There's no return fire from blue and purple. And now that we're 28 minutes in the game, yeah, they've got an eco lead slightly, but they have no way of fighting back this horde. It's so many horsemen. I think what's really creative about this by MarineLord is it blocks the crossbows an issue. And also, if you got into a Knight spam, your opponent went Royal Institute. You can't win that. But you don't need to win it outright, right? You just need to tank for the Limitane. And I think that's what this was truly about. Lombos as well, just doing great work here. Nightwave now showing up. We said MarineLord was probably switching it on a delay of sorts. And looks like that's finally coming in. He sees no more crossbows. He sees no more concern. Looks like Shone is going to be able to escape here. Knights dove a little bit too far, though, and that backstab is now starting to hurt Dragevann. 20 Knights left over, but you're going to see MarineLord now take the lead. He's got 8 more in queue. 17 queued up by Dragevann, but I feel like it's almost as if he doesn't have enough production here. It really feels like he needed them all out in the field a lot quicker than he's getting them. Because the way they're coming out right now, they're essentially Congo lining to their death. June de Blast. Means that MarineLord and Kryal are going to be able to strike back in the second game. Every point counts, and they'll be happy to have this one. So I think we're probably moments away now. Like, Dragevann doesn't have a front line, really. 14 Knights is not going to do it. Magadai can't really get here quick enough, weirdly enough. And the Men-at-Arms are kind of a non-factor now that Knights are showing up. MarineLord once again with that Divine Restoration. Also, I believe has Valorous Inspiration coming on cooldown soon. You know what, guys? We need to give Shone a buff. What if she could store all that extra XP and then release it in a giant shockwave? No, I'm going to stop. I do feel like she should be able to upgrade units or something with that, though. Okay, I'm going to stop now. PuppyPo's heard enough. GG gets called. Kryal and MarineLord able to make it stick even after the way they brutalized the Byzantine player in that early game. They find a way back in, and MarineLord is able to carry him across that finish line. Hot damn. Cool game. Breaking NDAs left and right. Yeah. I mean, they should listen to my bounce ideas, right? Fix mod. Ah, yes, thank you. Change scene and let me backseat. Wait, what are you backseating? What are you doing in the back? What are you doing to my stuff? Alright, so mods. Local mods. My mods. There we go. What, okay, so can we just agree it's dumb to this day? There's no, like, filter. Like, there's no, like, you know, cascade or whatever, like not cascade, sort by like this, right? Like I should be able to sort by status. So this one's the one that needs to go, right? Trash can that. Trash can that. Wait, what? Where did we go? What's this? Yeah, I can trash can that. Trash can that. Oh, we like that one, even though it's badly named because it's not even correct. Trash can that. What happened to the blockade at Salerno? Why is that out of date? Presumably you released a new one. That's from, I think Fox made that. He makes a bunch of cool ones. So. Improved Observer UI. Yeah, I got rid of it. Pretty sure we got rid of it. What's Mini V4? I don't know what that one was. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, so we just need to quickly go ahead. Wait, what? I didn't? Are you sure I didn't? Yeah, I already deleted a local. You just weren't paying attention, you goldfish. God, he calls himself an observer. Yes, I did. I had one at the start. I clicked delete. Because there isn't one here. The wrong one. Oh, for God's sake. But you said it's the local one. The only local thing I got left is the mega random thing. What? So the non-local one needs to be deleted, is what you're saying? God, this is horrible. Improved Observer UI. Well, if it's non-local that I need to delete, I can just do this. What? What? Holy what? What are you on about now? I just went through the whole list. It's not even there. Oh, you're moaning. Oh, okay, okay. I was going to say, like, dude. So this one's fine, though. This is the one I need, right? Jesus, go outside and eat some grass. Oh, that's the one we use now for cows. Not touch some grass, eat some grass. That's the one we need. Fantastic. And we removed it. I definitely did. I deleted one at the start. Maybe I wasn't showing it on stream when I done it, but I definitely deleted one because my locals is now only the micro nomad free for all, and then as we go down, mega random islands map. That's it. So it must be gone. In fact, we can quickly test this by going. Let's literally just open a replay to check. That's the easiest way. I like how I just like put test a bunch of times in my YouTube chat and everyone just says test. So I get them to interact. God damn, that's refreshing. Oh! Oh, will you look at that? Oh, great. Another UI. So now I have to freaking get... I kind of hate that this one's here even more. Part of me preferred the last one. Now I gotta... Where is my... There we go. God damn. Alright. Thank you, Cal. Hello, Trent. Yes, all the tests. Okay, so now that that's done, we can get ready for another series. Let me mark that one out because that's how I keep track of them in a really scuffed way. There was, so because it's so far back, we can't watch the whole series, but there was a really cool game between B, Dumu, Baltin, and Sassy. It was game 2 of their best of 2. So what I'll do is, for story's sake, I will... So game 1 was won by B and Dumu. So I'll get that ready. Oh, yeah. I think I noticed that like once before, Cal. That's the weird thing as well with like the UI being kind of balked like that. Is sometimes it just genuinely loads, and then other times, like sometimes it loads one and sometimes it loads the others. It's like it's not even consistent because I've had it and sometimes load this correctly. That's the even weirder part to me. All right, thank you, Cal. Should we get ready though? You guys all ready for more? Oh, and we can even. No, just leave it there. I think that's the only thing I'd like to see change. Is this still feels a little bit confusing? Like, what? Who was it? Was it Cal and Marika? I think. Was it you? Were you on the mic with her? Where you both like cast the wrong? You thought they had like terrible food or whatever, and it was like it was on the wrong thing. I remember she was telling me about this. I can't remember if it was you guys or if it was her with someone else. But I remember she said on one of the casts, like they legit spent a few minutes casting, thinking that the income per minute was the resources they had. Because it's very confusing to kind of look at. Because usually in the UI you have like I think on the standard one you have the income per minute and the number on screen. Whereas this one's like one or the other. What do you guys think? I feel like you keep it on this, not on income per minute. You only ever put on income per minute on this UI when you're trying to make a point, right? So you're like, he has 5,000 food income, and then you show it. He might have 5,000 food income this game, though, because we've got 2v2 action with a bunch of names that like to get cozy and play a little bit later into the game. One and all, welcome back to the $3,000 tournament, Empire Duels, a 2v2 Pro Circuit tournament. On the west side, we are going to... Oh, sorry. Let me get... North side, there we go. It's always confusing with the colors like this. We're going to have B on the deli, teaming up with Team Liquid's Dumu in the purple in the HRE. They're going to be going up against Baltin on the Ibids and Sassy on the Mongols. And this is comfort picks, really, actually. B, I imagine, is thinking about something crafty in the late game of Elephants. I know he'd be first to kind of look for it. Meanwhile, Dumu, pretty cozy in the HRE. I think he's been playing this the majority of the time in these kind of team formatted tournaments, if I'm not mistaken. And Southside fits as well. I know Baltin highly rates the Ibids in team games. He loves doing these mass Desert Raider only strategies. And you could imagine there's a bit of filthy animation cancelling going on there, as naturally you would. What's broken about this, though, guys, is that Mongols buff Desert Raiders range. They're cooking. Yeah, so this is quite funny. Mongols always have been kind of a support civ in team games. This is to an insane degree. And here's why. Mongols have Kurotai. Kurotai is incredible at buffing up your team to win fights. But really, what it sends it over the top now is the Khan Hunter unit that just recently got added for the Mongols. The one that gives 0.5 extra tower range, then 0.75, then 1 extra tower range. That works on Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders that have, I believe it's 3.5 tower range. So with that buffed range, you're almost at the range of an archer on a much more beefy and mobile unit. It's a pretty cool idea, and I think that's what they're cooking for. The whole idea also being that playing Ibids and Mongols on Prairie, pretty jackpot, right? These are not wood-heavy civs. Not when you play mass Desert Raiders, and definitely not when the Mongols like to play mass Keshiks. Opening-wise, I think we are looking at some outpost shenanigans. Unfortunately for him, Dumu was all too aware. Oh, I love to see this. You know, ever since the HRE got that buff for marching drills in Dark Age, I think that they've been able to answer out the Mongols. This did get slightly nerfed. It's no longer the 10% by default, it's only 5%. But with the sheer raw production speed and also the fact that Prelates just got buffed, you can beat back the Mongols. And what I mean by the Prelates got buffed, they used to only be able to inspire about 7 villages, now it's 9. That means you have a lot more extra economy to push with in the Dark Age. Wait, is it giving... Wait, is Desert Raiders... Are Desert Raiders getting an extra 2 tower range? Am I reading that correctly? Oh, you're right, because the horse cav. That's interesting. I didn't read the specific writing. I just assumed it was only Magadai. So that means that Desert Raiders get 5.5 tower range? Oh, this is going to be so broken. I believe we had Tower Victory come the other side there, right? Which is really unexpected here out of B. A lot of people have been leaning into Dome of Faith. I thought he'd be going there too. Yeah, actually, I'm confused why he wants Tower Victory. You're playing a very open map. I guess the logic is you can't really play Ghazi into Mass Keshiks and Desert Raiders, so I kind of get that. But this has to be on these spears then, right? Because there isn't enough wood on the map to really justify bulking archers. It's very difficult. And even still, he's opening stables first. So I'm a little bit perplexed by this choice. Oh, and guys, forget what I said about Khan Hunters. Lame. Sassy, what the hell? Bruh. You had the strategy lined up. It was perfect. You only had to do one thing. One thing for the glory. Yeah, no Khan Hunters. I'm sorely disappointed. Sassy has chosen greed. I cannot forgive him for this. Tech up came from the other side. I believe it was the growth ring. Growth wing, right? Yes. 3 extra villages than the other players. Bug abusing? And, whoa. You're using the given tools to get an advantage. That's how I view it. Unless it is specifically written in the rulebook that you cannot do that. I don't know, man. I find it perplexing sometimes. I come from a different world, baby. I remember Dota 2, the Fountain Hook exploit. Game was allowed. Correctly, the players were rewarded for finding a creative solution amongst the bugs. My take is usually, like, if it is that excruciating of a bug, two options are there. From a TO perspective, you can clearly list the bug and ban it. Or, from a dev perspective, you can fix your bloody game. So we have got the Desert Race spam coming in, though. And we said Baltin loves this. So what Baltin will probably try to do is bulk up, start to trend later in the age, and when we eventually get there, if we get to Imperial Age, he'll go Military Wing Reinforcement. He actually really loves this type of build. I can't blame him. He might even consider doing it in like Castle and then maybe saving Imperial to go and get the extra health, because I do actually think that Visors works really well with the Mass Desert Raider strat. Meantime, the Garcia are going to be a little bit of a nuisance here. He's going to need some assistance. Looks like Spearmen are on the way from Sassy, but a little bit slow to arrive. You know what would have got them there quicker? A deer stun. In the meantime, though, we have a Burgrave rush. Wow, I didn't... How many sheep does Dumu have? Am I the only one a little bit worried about how much pump this has? He has got berries, right? Which kind of supplements him a bit. I would have loved to have seen Dumu shove in the deer if this was the strategy all along, because I feel like, you know, rushing Burgrave, in theory, great. In practice, a little bit awkward here. If you don't have enough food, you can't really get the numbers together. Maybe he's thinking of just spamming mass spearmen, but you can get kited out by these Desert Raiders against that, right? I feel like the plan had to be men-at-arms. I mean, in fairness, the men-at-arms can do reasonably well against the Desert Raiders. The issue is you can kind of get kited, whittled down, and then, of course, they still have this 5 melee armor at all times. And yeah, well, that's the power of the new early Prelate, by the way, Fat Blop. Like, that's why you can play a longer Dark Age, is like you have 2 more villagers being buffed than you used to have, which is almost a 33% increase in your buff rate for the early age. So you don't get hurt as much as you used to by long Dark Ages. That is cool, though. Now I'm starting to believe a little bit. So B is sending over a villager to build this mill to give him an extra 600 food underneath the Archon. I'm still confused by B's choice to go Tower Victory, though. It hasn't had a reason yet. I mean, maybe the thought process is that he'll just drag this game out anyway, and if he does, he'll go Castle with House of Learning, and then all of a sudden you can get your hands on Men-at-Arms with attack speed increase, which is intriguing, right? Like, it's actually at that point, I feel like you have 2 of the best civs for building Men-at-Arms, right? You have the Home Blades attack speed Men-at-Arms, and then you have the Heavy Maces 2-handed weapons Men-at-Arms. You're, however, against one of the better or best civs at building crossbows, right? Like, these two, not the absolute top. They're not arbitrary pumpers, but you could have had Khan Hunters here to worry about. Obviously don't in this game. You also do, however, have Iobid crossbows to worry about that do get that buff on them when they kill. One awkward thing is, like, these Desert Raiders, the numbers are kind of getting awkward here. The problem with scaling so many Desert Raiders, you eventually get to a stage where microing them is kind of clowny, and they hang around too long. But luckily, it's only Men-at-Arms right now, and we already highlighted that the damage output isn't extensive. In fact, instead, Baltin says, screw this. Get your swords out, boys. It's party time. What a wild attack. I did not expect that, but it's kind of intriguing, especially when you consider the fact that, like, the damage is higher than standard Men-at-Arms, right? So it kind of offsets the difference in health when you also have additional melee armor, meaning that Baltin will absolutely annihilate this Men-at-Arms opening. And now the Keshiks arrive as well. Oh, this is sick. The timing's so important here, right? Because the Desert Raiders are in danger against Masgazi. So the Keshiks are now the buffer against that, but there's no more Men-at-Arms. That's incredible. It's interesting when you think about the raw maths of it, right? Because a Castle's Men-at-Arms, 12 damage, 4 armor, right? These guys actually have a 14 damage now, 5 armor. There is 35 health difference between them, and it's going to take you, like, what was it going to take you roughly on strikes? With 5 melee armor, it's going to take you, is it like 15 strikes to kill? So 15 strikes to kill with a 2 damage differential. So that's 30. So one-on-one, a Men-at-Arms should still beat a Desert Raider in melee. Barely, though, by 5 HP. That's insane. Sure, you're paying more for this unit, but you're an age behind. And also on top of that, you don't have to fight them. You can just fight the villagers. Dumu gets caught out. And I don't think he has he got wheelbarrow? It doesn't feel like it, but apparently so. Just running uphill's deceptive there. A heavy hit there as Ben's eco reduced down just to 21 left alive in a game where everyone else is about 40. New speed arrow is now going to be used. He's going to be able to strike back against us. Remember, the Desert Raiders, yes, they are countered by the Ghazi. They also strike back very well here. The Keshik's in the mix as well. Should help a little bit, but it looks like the Ghazi count is simply too high. So B able to mop things up on the backside here, but not before Dumu suffers. This is wild. What a cool game. I mean, Baltin cooks like this all the time, man. This guy loves to play team games. Of course, he's going to find these crafty and unique strategies. I mean, Desert Raiders have been kind of rising in popularity, and I think in the team environment, it definitely makes a lot of sense. Something that can also scale really well as you get into Castle and Imperial. I wonder if we could be looking at eventually here. Baltin and Sassy are both starting to stockpile up a little bit. The trade count is only at 6 right now, so it's not out of control. That's because they've really just been pumping it to the enemy team. Dumu's in an awkward situation as well. He hasn't had a monastery ahead of time. I think he got it recently. Yeah, so first relic is in. Prelates are moving out. But remember, this is not your Regnitz play. It's not double eco gained. And with how much eco he's already lost, this is the type of game where base case scenario kind of gets you back in contention, if you're lucky. Right now, Dumu's struggling though, guys. This idle TC is painful to watch. It's because he hasn't been manually dropping off for the deer. That's a big no-no. Remember, with the HRE, they have wheelbarrow, but they also have push carts. So watch what's going to happen to Dumu's income as they finally drop off. He's going to have way too much food just sitting there. Realistically, he could have microed a few of these to drop off and had villager production constantly going. And it might seem like a nitpicky detail, but when you're this far behind, every villager counts. Because every villager at this stage is basically 5% of your economy. Tech ups are now on the way. He's doing what we talked about, guys. It's Desert Raider Wing in Castle Age, and then he's going to be playing for probably the Advisor Wing later, right? He could have tried for logistics. I just don't think it would have been worth it. Like, there's been enough break now that Dumu probably pulled back a lot of the relics. But this makes a lot of sense, and you scale into the advisors because it makes your Desert Raiders insanely tanky in the hyper late game. So I'm trying to remember what the scaling is for Desert Raiders. I think they got up to like 180 base naturally. Then biology can get them another, was it 30%? Yeah, 30%. And then you get another 15, right? Or was it 20? 20, right? Yeah, 20. So you go up to like is it 255 or 270? It's pretty high. It's mid to high 200s on a Desert Raider in the ultra late game. I might have done the scaling wrong. I'm trying to remember I would never remember what their Castle and Imperial numbers are, because in most games, naturally over the last several months, even when people went Desert Raider Wing opening, they never bothered to buy veterancy. This game, they most definitely will be, though. Ghazi. Going to hit back, but the Kesha count is simply too high. You can't fight into the base here. B, he's going to have to think about a tech up. Unfortunately, he never went for Sacred Sites either in this game. It's kind of awkward right now. Two of them just so far away, it doesn't seem feasible either. The walls are now going up. Meanwhile, Dumu trying to strike back, but Baltin, I think he's bought enough time here. He just needs to get the troops home. Desert Raiders are now marching back. And we have got Camel Lancers being queued up in a situation where, yeah, there is at least heavy maces. So Dumu has a way of hitting back. This is getting awkward, though. I don't think Dumu's breaking through quick enough. Well, it looks like a little bit of miss micro there. Baltin, some of the villages were not repairing. We'll pull away now. Desert Raiders, has he at least got that queued up? Yeah, it's on the way. So coming in 10 seconds here with the veterancy. And that's when he should be looking to fight. There's no way Ben does any damage here. He needs to leave right now. Trying to turn for the fight. Just gets kited out. Good micro here. Baltin just targeting down those spin first. And now can just easily commit in. Okay, so it's 145 health. So yeah, I think it's 125, 145, and I guess 165. So still overall, with all the tech upgrades we talked about and the advisors, you get about 245, 250 health on a Desert Raider. Which is pretty ludicrous when you consider this unit can scale up to, I believe it's 14 melee armor. Remember, he's already at 6, only in vet form. He hasn't got any of the blacksmith techs yet. But on top of that, also remember that with the Iobids, it's a little bit weird. They do have a camel support aura, but it works in reverse. The camels don't provide armor to the infantry. Infantry provide armor to the camels. They give them +3 in ranged and melee. These units get absurdly tanky. B does know that Delhi going castle is viable these days, right? You wouldn't think it looking at this game, though. This man has done nothing but built Ghazi from the very get-go, and it's starting to make me question the Tower of Victory play even more and more. Maybe it was an elaborate bait. I don't know. This just looks awkward right now. I mean, the upside, at least for Dumu and B, is they have a lot of mobility. They're still limited because their opponents are playing mass cav as well. It's what makes this so smart. This is a game all about dynamics. Whoever's slowest loses. Feels like Dumu is slow to exist here. Barely anything being contributed, just a handful of spears. Desert Raiders at this stage, remember they're hitting for 10 damage each, so they can kind of whittle you down. Easy peasy. The only reason the Dumu was starting to escape that was because he was charging away with the spears onto the Keshiks, but now when he retreats, he's going to just die. Meanwhile, Keshiks making their stand here. It's a full encirclement. I feel like this shouldn't be too bad for Sassy, though. Right? I mean, he's going to get mopped up, but surely B should end up losing more. I say that. What was he at, 50? Only about 15 loss. Okay, so credit to him. B gets a bloody good trade there. Better than I ever would have expected. It's crazy as well, actually. If Baltin had peeled just a few Camel Lancers, that debuff should have allowed the Keshiks to survive long enough. But instead, B, by some miracle, is holding back the Mongol Horde from Age 2. What worries me, though, is Reboom. B is doing a phenomenal job because he's leveraging what's on the map. What's on the map is gradually drying up here. And when we look on the other side, we've got a tech on the way. We've got trade at the backside. Iobids will be kind of concerning when it comes to food sources as well. I think there is going to be a mass farm transition requirement for almost every player in this game. But the one that I think it should hit the hardest is B, just because the quality of his unit is lower, right? He's spending quite a lot of food to build these bad boys. They're not cheap, and they're not good one-on-one. The reason this looks so good is because B is able to maintain numbers. And yeah, it looks like Sassy's already got a bunch of his own types of farms. A lot of the pastures are coming in. Man, this game is intriguing. I really didn't expect Ghazi to do that well against Keshiks. Not when the Keshiks are upgraded, right? Oh. Wait. I'm an idiot. He wasn't... Yeah, he's not even age 3. I'm an idiot. Okay, that makes more sense. My brain is in a weird place. Let me wake up and I'll be good. Still, though, like Keshiks versus Ghazi, I think I went through this before with like Recon because he had a very interesting game against Beasty where they both just spanned both the units. He's like, I thought Ghazi would do better against Keshiks. And it's like, it's true. I think like Keshiks will win against Ghazi if the numbers are similar. But the problem was in a lot of cases it was 2 Ghazi hitting 1 Keshik. And I agree, Sassy. I thought that there would be 1 or 2 camels there, because a 20% debuff is huge. The thing you have to keep in mind about Ghazi compared to Horseman is Ghazi have higher base damage at the trade-off of like a slower attack speed. So that means actually Camel on Knees hits them harder than it hits Horseman. Desert Raiders. Didn't we want to tell me that Keshiks dominate with Horsemen? That's what I'm saying, but they didn't dominate those Horsemen. They got dominated by them. They look like Sassy needed a safe word, for goodness sake. This is so annoying what Baltin is doing. It's just keeping them on the defensive, and that's the problem, because behind this, the trade continues to scale for Sass. So annoying. And remember, Baltin, like, this isn't necessarily covering a transition. He could just keep doing Desert Raiders, but funnily enough, he actually does have a transition coming. Gulam's now being queued up. Where has he got them coming from, though? Oh, okay, dude, this is some weird base building. Okay, agree or disagree? Prairie feels like a map designed for a walling system like Age of Mythologies. And what I mean by that, same as AoE 2, where you can use buildings. It almost feels like that type of map, right? Where you'd probably... It would feel like a lot more civs are viable on Prairie if these buildings blocked pathing. Not saying we should have that change. I'm just saying, like, from a map design perspective, because I've heard a lot of players, like, you know, some players like Prairie, a lot don't, because it's very much a cavalry-based map. Desert Raiders are getting mopped up, though, so good grab again by B. House of Learning is now on the way. So this is going to be Lancer switch then, right? Into Home Blades. But that's weird against Desert Raiders again. I think the only option here, realistically, for B is Men at Arms. But in the meantime, Keshiks are going to dive into the eco. So damage being done there. Sassy is still his way with the Kurotai. But if he's going to learn what most people do when you play cavalry comps, there's no point even moving this thing. Oh no. Yeah, I swear, Kurotai feels like a bait whenever you're playing with a cavalry teammate. I could probably count on one hand the amount of times in team games I've seen Kurotai look good with cavalry-based strategies. It just doesn't work. It's like, it's too slow. By the time you arrive and unpack, the fight has moved elsewhere. Prairie feels extremely hard to wall. Yep, it's very, very difficult to get that wall down. I mean, you know, like... The problem is, you know, unless you have a very high DPI mouse, like Baltin does with his, like, CSGO flicks, it's very difficult to just get that wall all the way across. You know, the average, given the average age of an Age of Empires 4 pro gamer, most of them would probably try to place this wall and go, "Ow, my hip!" Pretty expensive, but quite intriguing that he was able to get that off so easily in a team game. I think what worries me most is I'm still not even sure that Dumu and B realize there's trade going on. I mean, they might suspect it. They haven't seen a Yam aura, right? They don't know how big it is. We're up to 29 traders now for Sassy. Spearmen aren't going to try to dive in. Looks like we have got racks now being dropped in a rush. In the meantime, there's still raids on the backside try and poke at the economy. Dumu is at least kind of scraping it back a little, but both of them have struggled, right? Like, 45-62, compare on the other side, 78-83. I think Baltin especially has done a really good job of just not getting hit too hard. And now we have the free TC boom. Because he understands this game is going to be going much later. It's interesting, Baltin doesn't often play Irobids to end the game fast in team games from what I've seen when I talk to him. He seems to be very comfortable with this idea of playing into the late game because of how well mass Desert Raiders scale. So playing free TC tells you that he knows this is going to take a while, and he's ready to hunker down. Pros refusing to trade in team games is truly the largest gap from optimal playing to pro scene. You can't just trade freely, though. You have to earn it. Like, that's dented. Like, dude, like, you don't just minute one go, let's both build trade. Like, I think you have to earn it first. Especially on a map like Prairie. Like, you know, you couldn't at minute 5 wall, but yes, as the game goes on, I agree. Like, trade is incredibly valuable. It scales insanely well. Like, look at this right here. 105 gold, 10 wood, 10 food each way. Even if it wasn't the Mongols, it's like 90 gold at least, right? Each way. I think one thing that's overdone in team games, even when pros play, is teching. I find a lot of the times, like, being the initial feudal aggressor is much more impactful. Right, and we kind of saw that with the way this game opened up. Both were trying to be the initial aggressor to get an edge. I think the thing I like about team games more than 1v1s is that I feel as if these greedy plays have to be earned instead of given outright. Do you get what I mean? Like, think about how many issues people have had with English 2TC with Abbey of Kings, right? Could you imagine just trying to do, like, English 2TC with Abbey of Kings in a 2v2? What happens there is they both just kill your teammate because you're being greedy and won't come out, right? I like that dynamic about team games quite a lot. But I think that dynamic does also pitter off when you go beyond 2v2s. 2v2s are kind of the sweet spot. 3v3s can sometimes work. 4v4s is just hell. Dumu, look to send all these traders to hell. Looks like he snuck all the way around the back here. The stone wall's not complete. Baltin was trying to hide on the walls. Has got his own troops responding though. Faye, there are no Khan hunters. Sassy chose to be a normie. He done what all Mongols do on Prairie. Spearmen are pretty annoying for this, by the way. The marching drills are just so insane to chase down. And also, admittedly, not much in the way of Yam network, right? I think Sassy's got it about halfway. Didn't get it the rest of the way. So, means that he is actually going to slowly lose a few of these traders. A good grab in the end. Baltin able to sweep that up. Meanwhile, on the west side, we've actually got elephants coming out. Mahoots has been researched. It's mass spears to defend, though. And gotta say, you know, we realized this like years ago. Mongols are pretty damn good at dealing with war elephant strats because of the movement speed, right? The spearmen are usually able to gap close really quick with the Yam. However, in these smaller choke points, not so much. The splash damage adds up. The base spearman on top, very effective. Looks like the first fight, actually a pretty damn good one for B. Second wave is now going to come in, and I think that should be enough to reset him. Yeah, you can see what I was talking about with the Yam as well, right? 1.44 movement speed, even with the buff of Mahoots as a unique House of Learning tech, it's still not good enough. So whenever you play into the Mongol lands with his outposts, you're going to take a bad fight. And the reason is just the spearmen are able to actually grab you. Like right now, when maneuver speed comes off cooldown, Sassy should activate it and run past them. He could grab 4 elephants and kill. Wow, more like 2, and he'd kill the other because they're so low. B, oh my god, the timing on this. What? Keep trying to go up. He's going to have to retreat away from that. The dive continues on through. Men-at-Arms are going to be here to protect, though. Defense arrow does get activated, so it looks like Sassy is just going to try to frustrate the matter. I love the fact that B is saying you're never having this back. Trying to rush the keep up. But Baltin now arriving. Spearman coming in. Ghazi need to just kind of frontline this, need to block this. It looks like the castle is going to complete. Behind this, Dumu is the first player to make it into Age 4, despite the fact that he's the lowest eco player in the entire game. Never would have expected that, but there's a strike back coming. Sassy is also now ready. The White Stupa on the way. Makes sense, right? Sassy's like, I will never have this landmark back. I'll make myself another one. So who's winning this? I mean, Baltin and Sassy have a very big lead. I feel like Baltin could easily be teching soon. I don't think he wants to go advanced wing though, right? I think he wants to be greedy about this. We mentioned how good Advisor's wing is if you can get it. Then again, that was back when it was just going to be Desert Raiders. I feel like it's become a lot more mixed since. B is still hard on the elephant train. However, with elite tech coming in for these Mongol spearmen, I think it's going to be a very big problem. Also, Mangonels, this is kind of sick. If he stacks up to try and delete the wall, this damage adds up fast, guys. Spearmen, I'm going to start stabbing out. Mango shots are coming through. This, I'm not sure if this is the time yet. I feel like B doesn't have enough behind this to assist, right? He's also spreading out to try and hit all the walls at once, but that means you're just not breaking through fast. It gives more value onto the Mangoes. Sassy does have to back up, though. Needs to get more spearmen together. Strategy by B. Surely not. If he was Imperial Age, I could kind of back it, right? But he doesn't have enough scholars to justify a quick tech right now. Baltin, meanwhile, is about to pull the trigger himself. You can see he's getting ready. Sass should have the Spearman elite status coming through soon. Mangoes continue to wallop here. He's more or less just going full CGQ. He's basically playing discount Chinese right now. Mass Mangoes, mass Spearman, and a big mass now showing up from Baltin. Makes up the backbone of their army, really double the count that Sassy's able to contribute here. Dive comes in. Villagers are in trouble though. Elephants not quite able to get the splash damage. Sassy at the last second pulls away before the elephants can reveal that they are definitely not herbivores. Oi, oi, oi. Looks like a few of the Mangoes are going to get caught though with the dive in here. So starting to lose a little bit of the siege. Upgrades are now coming through, though. So Elite Tech for the Spearman is now in. Baltin has now reached the Imperial Age. B looks like the liability here. Elephant count looks good for the time being, but now with Mass Elite Spearman to worry about, I can't see that holding on for long. Another kind of interesting thought here, guys. These are cavalry, so Desert Raiders can actually fight you back in melee if need be. Funnily enough, they're not bothering. They're just committing to the range form here. Hand Cannon is also now starting to get queued up because Sassy knows. He's watched enough safaris. Gun beats elephant. It's the natural flow of life, right? Peasants died to elephants. Elephants died to guns. Guns died to disarmament laws. I don't know. I think that's like, I don't know what else beats gun. Nuclear weapon? Don't think we have that yet in AoE4. And there's the Elite Desert Raiders. This is what we were talking about earlier, guys. These things are ridiculous. 19 base. He's got 9 melee armor right now. And remember, he can make that a lot better by getting his hands on a cheeky little tech, which I think he actually did get already, right? I can't remember. I always forget if this is stables or blacksmiths. I think it was in blacksmiths. So there's a tech that gives you +3 range and +3 melee when you're near allied infantry, which means you get 13 melee armor maximum. 13. For reference, an elite men-at-arms with army tactics attacks you for 22 damage from the HRE. You're able to offset 2/3 of that. And remember, as it stands, he's got 175 health. Get the biology, go way above 200. If you really want, you can go for the advisors and get even higher. That could happen down the line, by the way. Baltin, he didn't go advisors straight away. I believe he actually went for advancement wing so he could afford more units. B, now trying to catch up. Last one to reach up. In the meantime, his elephants are suffering, though. The Yam is there again. Remember, he has got that maneuver speed arrow as well, if need be. I wonder, do they just kind of pivot now into B's base? It might be a bit tricky. Dumu is looking to break through the walls. He's looking to attack. All right, guys. Mass Elephant versus Mass Camel. What wins? I'm pretty sure the answer is Elephant, right? 850 HP versus 175. Damage is 40 versus, yeah, 67. And then the toss as well. And these aren't even Imperial yet. However, this is unfair. This is not what we agreed to. You said elephant versus camel. Why are all these spears here? Oh, no. March in here. B just reached Imperial Age, but that means he doesn't have any of the tech upgrades. And that's what they're looking to punish. Spears immediately start pulling out the torches to force a reaction. B now pulling villagers to try and repair. But this is going to be a very hard hold. Dumu is on the way, but arriving late here. By the time he'd get here, the elephants could all be dead. In fact, I think they're going to be Sassy. Brute forcing his way through this. Hand cannon assistance is huge here from Baltin. Admittedly, against elephants, you don't get many of these Mamluk bravery buffs. And it looks like the... What? I beg your pardon, what? Guys, he has elite army tactics. Like, can we talk about this? I mean, they're almost dead, but they're not. All right, I didn't give him enough credit, man. I really thought Spearman would have had that fight. That quantity you'd expect to break through. You know what I'm really enjoying about, like, the... You know what I'm really actually enjoying about these team games? It's like we're getting these situations you don't get to see in 1v1s, and I love the fact that I'm just being proven wrong. It's so freaking refreshing. Do you know how tired I am of like walking into a fight like, yeah, elephants will lose this. He might not be alive, right? He's got like the collective health pool of about a fourth of this, like a third, or half of this, of what the count is. But those elephants did indeed just win the fight. Does the inspired buff work on the elephants? That's a good question. I haven't tested that. I imagine not. I don't know if... Has he got it? No, we can't even check it. Dumu did not get inspired warriors. That would be insane if so. I can't believe that, though. Elephants versus mass spears, and elephants win. So you have to go hand cannoneers now, right? There's no other choice. I mean, we've got them being queued up by both players. They know. It's kind of wild, though, right? Like, you have to consider the splash overlap there was huge. And although the Spearmen have elite army tactics, it's still only 156 health. So for reference, that Tusk attack, I believe the primary is 52 and then half splash around it. Like, you're pretty much taking out half the health of, like, the first wave of Spearmen with those headbutts. And then you have the Spearmen on top stabbing for another 21. Or 27, sorry, now. As they've gone up to their final form. Jesus. Well, you couldn't kill them when they had 850 HP. However, it looks like they're taking a different idea here. I mean, elephants are slow, right? What's that move speed? Modes allows them to chase this down. Looks like Baltin's going to have to fight. Hand cannons have arrived, though, so it turns into a little bit of an elaborate bait here as Baltin able to hit back. Meanwhile, south side, we've got a push in now coming. Sassy looking to break through. B's got a problem here, guys. His army is split. If he takes one situational fight, yes, when he has all the elephants together, it can make sense. But now that he's dividing, I find himself being the one getting conquered here. Keep drop now coming. Dumu in a little bit of desperation here. Hand cannons are going to peel to deal with that. They are going to have to run. No way they can get that up. Meanwhile, the second wave of hand cannons able to start shoving back against the elephants here. B looks like he's being spread a little bit too thin. And finally, elephants are countered. We just needed guns. A lot of them, but it's working. Hand cannons are getting pushed back on the east side at least. But B, the elephant count feels like it is shriveling up and dying here. Down to 48 total military. Numbers are not looking great for the Russian. As he's the one now getting rushed. Scrambling just to keep a few elephants alive here. Remember, B's military count is deceptive anyway. A quarter of it, scholars. More going to get mopped up here. He's down to just 5 elephants. This has gone from a horde to a petting zoo. And it might be facing extinction soon. Another keep being rushed up. Sassy starting to blitz his way through. Has got the bombards striking out this. Kryal is now being juiced up. Now remember, with Kryal, these fights will look one-sided. And that's it. GG gets called. They can't handle anymore. The elephant in the room has been addressed. It remained the case in 2022, and it's still the case now. Gun beats elephant. A lot of guns beats elephant. Oh my god. What do we call that one? Dude, I was going to make it about the dive onto the Mongol villages with the elephants, but I think it's legit about the spearmen. Mass elephants in team games is totally reasonable. America meets the Delhi, that's your title. See, that gives away the video, right? I was thinking more the spearmen and the elephants. What do you think, chat? Mass elephants in team games is totally reasonable and then show elephants being spears? Or what Philosberto just said, with America meets the Delhi? What one would you be more likely to click? I mean, I'm willing to be wrong if I'm wrong on this. I find it's like tricky because you have to be careful not to just fully give away the video, right? Especially when it's like a 40-minute long game. Should I put a poll up? Here you go, guys. Help me out quickly. What title for YouTube? The elephant beats spears? Or America meets the Delhi? I feel like there's another joke in there if you spell Delhi D-E-L-I. Right? Can do every title video. Dude, like, so here's the thing. I'm live and I don't want to sit here thinking about it too much. Like, The person I've been training is meant to be like sorting that, but I'm still the one titling them. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm just gonna like lump it to them and say you need to figure all this out. It's tough though. I mean, yeah. You're trying to like enable a kid to have a good future for themselves, but kids usually just want to be kids. Come on, only 3 votes. Votes are the subtle and the silent. You don't have to reveal yourself doing them. All right, so while you guys do that, next up, I think we're going to do... Beasty and Baltin versus Dumu and Myriad. Sounds pretty intriguing. No one reads titles all about the thumbnails? Actually, both can matter. But yeah, thumbnails first, then titles second. Both, like, they support each other, surprisingly. I think also it's kind of more important in AoE 4 because in AoE 4, like the designs of thumbnails inherently are very hard to support themselves on their own, if that makes sense. I think I went over this before, like the readability. If you compare, like, for example, StarCraft, the way units pop against the background in StarCraft makes it easier to show something in a thumbnail than in AoE 4. I think that's always been a challenge. All right, what do you guys vote for? Elephant beats Spears. It's tight. Appreciate your help on this, guys. Yeah, so I think I might go with the mass elephants in team games is totally reasonable. That kind of fits as well. That's almost like, I don't know. I've been wondering if people like that kind of thing where it's almost like the clear sarcasm. It's weird because I think you have to be careful with sarcasm because if the sarcasm is too subtle, no one reads it and no one understands it, no one cares. It's very weird. I've said this before, like, you know, British people are way too good at sarcasm. Way too good at sarcasm. Because, like, quite often we don't sound like we're being sarcastic. Because we don't think we're like, oh, that's totally what I meant, sort of thing, right? We're very underhanded about it. So, we're looking for Beasty Baltin. Let me see if we can find that one. Beasty Baltin, Dumu, Myriad. Should be here. Is this the one? So, Baltin, Beasty, Cliffside. There we go. Alright, guys, so we got a Cliffside game between Baltin and Beasty and Dumu and Myriad. Sarcasm doesn't translate well over text. Well, that's the thing that I find intriguing is like when you put something like mass elephants in team games is totally reasonable, you kind of catch the people who will know you're being sarcastic, but also the people that want to say, no, you're an idiot. That's not reasonable. And they'll show up to like prove that it's not. You know what I mean? Where it's like, because I think it was intriguing. I was reading about this. Like, so I'm going to reveal a secret here, guys. Do you ever like downvote a video thinking it does something bad for the video? I'm going to blow your mind. YouTube doesn't care. If you downvote a video, they're like, oh, interaction. That's good. I know. Now you're like, what? I thought downvoting it would like downvoting is the whole downvoting process legit was more of a when you saw like mass downvoting, the only reason it was bad is because the publicity that was provided by media outside of YouTube. Within YouTube, if YouTube saw like 1 million people downvoting a video, they're like, oh damn, people are interacting with the video. This is good. Look at me letting you guys in on all the secrets. Why we never see Baby Pigeon? She shows up occasionally. I don't shoehorn her in. I don't know. I'm trying to weigh up where I am on that. Because I think I went over this on another stream. I don't like the idea of like... I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to end up making a choice for her if she's involved in what I do too much. So I'm trying to weigh up how I want to approach that. Because I don't want my kid to ever feel like they are almost like a prop on the show, if that makes sense. Not show them? They've been shown before. They're just not shown regularly, right? I want them to have their own choices. So I try to keep it reasonable. Yo, what is up to Santiago? You absolute legend. 10 gifted subs. You, sir, are an absolute gem. Thank you very much. Dude, big shout out to Santiago with the 10 gifted subs. If you guys want to sub, come across the channel. You can do it live because we are doing this live right now. We're catching an insane series here. Team Liquid's Dumu over here. That's right. I'm going to flip the UI for you guys. Playing as the HRE like he always does, teaming up with a fellow Brit. Well, Myriad, he's Hungarian, but he's basically got a more British accent than I do at this stage, playing on his signature ruse. I feel like this has become his signature ever since the Ottomans, the English, have been dying off in popularity to a certain degree. On the other side are two absolute beasts. One of them with Beasty in the name, playing as the Abbasids, and to the north of him, this guy might be the single biggest threat in the team environment. It's Mr. Baltin, that's right, the Swede. He's come through and looked pretty sweet in 1v1s, but for a long time has proven powerful in the team environment. So big shout out to FatBlarp. Now up to 70 gifted subs on this channel. You absolute mad lad. Thank you very much. And also to Santiago with the Prime Gaming sub. Damn, you guys are incredible. I absolutely love the support. It's been mind-blowing. You know, like every time I feel like maybe I'm losing a little bit of hope that we won't be able to get the stage where we can, you know, make a living and provide for the family. I love the fact that we've got more and more people gradually coming in and supporting. That's my dream. Build a community here. Build something that can last. All the way through to Age of Empires 8. So, French and Abbasids versus HRE Rus. This is intriguing, actually. So, Beasty's going to play full boomer. This is very different to what I think we normally see with French comps. Usually, French comps cover a greed, but the greed is often more tech-based. And the logic's meant to be that it pays off quicker. This is a very different approach. And what I mean by that, for example, is like if you look on the west side, Myriad can play the attacker player by building his own knights, and then Dumu will go castle. In this game, it looks like Beasty is just going to play a longer feudal, add in units over time, and gradually tech up. So I think that game strategy is to get to a point where they're walling off relics with Beasty's villages, while Baltin continues to roam with knights. And remember, when these two face off, this is the advantage. French knights will beat Rus knights. Ah, and thank you. I forgot. We're on income there. Let's switch on to the amount of resources they have. So tech up's coming in all around. The only surprise at first was the eco wing. But this should be like a quick free TC boom. Yeah, mining camp's going to be going down. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get like a TC drop maybe here. Or he just gravitates straight north. Like, this is insane value. Double deer stack, the berries as well. Just behind him, he's got the gold and the berries as well. So the other cool thing is if Beasty plays northward, he's going to bridge the gap between his and Baltin's base, which makes it easier for them to react and defend each other. So we'd love to see that. There isn't really much value in the south here. It's kind of weird, actually. I think Beasty got the very beneficial spawn because you can see if he's in Baltin's position, there's a lot of eco to the north as well. And if he's in Dumu's position, the eco to the south. So kind of worked out perfectly for Alex, I'd say. Dumu pair have been giving Myriad the horse archer talk. How does the horse archer talk go? Do you just open up and go, what does that mean? What are you trying to say, Ben? And then you start building knights. And that's how you get reported. Oh, what? Now, hear me out. In fairness to Myriad, you will gradually get outscaled by French villages, and the knights are already better. So I don't hate this idea, but I feel like this means that you're letting Beasty get away with his own greed, right? And, you know, we've seen Abbasid Rus matchups. The Abbasids do really well in them because it turns into a TC spam. And in TC spams, you're just better, right? Because your villagers cost diddly squat. 32 food instead of 50. Not to mention Eco Wing just makes these town centers so easily desirable, right? Like, instead of spending 750... Wait, has he not got it? There we go. All right, he didn't want to get too early. Yeah, instead of spending the 750, he's going to save himself a ridiculous 35%. A third of the cost is just off. So over 200 resources less. TC drop's going to at least be nice. Has got the deer and the berries, but we should be seeing similar on the other side. And because you don't now have that Roost Knight spam coming out, there isn't really a blocker to this. Like, Dumu, he does have a few spamming out on the map. He has been being annoying with them, sure. But we saw what happened. When they show up one by one, they just get shivved to death. It also means these villagers can essentially front line for a knight to charge in and clean up the spears quick. What do you guys think, though? One's if you think that Dumu and Myriad are going to win this. Two's if you think Baltin and Beasty are favored. I think the way this is starting up, I really do quite like Beasty and Baltin's position. I mean, Beasty's got an interesting approach. He goes for the gold secure with the TC. So he hasn't immediately... Oh, there it is. I was about to say, it's a surprise he didn't immediately go for the third TC. But this is, like, confirmation, right? Like, you haven't seen any knights coming. So far, the only aggressive player has been the HRE player. That means this feels almost free. Spearmen are going to scout it out, though, and Beasty has to back away. Oh, that's wild. That is absolutely sick. What a timing there. Dumu able to sniff it out at the very moment where it would occur. So now Beasty's not getting as much value. I think this really changes the trajectory of the game. Had it been this TC, I think West Side team's in trouble. Now they're the ones with favorable food exchange. Meanwhile, Beasty, sure, he's got some sheep at home. He's got a decent amount, right? 19. But he hasn't got that long-term food supply right now. And although these are cheaper TCs to produce out of, it still adds up. It's still a burden on your economy as the game goes on. Baltin has at least got good map presence, right? He's got a good night count. There's really nothing comparative out of Myriad. He's trying to start up now. But at this current point, one weakness of Myriad is right here. There is not much garrison room in this TC. And he's going to keep bulging his eco around this area because there's so much food. So I think actually if Baltin sniffs this out, he could essentially reduce any eco advantage Myriad is developing. Interestingly enough, though, he's targeting the gold. And look at this wall. Both players having kind of a similar idea, but he sees the wooden fortress, and that's a big no-no. Remember, 8 of those arrow shots coming out when you have no undermesh is just a massacre for these knights. Unfortunately, he didn't check more north. I think he might have been able to sneak in time. It's always a bit tricky against the Roost because of this. Their power side walls are better, and they build 33% faster than other civs. Guys, hear me out. To Faye's point, Faye's not wrong. You can knife down everything, but she's thinking too early, all right? Beasty is thinking about the long con. 2-hour game, mass villages with, what is it, 141 HP I think you can get on these guys. There's a new tech, remember, that they introduced called public libraries, where you get an extra 2 health on your villagers and traders per eco upgrade. And because textiles is a 50% increase, now it's percent, by the way. It used to be only an extra 25, but they fixed that. It means you can scale up to, I think it's 141, 144 health on your villagers. I do want to see how viable that is in a competitive game, late game, just spamming villagers. Because in theory, it's insanely efficient, right? 32 food to get 140 health unit is ridiculously good. So 129 on non-water maps. Got you. That's still insanely good though, right? That's 4 times the health for the resource invested. And you can scale their damage up a little bit, right? They can do like 9 damage. But I think the bigger deal is torch damage. Torch damage scales with age. So you can essentially just zerg your opponent's landmarks to kill them. Beasty, look at this. The spam's now underway. Mass Archers is on the way. And I mean, Myriad, he's struggling to kind of like match up against Baltin's Knight count. He will over time eclipse him just because his economy is going to be bigger now. In fact, we can already see that lead developing, 46 to 39. Dumu is also pretty strong right now. Look at what he's set up here. He continues to mass Spearman. He's stockpiled all the farms. He's cleared out the wood already. And he's now getting ready for the tech up. Now, this is really important. They need to be careful on when they use that tech up because you essentially want to make sure that Baltin doesn't feel free to run across the map. Otherwise, you won't be able to pick up any relics. So you kind of want to try to force a fight, a desirable one. The problem right now is this archer mass is a little bit too scary to fight into. I actually feel as though villagers as the front line isn't a bad idea. They're just a tank at that point. Just got to make sure your back line is good enough. Take all those resources you saved not building horsemen, and now you can afford hand cannoneers. There you go. That's true. Snooper is the truest king of the villager-only rushes. Well, yeah, the tech might be Imperial Age, but reminder, guys, it's at least better than what we had. Remember, proselytization sucked because it was an Imperial Age tech. Proselytization, for those that don't know what we're talking about, that was the tech for the Abbasids that allowed your imams to convert enemy units without having a relic. The problem with conversion, though, is if you get that tech in Imperial Age, you're already at 200 pop, which means it's worthless. Because converting a unit would just kill it. So you put all that effort in, after spending 150 gold to convert a unit, just for it to die. It's terrible. Absolute pure trash. So I'm glad they got rid of that. Yeah, now you're getting castle from the temple, right? What's going on? Beasty. Not going to be able to get that up in time, though. He's going to have to fight for this. He has got the archers to do so. Tech ups are coming out, though. It's a double castle age play out of the West Side team. Yeah, they need to catch up as well. Baltin not in a position to do so. Beasty also hasn't pulled the trigger yet, so they need to go on the offensive right now. I don't like the idea of hunkering down here when you just saw the tech come through, because you know what the first target is going to be. It's obvious Dumu is going to be rushing towards relics here. He already has enough spearmen to justify not going for a Burgrave play. And now with Myriad showing up as well, like, you have no choice. Get your numbers in, guys. High Trade House looks pretty underwhelming in this game, actually. I think he put it on the backside because he was worried about a raid. This would have been perfect gathering the berries as well, but it would have been very, very far forward. The alternative might have been out here. How much food does he have now? Myriad is about to crack. Oh, actually, sorry, they moved at 750, right? Yeah, so 500 bounty, not bad at this stage. Remember, they changed this system now. It's not about hunting the deer at the start, thank God. It's just about gathering over time. Dumu, this is pretty crafty. So he's sending Spim to the back to draw attention here because he doesn't want the enemy in his base. Unfortunately, they will not take the bait. They dive straight into an unguarded base. Dumu has nothing here. He needs to be protected. Myriad is now showing up, has got the veterancy in for his knights, but feudal French knights is still a danger. Dumu takes a hit there, and he'll be lucky to not lose more. He might still, though. Knights now marching in. Archers are following this up. They've got enough damage here. There's going to be a wraparound. Dumu coming in with the first relic now. He's going to just drop it off because he knows there's no chance of a Wallalow. And the villagers are now in trouble. Formation shuffling will only get you so far. He runs straight into the knights. And Dumu's eco is now just half of his allies. Unbelievable. This keeps happening to Ben in these games. We saw it on Prairie, and we see it again in this series as well. Always the target with these greedy HRE tech ups. Now down. It's just a fraction of what everyone else is pumping in terms of raw economy in this game. 40% might be strong, but these are the type of games that make it look like it needs a buff. Good God. The next closest is Baltin at 53 eco. Baltin, who, by the way, after that dive, still has 11 knights left over and is now looking to make them even more lethal. Royal Institute is on the way. Beasty, meanwhile, has queued up the military wing. Pretty smart choice here. You've got Myriad just spamming knights. You can actually counter him out with just a few camel riders. Those two opening ones will give the debuff to ensure that Baltin's French knights can win. Right? Because you have cantled saddles, you have the damage buff of about 5 for 3 strikes, and then your opponent will also be doing 20% less damage. Completely offsets anything advantageous Myriad might have. Myriad now just trying to actually get some return damage done. There were a lot of units thrown away. Like, in fairness, Myriad is the strongest player on the map right now. Boy's Fortitude just makes him that little bit more chunky. Crossbows are now showing up, which makes it harder for Baltin to defend with these knights. He's going to have to try, though. We're going to head into the choke point. We'll better hold him back here. Veterancy's already kicked in for the Royal Knights. Camels are starting to arrive. So Camel Archers added in by Beasty is smart here. High base damage. The Camel on ease is finally going to be there. It means it's very difficult now for Myriad to just brute force his way through. Archers target onto the crossbows. It's not going to be a pretty hold, but it should be a hold coming out from the two here. Damn, that was sickly used as well. Turns out that TC being forced back home, advantageous for the defense in the end for Beasty and Baltin. Final wave of Knights is going to get mopped up. There are more on the way. By the time they arrive, Baltin should be able to answer that out. We have got 2 Camel Riders now in. Pretty damn effective against crossbows and Knights. In fact, I'd just love to see BC queuing up more of them. So they recently changed Camel Riders, by the way, guys. So Camel Riders used to cost what was it, majority food, right? And they shifted more into gold and wood, I believe it was. So that was kind of a nerf to the late game of Camera Rider spamming, but it was meant to buff the early Castle Age play. Logic being is that, you know, food is once again the hard thing to come by at early Castle. The other resources are a bit more majority focused near your base, right? So Camera Riders became a little bit more spammable as an opening, but was kind of weakened in its late game. And they are effective here, right? 270 HP, they're a beefcake. And they also counter these knights perfectly. It just feels weird to spam them when you've already got a teammate who's playing French knights. Like, realistically, he should be able to address that on his own. Now, though, it is proving to be a problem. Villager's in a bit of a pickle. Baltin is going to have to shift away there. We have got farms coming in from green. Pink is also matching. The high trade house, by the way, was 135 in the end. I think it would have been about close to 116 when Fat Blup called it, though, right? Because we were a little bit late checking that due to the big fights. Remember that bounty tiering system does increase him. Villagers run away, though. And this is getting a bit messy. Baltin needs a bailout soon. Beasty has got the mass archers coming in. He has gone for the composite bows. So he should be able to march out and address this soon. Instead, though, it looks like he's on the hunt. I think the issue I'm seeing in this game right now is like Dumu has an army that if it ever gets wiped out, he's done. His economy is just so small. Then again, Baltin's taking the same hit, right? So I think like this is all about Myriad and Beasty for the most. I will say compared to like these two, Baltin has a harder time rebooming than Dumu does because Dumu just needs relics, right? He's already got 3 banked. He's got a 4th one on the way home. Like from that perspective, the game looks pretty good. However, Beasty is bending him over a barrel here. Archer's now marching towards the base again. And once again, Dumu lacking the defenses to hold this off. Yeah, his army's too far forward. Meanwhile, Beasty has enough archers to kind of shove that away. One scary thing about this is it is just mass archers versus the knights, which is kind of problematic. Seems like they're kind of torn on what to do, though. It's almost like Myriad wants to attack, and Dumu says they need to defend, so instead they are going to back off. Feels like that's a mistake, though, right? I kind of feel like Beasty's getting what he wants out of this, baiting you back home. Archers are going to get cut down. I wonder, does Beasty just start adding in spears? Because, like, to me right now, spears plus archers just wins this game, right? There isn't any solution to that, and your economy is fat enough to support it easily. Instead, though, weirdly enough, he's going to build a mangonel. Huh? We'll cancel it. I was going to say, I'm not quite sure what he was worried about. I guess the crossbow numbers increasing is what he was concerned about there. Knights from Baltin not able to hold this, though. This is looking a bit shaky for B&B right now. Beasty now starting to add in crossbows to just solve for this issue, but once again, kind of goes back to the idea of Spearman, right? When you're playing as the Abbasids, Spearman just makes so much sense, right? The extra health you get from boot camp, the phalanx, the extra range. Archers are slowly whittling away at these knights, but a lot of damage is being done in return. Yeah, a little bit perplexed. I know it's kind of hard to shake that from your brain sometimes. Like when you're playing in team games, you just think in terms of one unit, right? Like this. A lot of team games will play out that way. If you've ever played like French for a week in team games, that is your life. And I think Abbasids kind of baits you into that same thought when you play these kind of like mass archer comps. But I'm a little bit perplexed at the lack of spears. In fairness, archers can kill eco better, and I think that's maybe where he's coming from here, is like if he ever reaches the enemy side, he can just disperse and snipe eco. And there might be a lot to snipe. Dumu, so far, has looked underwhelming on eco, but that's about to change. Palace of Swabia is now on the way. Make no mistake about it, Dumu and Myriad are still in this one. Love the fact this got walled off so long ago, still not accessible. Meanwhile, Myriad is just under containment protocol rules right now. This is such a mess. Oh my god, what the hell happened over here? Myriad's just trying to break in, and it looks like he's going to be able to keep that opening. Baltin not able to fully protect the extension here. Has at least got the wall behind it, but berry area might have to be vacated. Same with the deer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Beasty, I think we have got what? Probably agriculture should be getting queued now. Beasty's sitting at how many farms? 28. Yeah, I'd say agriculture pays for itself by now pretty easily. It's only 275 resources. So who has the edge here? It looks like Myriad is getting ready for Imp. Isn't this what happened earlier, though? Like, they double Imped and then got punished for it, right? I feel like that could happen again. High Armory's coming in. Dumu does feel slightly overextended here. If he goes too deep into the fold, they could just kind of crush him from both sides. In fact, that might not be happening. Discovers the keep as he tries to raid the farms. Archer Mass is on the way. Baltin is also coming in. And Dumu, has he gone too deep here? In fairness, this is creating space, but you have to wonder where the hell are the Knights right now. Looks like Myriad has been stuck on the north side this entire time, finally now trying to break through. He's going to have to burn down the walls. Archers are closing in fast, though. Marching drills is the only reason he hasn't been caught already. The crossbows, they'll move that a little bit quicker. But now the archers are here. So all of a sudden, Dumu, he knows what was going to happen here. He knew that it was going to come to this. It was all about buying time. He has at least done that. And in fairness, that Pulsar Swabi is now going fully unharassed. So you're already seeing this difference starting to build between Baltin and Dumu, even though Green went for 2 TC. It's about to get harder. Check this, raid. Now hitting in. Baltin needs to run for his life. Oh, wait, what? Ooh, Myriad. He didn't click through there with the A-click, so he didn't get the charge off. Are you kidding me? He got nothing out of that. That is not how that's meant to go. Archers have now arrived from Beasty. Need to be really careful about positioning here. These are gold hat crossbows. Got maximum damage, so a little bit painful for the veteran knights to deal with. Archers continue to just kind of step this away, though. It's a nice thing, right? It's like you can kind of just stay on the edge of range against these crossbows. Looks like he's trying to stand his ground now. So Myriad should be able to chop down a lot of this, essentially cull the herd. Mangonels are now showing up, though. 3 of them, in fact. And even against the Knights, this can be effective. And Arm's also getting walloped. He needs to hold at these Mangos, though. That's the key condition. Elite status now in for the Knights. Crossbows getting targeted down. Keep to be rushed up on the east side. But Dumu quick to react to that as well. Beasty looking like he's going to get shut down. Ooh, there's no way he gets this online. Even with the textiles, this is painful right now. Knights are now researching that side. Men-at-Arms going to just delay the Archer's arrival. Beasty looking like the mass Archers is not going to work out here. I think this game looks resolved. We're going to open this series with a win for the Brits. Yeah, Dumu and Myriad kind of on point, right? Like, this is intriguing. I think there was a point in the game where it looked like Beasty and Baltin essentially just ruined Dumu. But something I've observed across 2024 in team games, Dumu's really good at just absorbing all this pressure. He will look like a trash can, right? And he'll look like he's just being filled up with all the crap. But he takes that so that his teammate can have a good time. And I think that's what happened in this game, is Myriad went unharassed pretty much start to finish in this game. Dumu took a heavy blow, but understood that the relics could kind of recover him, understood the value of what Myriad was bringing. Beasty, meanwhile, you know, I kind of look back, and while we're seeing crossbows now, I wonder, had it been a crossbow transition sooner, could this have looked better? Could we have seen a hold? Maybe he was worried about mass spearmen just coming out from the HRE or mass horsemen from the Rus. But it does feel like, you know, this was a very kind of one-dimensional approach, which we've seen can usually be a very strong 1-2 punch. But Baltin's economy just wasn't really up to scratch to allow for that, right? Like, if this was your standard equal playing field game, 1 TC versus 1 TC, Mass Knights, Mass Archers wins you it. Dumu and Myriad, they played the eco game. It looks like because of it, they're going to be taking the win here. Beasty just slinging across the Baltin right now to try and allow him to compete, but I think it's too little too late. We've even got the poleaxes in now, right? Yes, these Knights don't even give a damn about the spears. At this point, they're just processing what is an inevitable loss. It's over a 70 eco lead now, especially when you consider things like relics. Beasty's barely holding on his own base. What a cool game. Dumu, to me, like, so far, playing HRE in these team formats is the only player that can lose half his economy upon arriving in Castle Age and still somehow win the game. It's actually so impressive out of Ben. It's like they were maybe thinking about trade down the line, but That's less a dream, more a nightmare now. It's never going to come true. It's hit to the backside of the eco. At this stage, maybe if Beasty was able to anchor in one location, he'd get the crossbows together. But at this point, he's been spread too thin. GG is going to get called. Dumu and Myriad able to get the win with an unexpected form of greed multiple times in this series. Damn. Really well played opening game there. That was kind of sick. The only player... wait. Dumu's HRE in team games is a unique playstyle. Actually, Dumu has a unique playstyle in 2v2s with HRE. I mean, it is legit. Like, it is... I don't see anyone else doing like so frequently. Because I was thinking about that game. I was thinking about the other game, and I had flashbacks. I've cast like 2 or 3 games in team formats where Ben just gets bullied all game, and they still come out on top. I think there was a really ridiculous one with him and Vortex, I recall, where Vortex was playing English, and it was on Prairie, and he just went 2TC and just stood there and watched Ben get the crap kicked out of him, and then came in on delay. And they won that game as well. Like, he's very, very good at this. Like, it's actually much harder to play that type of role than people realize, because you eventually have to still contribute something, right? And you have to, so, like, the other thing is, you know, anyone can get the crap kicked out of them, but you need to, like, you need to get the crap kicked out of you long enough for it to mean something, right? Like, you can't just get the crap kicked out of you for 2 minutes and lose the game, right? You have to buy 5-10 minutes or whatever, right? Wait, I kind of like that. Dumu loses... Okay, what do you think? Dumu loses half his eco, or does the thumbnail just say Dumu is a sponge? I think there's something so appealing about just like putting Dumu as a sponge, right? Oh, man. Alright, so we had game 1 on Cliffside. Game 2, we're going to be heading into Gorge. Dumu's a sponge. What do you think? Dumu has a unique playstyle in TV2's HRE, or do we just make that the Dumu loses half his economy? I think the title should be Dumu loses half his economy, right? That just has a clearer hit. Goodness gracious. What a fun one that was, though. You guys ready for more? Let me update everything. So, game 1 goes to the Brit that doesn't live in Britain and the Hungarian that lives in Britain. Put Dumu's body on the thumbnail but replace his face with a sponge. No, you replace his body with a sponge. You almost had that right, the wrong way around. Like, picture of Dumu's head on a sponge is what you want. Oh my god, you put... I've got it. Put Dumu... Wait, no, I know what we do. It's going to be... Put Dumu's face on SpongeBob. There we go. Ah, yes. The perfect way. God, that's going to look horrifying. After that last game, all I can think about is how is Dumu going to get his teeth knocked out in this one? How is he going to take enough pressure for Myriad to win the game with the Mongols? But it's not that way this time. Welcome back to the 2v2 $3,000 tournament. Myriad and Dumu now leading the series. We're going to flip that UI around. This time, though, Ben shouldn't be the one getting bullied. He's the Malians in a more greedy position on Gorge. Meanwhile, on the other side, Baltin is going to be the front-facing player. Beasty behind him with a potential boomy Byzantine pick. Gotta say as well, I actually this is going to be a pretty intriguing matchup because, like, on paper, I actually rate Japanese quite well against Malians. I think there is a feudal build that kind of works. But Japanese actually have a really hard time against Mongols. Mongols prevent you from going Kura Storehouse because you feed free bounty gold over to them because you just keep building farms. You don't have control over it. On top of that, especially now with the enablement of things like Deerstone, I think there's a much more powerful punch difference between feudal presence from the Japanese and the Mongols. Now, Japan did get buffed on their feudal power, but I still think the play here is to rush castle. What I'm curious about is what Beasty is going to be doing behind this. We have got Grand Wineries in opening, so no Hippodrome. It's interesting as well, actually, because in the earliest days of the expansion, one of the big experiments that players were trying in team games on this particular map was to play Hippodrome in the defensive position as the Byzantine player, because it gave you mobility to flank raid. Not seeing it anymore, though. I think that's just fallen off the side of the cliff. But yeah, it's interesting because I think also Malians versus Byzantines in 1v1s is pretty good for Biz. I'd say overall I kind of favor the positioning here because with the Japanese being front-facing but the gold being in the middle, Mongols lose a lot of their punch. Mongols usually feels really good against both of these civs because we mentioned the Kura Storehouse. Here's the other reason. Berries get blocked. So it looks like Myriad is going to get the plays looking for. Yeah, and this is pretty smart. In 1v1s, it's kind of just accepted that Mongols versus Byzantines are going to have a hard time in the opening. The reason is that if you get into a Limitane spam, it just sucks. Because Limitane are very expensive, folks. Like, a Spearman costs 60 food, 20 wood. A Limitane costs 80 food, 10 wood. Really, the value you're getting from that is in against ranged, not as much against melee, right? So it doesn't feel like a good overall exchange because food in the early game is kind of the harder thing to come by. So draining it so fast always hurts. This outpost is going to prove annoying because that should be able to slow down Myriad's timing into Mercs. BC's timing to Mercs. So Myriad kind of ticks the first box to them. But this does kind of mean that Baltin's getting on her ass. He's even dropping a very greedy Kura Storehouse. These type of Kura Storehouses don't get built for a good reason. The first farm's going to be placed here. The TC range might just about skirt it, but in theory, there's a realm where Myriad might be able to just kind of torch from the very edge of TC range, just keep burning them down. In fact, it looks like Myriad was maybe contemplating another outpost. Okay, this is looking pretty good for a 2-0 right now. I assume Dumu is just being greedy, right? Yeah, he's fully surrounding the pit mine. We're probably going to see him rushing into ranches here. Which makes sense. I think you need someone to cover your kind of mid-game. The reality is that Baltin and Beasty are probably going to play very greedy here. Like, Beasty is already getting the Raxes together. He'll eventually get control of this area again. Meanwhile, I expect Baltin to not react at all. He's probably just going to try to just spam up an age here. One thing that's a little bit surprising, though, is Myriad cancelled that initial outpost. Yeah, it looks like the villagers saw it, came in. That's kind of problematic then, because it means he doesn't actually have that quick shift into defense in an outpost. So if you have to keep running over here with the spears to burn a farm down, you're essentially out of position, right? So then if a backstab comes in from the Tane, which is seeming likely, you won't be able to leverage this defense. This don't come from Myriad. Guys, consider this. Con Hunter does work on allied units. Who wants to see some javelins with 6.5 tower range? Oh no. Oh my god, I just thought about that. You can get javelins up to longbow range, which is kind of wild. That's vile. The only problem is, like, you know, Myriad is playing this more supporty role. One thing that I am a bit worried about is, like, in this matchup, does Dumu try to go Sofa? I'm hoping not, because I feel like Sofa suck with Kurotai, because they can never really leverage it. In general, you kind of want to keep a slow-moving army. And it's weird in some ways, because Dumu playing as the Malians, they're not really a civ known for moving slowly, right? They typically go for, like, mass Musafadi, they want to flank raid, mass scouts, mass Sofas. I guess the good news is, like, with the way that Baltin and Beasty are going to play, a direct assault makes more sense. Because on Gorge, there's two types of civs, right? There are condensed civs and spread civs. So, for example, like, Malians is kind of a weird hybrid because they have to spread for the pit mines, but for the most, they're condensed. Mongols can usually be quite a spread civ. French is a spread civ. Rus can be a spread civ. But these two, like, Japanese and Byzantines, hunker. They hunker down on one location, right? Because you build all your farms around your TC, you build all your farms around your Grove, around your Grand Winery, rather. So, like, I think this whole idea of, like, playing support into, like, Kurotai later in makes a lot of sense because you should just be sending it down the center. Meantime, Limitane are going to move out, deal with that outpost. Do you picture Longbows of extra range? I mean, Longbows could get extra range with the Mongol Khan Hunters, yes. They can become 8-tar range. I'm going to blow your mind, though. You get Khan Hunter, you get the elite, you get the Rangers. You stick them on the wall, and they have enough range to snipe out Culverins. I'm cooking. Yeah, so access to the berries now coming from Beasty. Baltin is on the way with Flowing Gate. Look at the confidence on this man. I will drop it right at the front of my base. I want you all to know that I'm going age free. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's interesting, though, because, like, both players get what they want, right? Like, yeah, Baltin's going to get his age up, but so's Dumu. And, you know, this is one of the interesting things is, like, neither of these players is playing 2 TC, so you're not really punishing Dumu. Because typically, Malian players don't like being up against 2 TC. Because if the Civ's really good at rushing it, like, they can just get a big enough eco advantage to offset what you have. And considering, like, the delays in accessing the west side, the Mass Limitane, the fact that, like, you don't get an immediate surge of eco as the Japanese, I think Dumu should be feeling fairly content with his position right now. Not so sure about Myriad. I mean, Myriad scaling Keshiks, I've seen this matchup quite a lot, actually. Mass Keshik versus Mass Samurai. Usually, Mongols have trade, and that means that they can actually beat Mass Samurai. This is not that game. This is not your standard Mass Keshik trade, which means that Myriad will not have enough to hold back Samurai. He's in trouble. I think this is like a big issue in general Mongols when they play support role. I've talked about this before in videos where I really don't like Mongols in 2v2s as a support player because they make up 50% of your punch. So like buffing your opponent by like 25% here and wherever else doesn't feel as advantageous as when you're in a 3v3 or 4v4. And I think because Deerstone is being utilized in a game where you have a booming player, you are playing support. Deerstone makes more sense if you're playing 2 players all in Feudal. This feels a bit rough. First Mount Samurai now arriving, and they know exactly where to go. That unguarded goal. Donzos are on the way, but 1 or 2 is not going to scare this. Yam is at least going to make him able to run away. I'm a little bit surprised he actually went after the Mongol player, not the Malian player. But I guess he was worried about the reproduction, right? Like we have a lot of spearmen now coming out, so Dumu should be able to lock this down. The Limitane are now also on the way. In the meantime, we have got Keshiks raiding the other side of the map, but it's just so many spears. Beasty already has 25 Limitane. Funnily enough, the unit with limit in the name doesn't seem to have a limit. Oh, Samurai also just diving. I feel like Myriad needed spears, not Keshiks, man. This is rough. There's so many units already being lost. Villages just seemingly unguarded. Donzos are now arriving, but you can't help but feel Dumu's a bit stretched. He's trying to go for a tech up. He's also trying to build enough units out of his Raxes now to protect his base and Myriads. You know, if Yam worked on allies, sure, this would work, but you're just seeing the issues running into. He just doesn't have that movement. He's about to lose the Ego Charles between the spears. Limitane showing up. Lombos to assist as well. This is a terrible fight for Dumu. And remember, he actively produced all of these instead of just going for the tech. So he's stuck with way too much gold. He's got all these counter ranches, but he's not seeing any true value yet because he's not seeing the Fulani. This timing is wild out of Beasty. It's funny as well, like, this makes me kind of question the Keshiks even more because, like, you're just counted, right? You can't commit in. Even if it was just the Mountain Samurai, you'd lose that fight. But now with the Limitane, Curse Siphon's now common. Beasty wants a quick game. You know what? He might actually get it here. Kind of rough, right? Because when you play Mongols, especially as a front player, you condense your base. That's bad. Because Kara Siphons can basically torch over, create those splash burn damages, and hit everything. The upside is at least, you know, Rams always feels terrible against Mongols because they can just pack up their buildings and move away. The problem in this situation is there's nowhere to move away to. This is your base. Oh, was. Don't think it's going to be for much longer. Stables pack up to move away. Spearman start to torch through, and there's that burn through we were talking about. Hitting the pasture and the racks at the same time. Any villagers in the neighborhood also going to get cooked. And Mongols ain't looking great here. All infrastructure is just getting burnt down. I mean, Grand Fulani is on the way from Dumu, but this is about to be a 1v2. Oh my god, this many Limitana could even take out the town center. In fact, they might even do that. Mount Samurai turning onto it now. Baltin calls for it. And Beasty agrees. Myriad is about to be a cheerleader for his team. Mongols, man, they just can't. I don't think they can play support from this type of position. The timing just wasn't on. Maybe against a slow attacking Civ, but Japanese are just so good at fast castling. I think we're seeing the issue here. In a 1v1, sure, like Mongols feels great against both of these Civs, but you stick them in a 2v1 situation. And the shoe is on the other foot. Dumu's army's been reduced. He's now into mass archers. The problem is there's still mass mounted samurai to contest. It feels like Dumu has to address just too many things now. Meanwhile, Beasty can just build spears. Baltin can just build knights. TC down. Dumu not convinced us over yet. He's going to try to just hold for his team, but it's already a 25 eco lead. I expect Beasty to be teching soon. He's got plenty of gold, just needs to sort the food. I don't think he really needs to add in more Limitane now. Definitely feels like he's got enough. Myriad with 18 villagers at 13.5 minutes in. Nice, now just pushing it back as well. I mean, the problem here is the archers are just hitting the wrong unit, right? They're not killing anything fast here because they keep hitting the Mount Samurai. Means the Limitana just keep getting to approach. Kara Cypher is now able to start torching through those buildings, and yes, you're seeing that correctly. Sometimes you get a little bit of cheeky overlap here. We can hit 2 buildings instead of 1. I think it's to do with when it's smaller buildings. So like a rat, you can only burn 1 for the full damage, but houses, because they like are smaller, you can end up hitting 2 at the same time. I've seen it against Marlins before. It's really weird. It's not always consistent as well, which is why I think it hasn't been nerfed. But it is pretty ludicrous. Like, yes, I get it. You pay more for your Rams compared to other Civs to pay that 80 gold, right? But, oh, sorry, 50 gold. But when you're against Marlians, especially, it feels worth it. In fact, we're going to see him now just go in deep. He's like, yeah, barbecue everything. Remember, this looks a little bit more broken than it really is because these houses only have 500 HP. I'll tell you who looks broken this game. Myriad. This is everything he has right now. Yeah, we're going to look away. It doesn't look pretty. I think they're just processing the loss now. Dumu just keeps saying, no, we're not dead yet. I'm just picking moments on Ben's stream where he just makes that face like, what happened sort of thing, where he, like his eyes widen a little and he kind of shakes his head slightly. I think that's what I'm picturing right now. He was viable. He's like, yeah, just get the cattle together. And he's like, whoa, build 20 Donzos. Well, I'm not aging up now. And oh. You know what I like about this? The Karo siphons are cooking just long enough to get that medium rare. You know, this is not well done steak. If you poke it, it still moves a little. This is like the saddest Fulani ever. He has at least mopped up the Limitane. However, this is like having the party of your life, then waking up the next morning and realizing you have to clean the place. It's a wreck. Mill's being set up, and it means that Dumu is going to have to wait quite a while before realistically he has the power of the Fulani again. And the sad reality is that Myriad is a liability. Bless him. He took so much damage on the front side. He's no longer a factor. I think we're going to speed this up. To me, this is just process the loss, right? Beasty is now attacking. Golden Horn Tower on the way. Myriad is going to go back to try and get back in this. I mean, props to him, right? They still had more series to play on the day, if I remember correctly. So, like, the fact that they don't feel demoralized and just want to go next after this is kind of impressive. Dumu now striking back. It's going to look to do some damage here. However, we have got Varangian being queued up. There is at least poison arrows to contest that, but mounted samurais is still a bigger, scarier factor here. Hello? Dumu. If that had gone off. If that had gone off, Dumu would be like, alright, it's time for bed. If I had to choose two Civs to play in team games, what would they be? I like Japanese. I think Japanese can do a lot of work. If you're talking like meta, what's best? I think like French is really good bread and butter for most situations. HRE works really well if they play feudal. But I also really like English-French still. I think it's a classic and it's still very powerful in a lot of matchups. Lombos are starting to just cancel out this archer count though. The problem for Dumu is because that food line is still not being... Oh my god, are you kidding me? How does he keep getting here? Several villages going down. Don't worry, guys. No one knows what type of meat the chef is using, whether it's Kobe beef or a guy called Kobe. Kind of mixes in together. He's gradually getting this cleared up, but it does mean Dumu in the meantime just realistically isn't at full castle age strength. He's nowhere near. Meanwhile, Baltin and Beasty, Kushki and Cozy, right? Shogunate, it's still going to be some way off Baltin, but he has at least got the level 2, so 50% increase on the farms there. Olive groves are fully set up and fertilization's on the way. I think it's fair to say this game is over. I mean, bless him, Myriad has... Wait, how does Myriad have less villages than when he rebuilt the TC? Oh, God. Before you rebuilt this TC, guys, he had 18 villages. It's been a few minutes. He's back at 18 villages. The movement speed is pretty cool there, actually. That does allow the Donzos to get away with the archers, but there's no way to run here. You have to stand your ground. Mount Samurai going to come in. And this should be a mop-up. A clean-up on Isle Kishplat. Lombo's just diving in the fracking again. Oh, God. How many times does he have to lose his town center before they admit this is over? Oh, well, okay. That works instead. Like, you know, I like that Myriad eventually realized, why did I waste all that time rebuilding a 7,000 HP structure instead of just building new ones? He finally has a new TC on the way. I mean, maybe if he done... No, I'm not going to be delusional. Even if he'd done this originally, it wouldn't have changed anything. It's still a double eco advantage for Baltin and Beasty. Back to the 2x speed. He has at least cleared the way for some new, fresh rushes. Oh, but it might be too late. Man, sorry. No, again! Let him feast! I'm starting to realize why these mounted samurai are so strong. I'm pretty sure they've been feeding human to their horses. Good God. Plenty of protein in that meal. These protein-dense Varangian are now here forever. I don't think he's even going to repel them again. There's just too many Lombos. Your archers like can't even win it out in the long term, right? Damn. What a series, though. From that game 1 to this game 2, the back and forth. Love the fact that we aren't just getting these like 2-0 stomps one way or the other, but man, this one... this definitely felt like the stompy one in the series. GG gets called. Finally, Dumu has accepted. There's nothing left. You can see how much he was trying to carry this when Myriad's the last one left alive with 21 villages and 0 military. Oh, back to the drawing board for the Mongols. Oy, oy, oy. What makes me like Japan? Because in a lot of formats, they can just get away with rushing the castle. Because their castle... So the thing about the castle age rush is, like, castle can usually get punished, right? But their castle comes in so quickly, and what they get out of castle is so valuable, because they get production speed, right? A lot of Civs go castle, and then they're like, oh, I want something extra, right? Like, H3 is like, oh, I'm castle age. Let's go get more eco. But, like, Japan is, oh, I'm castle age. Let's immediately start pumping units. It gives you a really solid timing. I think You know, I've said before, like I think you can very easily like lock in the Castle Age rush build for Japanese and get to conk in 1v1s, and I think that holds true in team games as well. No problem, witness. But yeah, I'd say like French English is just very powerful still. The problem is, like, you know, where French English fails is if you're playing with like a randomer and they don't know to feudal all in, you're going to suffer. All right, so another series done. Let me mark that off our list. So I think next up we could do. There's B Voldemar versus Anathan Sass. You guys want that? Is that the tasty morsel you're looking for? God, my eyes so dry. Want more of anything? That's the attitude. Alright, so. Yes, 1-1's the end of series. It's BO2s because it's group stage. It's group stage round robin where you play with everyone else in the group. And then the top performing players proceed through to playoffs. We will have some tiebreakers. That doesn't really reveal who's going to be in the tiebreakers, but there's a bunch of tiebreakers that got done where it's BO3s. I believe it's BO3s. Actually, no, I think it's BO2s as well. So, we're going to check out... Let's see if we can find it. We want... Beam Voldemar. Let me find them. There we go. Okay, so... Beam Voldemar versus Sass Anathan. How the pairs defined after the group stage? So, good question. I think they may have listed the way that works. I think it's going to be like performance again, right? So I think it's from your groups, if I remember correctly. So whoever proceeds through the groups will then... So like you'll have, I think it's 4 face off at the end of the group stage after a bunch get eliminated, and then 2 go through to the grand finals sort of thing. You'll team up with the person who's in your group. All right, should we get ready for more? Highest versus lowest? Sort of. So, like, it's from each side of the group, I think, to keep it as balanced as possible. I mean, there's never going to be a perfect solution with this format, but I think it works. It has kind of the intended effect. It's kind of interesting to do it this way. And I actually, like, I appreciate that they're trying to do it this way, because the problem, like, usually is when you do team tournaments, it's kind of sucks, because... Inherently, what players end up doing is you basically just have the 2 best players join teams, right? Like Beasty and MarineLord are going to play together, for example. PuppyPo and Wham are going to play together, right? And then you just get these very underwhelming outcomes. And what I mean by underwhelming is like from the get-go, you can kind of read it very clearly who's going to win. Whereas this is like, if you're an upcoming player, you don't get punished for being an upcoming player. Like, you probably statistically are not going to make it. But this gives you a fair chance of making it instead of it just being elitist gatekeeping, right? Which is like what it would definitely be otherwise. These games make you want to have a friend to ladder in, right? Also, it'd be nice. Like, did they ever fix team communication sucking? Because I remember team, like, you had to always toggle it on or something, I remember. It was really weird. And then I think it wasn't on by default. Like, there's a bunch of things that made like team comms kind of sucky. Also, by the way, guys,
now you're my shit.
Hoping maybe later today I'll have an update on it. I am in the midst of organizing some show matches this week on a new map created by Avalon. What is up, Lam? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Hopefully you had a good stream. So yeah, Avali has created a new map, and I'm hoping to feature it. And I might also try to slide in Kevayu's new map as well, because I'm curious about that one. Not sure if we'll have any prize pool for that. I think the players were just eager to try a new map out, as it's likely, knowing Avali, that tournament will end up in pro play. Delhi versus English. Is there actually ever such a thing as a fun game against the English? That's a really good question. Is there such a thing as a fun game against the English? Let's find out. It's time for more games from the $3,000 2v2 tournament. We've got Voldemar and B going up against Anathan and Sass here in this best of 2 group stage series. It's going to be interesting, actually. Anathan on the Byzantines is going to be assisted by Sassy on the Jeune Dark faction, going up against Voldemar on the English and then B on Rus. I think this is pretty good, actually. Like, we've got Council coming. I was saying earlier that one of my favorite kind of easy to execute comps still is English plus French. And this kind of hits a similar resonance there, which is that you have the mass cavalry with the mass longbow premium to try and hit your opponents fast. What makes it a little bit more wonky is you are up against a French civ, and French knights are just better than Rus knights. But the positive air about this is having longbows is a really good counter to Jeune. Like, I'm pretty sure like the Jeune versus English matchup was at like a 30% win rate for a long time for Jeune, if not worse. The reason is that Jeune would show up to a fight, Lombos would immediately sniper, and that was it. That was just GG. You were kind of out. So, curious to see how Sassy's going to navigate that issue, especially when it's not just that, but it's also going to be heavy cav from the Rus player that punishes you. Byzantines do have a lot of versatility for that, though, right? Like, they can provide the Limitane. They can also kind of contest the enemy longbow count by going in jabs here. So there are some answers, but to be real, like having to build and spam Limitane against Lombos never feels good. You at least reduce the damage, but it still hurts a crap ton here. What mercs in the market? Doesn't matter. Never going to happen. Would have been Chiganu and War Elephants. I just don't see it being realistic here, though. In fairness, it is Anathan's Byzantines, and I know that's why people want to check it. But the moment I saw that it spawned in the opposite corner, I kind of wrote it off. The one more likely possibility is that maybe he sneaks out here to grab from the enemy side, but for Desert Raiders or Magadai, it's kind of flimsy. I don't rate either of those against English very highly. I do wish more players would use the neutral trade post, though. I think Anathan is probably the best player in Age of Empires 4 at leveraging neutral trade posts. In fact, it's why you'll usually see Anathan in Pro Series save Byzantines for Lipany, because Lipany, more often than not, gets you a trade post spawn right next to your TC, so you can just go for it. And if you get something like Sipahi, yeah, basically just start writing your will then. This map is Dry Arabia, so this is just your standard vanilla type map. So, Lombos are just going to build up at home. There's no rush out, which makes sense. You're against French Knights. It's the quickest way to lose the game. Jeune, where did we go on that? She's about to choose now, right? I imagine you're looking at range Jeune. No. That's bold out of Sassy. I mean, in theory, it's good for the late game, so maybe that's his thought process. The reason is that Jeune de Cleave is really good against English in late game, because English late game is just mass men at arms, right? So if you got all them clumped up, you come through that cleave, it's a lot of damage dished out. You could be doing basically like 200 plus damage easily per swing. But in the early mid game, it's kind of wonky, like a donkey with 2 legs. And the reason is that mass Lombos will snipe you out before you get anywhere near. And the other person's going to be building knights, presumably, right? Which you also suffer too. We do have something cool out of B, though, and we should have been snooping this earlier, because this guy loves Pro Scouts. It's on the way. This is such a B maneuver. He'll do this with most civs, but right now, Pro Scouts is making a return into competitive. A lot of players are looking at this now, that they've made it much easier to just pre-queue Scouts to come and go. There we go, snatch from the deer. Another thing that's cool about this is you're playing against a French player. You're playing against Jeune, right? And Jeune wants to play pocket economy. So this kind of takes away options, and there is a lot of options right outside the base that you can now try to snatch. The reason he went for the east side, by the way, is B doesn't want them to know that he's doing this. So he's being very subtle, very sneaky. Fortunately, Sassy... Oh my god, are you kidding me? Not just that, the second knight's on the way. That's painful. Wow, so B gets blocked on the sneaky play. He went for the least greedy option there, I think, realistically. Well, this would have been the absolute least greedy. But he went for the safer option in the mid-map. And still Sassy. He sniffs it out. Kind of painful, right? So he's at least now going to rear off that north side deer and bring those home instead. That kind of hurts his scalability here, right? Like, this is the safe eco. And Pro Scouts doesn't feel good if you're only going to get like 1.5 deer stacks. Biz and French, very OP combo. It's decent, right? You have mass French Knights, then you can have like Lombos and Limitana. You can have all the premium units. Obviously, in this matchup, you're not going to go Lombos. You need to go Javs. The reason why you're going to go Javs is like realistically, English probably don't want to be adding in spears. They just want mass Lombos. And Rus are always going to be leaning Knights like 9 times out of 10. So Lombos wouldn't get you value as Byzantine, right? Because you wouldn't get bonus damage because no spears. Javelins just have good base damage up against Knights. And they also directly can counter the Lombos. So definitely makes a lot of sense. All right, a few minutes in now. Give me your thoughts, guys. One's if you think that B and Voldemar are going to take this one. Two's if you think it's going to be Sass and Anathan. And if you're watching this later on YouTube as well, don't spoil it for yourself. Just put it down in the comments ahead of time who you think is going to win. I want to start getting people into doing that minigame. It's kind of fun that way. We have Pro Scouts and Sassy as well. Okay, so yeah, this is a race now, and this is one that realistically B can lose. He got revealed early here, right? So you're now seeing Sassy sweep all the close-by deer first. So he has all that safe eco at home, and he removes options. Then that limits what B can go for. You know, usually when you do Pro Scouts, when you're the first player to make the move, you want to do it far off, so you can just basically take your opponent's eco. But I really like this approach. Especially with the way it spawned, right? It's just so much essentially on one screen. So you're able to start running these Knights out of town as well. 3-6 so far. That's kind of problematic, right? Because Voldemar hasn't made a move. In fact, he's gone back for spears now. I honestly think Voldemar would have just been better off going to TC with Abbey of Kings. Like, Abbey of Kings, you would have at least had the Mirror of Chivalry for your allied knights. But now, you're kind of doing nothing. This is classic English liability, right? I think English really does feel like a feast or famine civ in 2v2s. You're either out on the map, starving your opponents and just completely winning the game, or you're just doing nothing, right? It feels like English don't often have that in between unless you've got a matchup where you can do mass horseman with king. And against French or Jaune, that isn't the best of options. The king would have been sick, though, because it would have guaranteed Jaune couldn't get XP. Especially that initial king. So remember correctly, they never fixed it. The first king, at least, gives no XP to Jaune, whereas I believe the second one and beyond gives 200. Kind of intriguing. Like, for all the things we can't have in AoE 4, it's surprising that it calculates that correctly. Night dive in. Not too much done there. B, plenty of deer now at home coming in. Also has extra being dragged away from Voldemar. Voldemar, of course, doesn't need it. This is actually a very interesting dynamic with the picks of Byzantine and English, right? Is usually, like, we've seen Pro Scouts used in a more support avenue where you basically drop off deer at your teammate's base. But that's not the goal here. It's just about keeping their own eco safe at home while they pump knights, so they don't have to build spears. Meanwhile, when you think about what Voldemar and Anathan are going to do, they have very cost-efficient farms, right? Olive Groves are still way too good for their cost. You get 8 resources back, so 62 resources on a farm. But then you're getting 20% extra from olive oil, and then on top of that, you get even more because of the Grand Winery and the system buffs, right? Meanwhile, for English, 37 wood per farm. Like, this is insanely cost-efficient. I don't know, man. I feel like this one could actually go either way. What you have to think, though, is if no one's getting an edge here, you're thinking later in the game. And if you're thinking hyper late game, English Rus are hard to beat. In theory, Jaune can be the difference maker. Arbitrary mass, very good. Machine gun mode, activate, incredible. But you have to get there. Also, like, even if you get there, right, you're going to be up against Streltsy, mass Lombos, mass men-ups. There's a lot of things that make this game scary for Sass and Anathan in the late game. I'm not sure, like, what Byzantines have here that's super scary and hyper late. I guess, like, mass Limitane isn't too bad. These Lombos are bloody annoying right now, though. Jav count just simply isn't high enough because you can see the text going, Golden Horn Tower on the way. So Voldemar, he has been camping at home, but when he comes out to play, he doesn't mess around. Is with that tech coming through, it's going to force Voldemar and B's hand. They can't just take this slow. They're going to have to dive. Otherwise, they're going to have a big problem on their hands. Vet Javelins would be able to beat these Lombos. Joan, not quite in range, right? I feel like Sassy's not quite there to get fed XP when these kills come in. Yeah, he's just out of range. Kind of problematic. That level 3 would change everything here because it would allow him to dive in, but it's just not there. Anytime he comes close, Mass Lombos will just kill Joan off. Tech up complete though. B Voldemar realizes they need to go now. Dive comes through. Finally, XP farm time for Sassy. He's going to have to move in range of it. You can see, just look at that snipe. They're just not able to find it though. Instead, it's going to be a pivot. B heads to the north. And that means that they can now hunt him down. Yes, he's going to get a dive. He's going to get some damage done to Anathan. But if he hangs around too long, which he might be forced to with these wolves coming in, it's going to be a wipe. Villagers are going to get clubbed down. Knights are now pursuing. It's going to be a shift to the south side. Limitane trying to cut him off. And B should be losing a few of his knights for his trouble here. Oh, Limitane following up. And remember, those are vetted up now, so they do hurt. Even more, like, where are all of these coming from? Anathan just seems like he's everywhere with these spearman masses. Lombos are coming in again. But the veterancies have been achieved. Anathan has both the Javelins and Limitane now upgraded. Lombos need to find villages, and they need to do it fast. Tries to dive in, finds a few more eco hits. We're now talking about 15 eco lead for B and Voldemar. But if they lose the army, it's not going to be worth the trade because the return fire is going to hurt more. So they need to find a way of getting out here. Knights are starting to peel back. Sassy is still looking for those cycle charges. XP gains have not been great here, guys. It's always this Lombo factor. He's finally starting to grab a little bit of XP here, and all of a sudden the surge comes in. These Knights, expensive to lose and easy to lose when you're up against veteran Limitane. Dove in a little bit too deep there. Joan goes down. Man, this is awkward. It almost worked out there. If you get the level 3, get that extra range resistance, the cleave would just mop this up. And instead, B and Voldemar should be able to kind of trade evenly here. Limitane at least able to route that front line, but the Lombo count should be good enough to dent what Sass has. So down to just 9 Knights here. B now surging forward on the lead. The only upside right now for the Southside team is the fact that Anathan is in Castle Age. So in terms of quality, his units are better, but quantity seems to be the sore detail right now. I'm wondering, do we have a tech up on the way soon? I think Voldemar realistically should be most likely. He's got a lot of Lombos. Shouldn't need to add in too many more. Cool thing about this is, like, if you think about it, Anathan, he has started adding more and more groves, but he hasn't got that ridiculous count yet, right? Like, if you compare it in the farm count, like, comparative, but the difference is why they need it, right? Voldemar only really needs wood to get this really powerful comp together. For Anathan to get the count together, he needs a lot of olive oil funneling in. Credit to him, though. Like, he's done a good job of sneaking out on a few of these pockets unnoticed. But I think that's about to change. B now pivoting to the east side. High trade house on the way. Faplarp already switched on. Yeah, get your numbers in, folks. How much is he chimichungering with on this one? B still somehow hasn't taken all the deer on the map. Now send those back. And I think we might actually have a double tech coming. Voldemar also looking for age 3. Sassy needs to catch up. 15 Knights. You could probably look for it now. Instead, though, for a more aggressive play. He's starting to move out with level 3 Joan. If he dives in, guys, Cleave hurts a lot at this stage. Remember, hits for 30 damage in a big AoE. Coming in for it now, trying to get past his Knights to look for the maximum value. And there it is, he gets in. Real deep, real tight. Immediately slaps down several units. He's going to start backing off now. Warlord coming out on the flank there. Isn't going to work out for Anathan. It looks like the berries have now been shut down. Voldemar's army big enough that it looks like Sassy doesn't want to commit any deeper. Say that, though. With the Varangian now arriving, he looks to send it. Joan again. Just wants to wiggle her way in there. I think he needs a different control group for her, though. Cleave is going to come out. Tech up completes, with the Javelins now in range. Voldemar in trouble. Only 24 Lombos. And remember, guys, he took the greedy path. He went for the King's Palace. He basically needs B to protect him. B has got a lot of knights coming over. Sassy's count has been reduced. Lombos do also have the attack speed aura, so a decent defense option. And the Varangian are trickling, so Voldemort should eventually be able to hold this. They have also got a big enough eco lead that it's not going to kill them to lose 10 or 15 villages. Kind of feels like Sass needs to be a little bit deeper as well. Like, you know, Voldemort is almost just getting to stand still a bit too long here. This is what you wanted earlier, right? Just keep coming in, keep cleaving, keep hoovering. Surprised he didn't go White Tower. I mean, he kind of needs to, right? If he doesn't, like, he needs to go King's Path. If he doesn't, he's going to get outscaled. Byzantine eco is just already better. It kind of feels like you need something, right? Like, Sass isn't going to be a big threat on eco straight away. B didn't go 2TC. So I kind of see where Voldemar's coming from. Because the other thing about White Tower, it gets a little bit awkward in 2v2s. Because here's the thing, guys. If you build White Tower, your base is safe. What about B's? And high trade house, by the way, 156. Not bad. Already past the 1,000 bounty mark. Looks like Voldemar's trying to sneak the greedy play. Kind of love that, right? Like, if you reveal you're doing monasteries right in your base, they can just keep pressing you. That eco lead has started to shrink up, by the way. Like, it's down to, just, what, about 15-ish? And when you consider it's level 4 system already, I think Anathan is very happy with that. Anathan, whoa, he's going to be incredibly happy with this. Yeah, villagers trying to attack javelins isn't great, guys. You hit for 7 damage, you do 1 damage to a jav. Makes the right choice in the end, does run away. I believe we've got a macro game on our hands. I'd love to see Anathan just go 2TC now. Because your job is to kind of just mirror what the English are doing, right? It's kind of the same between Sassy and B. The crazy part is B is doing really well in his economy. He's the only player to not really lose villages, right? Everyone else has been hitting their base. B's the one exception. However, that might be about to change. A few Limitane are starting to arrive. We also have got Anathan kind of supplementing villages for relics. I've got the tech up now on the way for Sass. So finally, last player arrived to reach age 3 here. Royal Institute is going to be on the way. Knight count isn't out of control though. It's only 11. Oof, no charge either, so a better fight now for B. Numbers do at least favor Sassy. So not really someone that B wants to contest too long. Just long enough that you can get the villagers away. Honestly, I really like this for B. Like, even if you could somehow win this fight with numbers for Sass, it sucks because you just have no knights left over for your tech play. So yeah, kind of weird that he tried to brute force that. Really didn't want the walls going up, but all of a sudden a substantial knight lead now, 19-7. We have at least got 2 TC from Anathan, but now I'm starting to feel like Sass needs that. The other problem is, like, you know, you can kind of do some work with Jeune d'Arc to a certain degree, but there is always now a risk you just get sandwiched by this many knights. Camel Riders are going to arrive. With Limitane, it should be a decent defense. The problem is really the numbers. I feel like that's always the issue right now. Reinforcements are on the way, but B could just now back away. So what are the win conditions at this stage? We mentioned the idea of like Imperial actually being really good for English and Rus. And I think that holds true. Especially with the way they're kind of scaling, right? Like I talked about Anathan's eco being really good. He's gone 2 TC as well. English starts to mirror out what the Byzantines do in the later ages though with this buff here. So it's a 25% increased gathering rate buff, right? Which basically kind of just offsets the system effect at 22%. It's still an Olive Grove advantage, but you know, the reality as we trek later in, it's not just about the eco, it's also about the quality of units, and that's where English can be stronger. Their men-at-arms already destroy Varangian, because Varangian have 15 less health while having 1 extra melee armor and 1 extra damage. But with Armorclad, you offset that difference, right? It's like in that matchup, you know, timings, It's not that they don't have any place to fall back on at all in Age 4. It's just, I feel like usually Byzantine players have to work a little bit harder in that Imperial Age. Especially when they make this contract choice. Like, what is your go-to now? Like, what is your big, oh my god, I've got him? Grenadiers? Do you think relics are better in the Grand Winery or Monastery for Biz? So I'd say Grand Winery for timings and Monastery for like later game. So it really comes down to what you want to do. In most games, you're going to benefit from pumping your mercs into late Castle Age. So it makes more sense to actually have the Grand Winery. But when you're at a point where you're just building like Varangian, Limitane, and like maybe if you're in a game where you're building Cataphracts as well, that's where having the gold makes a lot more sense. Oh, but of course, how could I forget the one answer to any English aggression of Mango Towers? Woohoo! This is 100% going Imperial. If it was not obvious yet, it is obvious now. Just trying to think who that benefits more. Like I mentioned the English versus Byzantines. You know, this matchup has kind of been played out a lot, and it's been found that Byzantines have a very good aggro timing, like around Castle Age. English can sometimes kind of like pressure them earlier, but usually like the Byzantines in that situation, they see this coming, play Hippodrome, and beat you in the early age. It's like Biz is kind of like feudal early castle, and then late castle Imperial is where it starts to trend towards the English. But the Rus is just the X factor here. Like, you know, I'm feeling like Rus should be able to beat back pretty much anything in the late game here. Curious how good Grenadier do against Streltsy, though. That's my one kind of asterisk. And I think that's the cool thing is, like, when we see a lot of 1v1s, it's very hard, I think, to outplay, if that makes sense. Whereas there's so many more areas for potential mistakes in 2v2s, 3v3s, that you can't just look at it on paper and say, that's it. You have to watch it play out and watch a big fight like this play out. Joan could easily find level 4 off this fight. She comes in. It's a surge forward. Knight's not going to be able to hold this, which means the Lombos are going to be in trouble. Joan goes in deep. The cleaves come out. The target fire is there. Divine Restoration gets pumped. But Sassy gets a bit too greedy. It could have been the easiest at level 4s for him. He short draws all attention back, and that opens up the playing field to a flood through the Lombos. So a good fight still to be had for Anathan and Sass here. But a missed opportunity to get that level 4. God damn. You saw it immediately. B, without hesitation, pulled back the front line to target Joan out. Sure, they get her, but losing so many units in return, I don't know if it was worth it for them. Joan has been brought back. She's already on her way back to the field. Pushback continues. There is at least an aura now there, so the veteran Lombo is a lot more lethal here. Just so many Varangian, though. So many Knights. B, plenty of Knights left over to reinforce, remember. He's got about, like, what, 15 here, 31 in total on the field. So he's got a few rotating onto the backside of the economy of Sassy. 20 Knights still in the fight. The Camel Rider needs to be sniped, though. This Camel Rider is ruining everything. It's making an impossible trade. And it's happening, guys. No matter what you try to do, when you hear the word macro game, you realize level 4 is coming. Attack speed gets activated. A fight now that B does not want to try to hold even for a second. Boys Fortitude makes it a little bit more tanky for him, but overall, it's just not something you can directly engage into here. You have to wait for that glow to be removed. Starting to gain a lot of ground as well. Anathan really just proving to be the backbone of this push. It's kind of interesting, right? Like, Joan, in a lot of ways, feels like a support type Civ because of all these abilities that she provides herself. Never to be overwritten as a threat herself, right? Like, 50 damage on a cleave is huge at this stage of the game. Even against these Rus Knights, that's basically a fifth of their health. It looks like it should be enough to hold. Vodemar now with the attack speed aura, able to remain stationary. Second wave of Knights from B, good enough to kind of dent this. Joan is still a problem, though. Yeah, turns out 640 HP is a lot. Especially when you reduce the range damage you take by 60%. So we'll be a backup. Kind of hard to gauge really who got better value out of that fight. Like, sure, you got the level 4 Zhone, but the eco situation's still fine for being Voldemar. And we are still trekking deeper and deeper towards that Imperial timing we talked about, which I still just see as a very scary point in the game with these two. In theory, Sassy can be lethal if he finds a transition to Arbitrary. The problem is you don't often go Arbitrary, you stick Knights, and even more so in team games when there's even more gold on the map. Level 4 Zhone's always Cannon Zhone. Yeah, it's not really about the cannon though, guys. The reason why you always go level 4 Cannon Zhone is because of the attack speed. It's a 35% buff on an entire army. And not just your entire army, your teammates' entire army. That's a cool difference here that could win them the fight that matters when it comes down to it. Is this attack speed aura is really annoying that the English have, but only they have it. The Roos can't get it. Valorous Inspiration might only last 20 seconds, but it's pretty much even to a network of Citadel's buff, and it affects both you and your teammate. Kind of surprising we're still not moving into that Imperial Age. We have had Sassy setting up trade behind this, by the way, 17 deep right now. 95 gold each way. He's going to be massing Knights the entire game. It's kind of intriguing. Divine Restoration is going to maintain insane value into the late game then. Because you've got Raw Bloodline Knights, right? Like, they just have so much health. They can afford to be super low, and replenishing 30% of missing health is kind of absurd. Usually it'll be like, 100 or close to 100. Free-force push in. Cleave still just proving quite lethal here. Voldemar finally looking like he's trending for that Castle Age. Oh, Imperial Age, rather. Still needs to reach 200 pop, and I think that's why you see Sass and Anathan just keep coming out to fight. They kind of need to stop Voldemar just getting into Imperial for free. How many farms is Anathan up to now? 46. Yeah, so almost where he needs to be, right? Like 55 to 60 is like perfect. Just gets you so much food, so much olive oil. I love the fact that he's just actively producing mass camels. It just makes a lot of sense here, right? Like, you don't want to be building into javelins at this stage. Lombos will beat you because you can't scale enough. And I don't think you really want to be selling for the gold either. Camels are just great because they are great meat shields against mass crossbow, even Lombo. And they directly counter the enemy knights. Oh, look at that. Wingard pass for a winning gamer. Voldemar now on the way to Age 4. In theory, if he can start scaling into Mass Footman, it's not a fast-moving comp, but it's a hard-hitting one. Remember, Footmen have bonus damage against Cav. They have less ranged armor, but remember what's happening here. This is all melee. So Footman's... Oh, sorry, it's less melee armor, right? So yeah, but they have enough health to offset that. You could also consider maybe ranges here. I don't think I rate ranges that highly in team games. In theory, you can scale them more easily than 1v1s. It's just... I feel like the biggest issue that you run into is like the front lines kind of evaporate too fast. You kind of just need more meat. Especially against Cav. Like, you'd think having extra range would be good, but having extra range usually just means you're further away from your melee line. And these maps are usually too big to easily choke point. Second tech up also on the way. High Armory coming. Foreign Engineering Company is on the way on the other side. And Sassy is not going to be rushing, because remember, he went for Royal Institute, so no Guild Hall. Foreign Engineering Company is pretty cool here, though, guys. This is actually scary. He went for the Camel contract, which means he's going to be providing armor to all of his infantry. You're up against mass crossbow and mass lombos. These Limitane now reduce the range damage they take by 4 and then reduce what's remaining by 25%. Oh, sorry, no, other way around. So they do the 25% first and then the 4, which is just so much better than if it was doing the ranged armor reduction first. So these Lombos, for example, admittedly they are, what, they're now elite. They hit for 11 damage. They're going to end up hitting for, what was it, about 5.5 damage? Which is nothing into a Limitane. Sassy just trying to get a few raids in while the walls are still not up. That's always one of those annoying things when you play with like Rus or Mongols. You know you're going to have to do all the walling. I mean, realistically, I actually think B should have been doing this type of walling because it's just wood walls. But if you ever want to get stone walls, there's only one player on their team that can do it. Red pass now on the way, though. We hit the speed up here as we're in between fights. Farm count is pretty much full for Voldemort. Should be by now. Yeah, he's up to 67. He's well and truly in the late game. In fact, if we have a quick look at the income tab, you'll see how juicy it's looking. Their economy is just wildly better. It's kind of crazy how it's been maintained that way. It is a bit deceptive because the way the income per minute works and how long it can take trade to arrive, so it doesn't usually tell the full picture. One thing that's quite interesting here, guys, and I love this, we've got Saint's Blessing. Saint's Blessing is kind of sick because he went for the improved one by the looks of it, right? Let me check on a blacksmith. Okay, no. So, in fact, we should check in a monastery. Yeah, he got some of them. So I think he got the improved Saint's Blessing. He hasn't got the duration, which is a bit surprised, but he has got the range. So the cool thing about this is it gives you the +1 attack, but also +1 armor. So it's a 2 damage differential. Remember that the buff that the French Knights get is about 5 extra damage. So you're kind of offsetting some of that. Then you have the potential to go into the polearms. The poleaxes, will give you the extra damage you need to kind of just balance out against French Knights. Cantled saddles are still a problem at the start of the fight. And Raw Bloodlines are still kind of cool, but you do offset a lot of that when you consider that Boys Fortitude gives you the +25, and then Biology can make up the rest. So yeah, like Knight on Knights, I actually think, you know, just in its purest form, like Rus Knights aren't terrible at dealing with French Knights. The problem is still going to be Joan, though. Joan is always that X factor with the heal and that attack speed. This is tough. Like, from a win condition on Sacred Sites, I don't think it's that feasible. It's very wide to try and defend. Those Mango Towers. Bro. What? Oh my god, these health bars. Mango Towers are so oppressive. Even this late in the game, one can do a lot of damage. If it goes uncontested. Oh, sorry, I think it's proper Mango. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I mean, Mango Towers are still capable of that. It kind of shows you how powerful they are that I thought it was actually the tower. Flash coming in. Mistakes made on positioning here. Voldemort on his own on this flank, and they're just going to look to brute force it. Men-at-Arms not able to hold for long. Backstab is on the way, but the Limitane peel off to block that. It's going to hold him back long enough. It looks like it's going to force Voldemort away here. Mangonel is moving up. Joan, of course, doesn't need more XP, so that's kind of an irrelevant factor. Limitane, Varangian spreading out now. I think more Limitane, less Varangian is kind of what's needed here for Anathan. I see this a lot out of players in the late game as Byzantines. Varangian just don't really keep their value anymore. Limitane just feel better. They arrive much quicker with the shields down because of the teardrop shields. And they remain insanely good at absorbing damage, even against Streltsy. You want B? B can't keep up his comp, right? No, guys, B has a really big problem here. He's just started trading, but it's as infancy. I think relic count is probably at like 4? 1? No. Okay, B's in trouble then. He didn't prep for the late game. Sassy did. He's got the gold already set up. So he's going to brute force his way through. Streltsy going to go down, and B, he can't really afford to replace losses here. Knights meanwhile just holding Voldemort at bay. Voldemort, who, by the way, is actually going for the Wingard army. So he's looking to get that Trev mass together. We also have Revoldiquins in play, which is kind of cool here against Mass Knights. Mass Cannon seems to be a bigger problem right now. How many do you need? The double Royal Cannon strategy, guys. Well, I say that. Sassy actually doesn't have them in Royal form. But Anathan does, of course, due to the choice to go into the Foreign Engineering Company. Yeah, this is looking really good for blue and teal. I think it's starting to really fall apart for being Voldemort. I thought they were going to have this, man, but I got to give it to him. Sassy prepping trade the way he did. 57 traders. Not all of them his. Actually, Anathan joining on that part as well. 47 traders for him, 10 for Anno. This is more than enough to keep the pump going. It's also cool to just see trade coming from Anathan. It allows him to keep spamming with Rangi if he needs to, but I think it's also Olive Oil is really good here. Like, Grenadiers are pretty effective against Streltsy. Javelins works as well, like, considering you can just stay out of range of them. And this game starting to look like it might already be over. Voldemort has got another wave together to try and contest on the flank. It looks like Sass is struggling a little bit there, but I think B is starting to falter. Limitane block 25% of the damage they take. But remember, the way that calculation works is they're going to block 25% of this very high number on the Streltsy. And then they're going to remove an additional 3 or 6 when they're near the camels. Sorry, extra 2, not 6. I'm thinking of the Desert Raider. So it's pretty wild, right? So in this situation, if you want to do the maths on it, Streltsy hit for 42 damage. Reduce that by 25%. So you're actually taking like 10 damage off. And then you're taking an additional 5 damage off, right? So these Streltsy don't hit for 42. They hit for 27. That's kind of crazy. Tension is now switched north side. Looks like Voldemort has padded his weak opponent, his weak teammate rather here. Voldemort in the meantime, a little bit exposed on these trebuchets. I don't think losing them is the end of the world here. Honestly, sweeping through the knights is kind of more value. I think all you really need here if you're Sass is just get it together and press one button. Valorous Inspiration makes these fights very easy to win. A little bit surprised we're not seeing more of it. Finally gets triggered there. Remember, this is a constant kind of rejigged aura on the units in range of you. So if you're new to playing Zone, don't be one of those guys that presses this button and then runs out of range because it will deactivate. Good fight, Voldemort. Playing mass crossbows is kind of intriguing here, but this is why I thought Anathan would just stick to Limitane only. I think the biggest problem for Anathan is he's kind of just got all this gold and no way to spend it. I'm going to say something that's a little bit crazy here, and it seems dented because you've already got a knight spamming Civ, but mass cataphracts kind of in this game. They're really good because you can just basically cycle charge through crossbows onto the back line. It's very pop efficient when you're this deep into a game, and I do think that cataphracts is kind of being slept on in team games. Because in team games, when you've got trade going, you can afford mass cataphracts. And cataphracts is by far one of the best units from a pop efficiency standpoint. In terms of damage output and health, to only take one pop, it's almost unrivaled. Okay, this is a bit dented now. I think Sass and Anathan need to slow down. They need Nesta Bees. More than elephants? Yeah. Because if you build, I mean, he hasn't even got any stable show you. Like, it's only one pop for cataphracts, right? And a cataphract, I think, has like, I want to say it's 420 health. I'm even going to double check that to make sure I'm definitely on the money. I think it's 420. 405 when elite, and that's before getting biology. 405 HP without biology. So 405, you get 30% extra. You're at like 520-ish health on a cataphract for one population. The challenge is affording them, right? But like when you're 40 minutes into a game and you've got 68 farms and you've got all these traders, right? Ignore that. It's not 2 that he's got in trade. He's got 27 traders. You can happily and easily afford to go cataphracts. The only reason they're not is I think they're worried about mass spears because they've already got one knight player. But I feel like the timing on that attack would be so aggressive, your opponents couldn't react. And the thing is, like, cataphracts would deal with crossbows better than Royal Knights because you just charge through. So what you do is you just send the cataphracts through to the back of the crossbows, and then the knights sandwich them. It's just an insta-death. Seems it's working out either way, though. Voldemort losing a lot of the crossbows. We have got Nesta Bees now showing up. So I remember doing tests with cataphracts in, like, the early stages, right? And I remember I was doing it with, like, I think I was doing it with Merlin at the time. And I flat out said this is the most broken unit in the expansion. And the reason is because you had, like, 90 of them. If you're ever able to get mass cataphracts, it's kind of like when someone gets 12 mangonels together. It looks broken, but the logic is you should never be able to do that. But when you get a macro team game, it's more viable, more feasible. Kind of surprised that Anathan's building mangoes, by the way, instead of just massing Nesta Bees. Mangoes will fare worse than Nesta Bees because you know you're going to be up against mass men-at-arms. Wait, how... Anathan is just building outposts amongst the farms here. He's like, you need to protect your food, dude. Let me help you. It was a cool idea. Unfortunately, a little bit too late. Good reactions by B. If these had actually been fortified into mango emplacements, B would have been in trouble. All right, be honest, guys. Who do you think is winning this game right now? 1 or 2? Because it looks like 2, right? But like they're not actually breaking through each time. Network of Citadels is just stupid. Actually, sorry, this is... What? He never even got Network of Citadels. He never built a keep. So guys, like, can we just agree that English is not reasonable in late game? Can we actually just really agree on that now? He's winning these fights because of Network of Castles. Not even Citadels. If this was Citadels, like, he'd be getting wiped. Right? These knights would not even be able to contest. English is still one of the dumbest things in the game. I feel like English-Chinese late game is just, I want to say not fun to play against at all. So trade is at least escalating for B. His count is at 46. So he's fixed his gold issues, right? That's not a liability anymore. He can afford mass Streltsy. In fact, he's queued up 32. The bigger problem for B is how he gets enough of them out quick enough. Another awkward thing here is, like, usually when you play against mass siege like this, it's an insta win for Roost due to the rubber band, but he never got the banded arms out. Sorry, not rubber band. He never got banded arms out. He doesn't even have the landmark anymore, so kind of a grim situation. It's interesting the way they played this. It means that Anathan is king of siege right now. Nobody really there to contest him. I mean, Voldemar can't really afford it. He needs all the bio he can get just to hold on. It's interesting as well. You've basically got Anathan diving into the roost base, and then Sassy is holding back the main clump of Voldemar's army, while the siege assists, right, from Anathan. It's a really elegant kind of approach. The whole logic here is, like, over time, they're going to grind B into dust. He's the liability, right? He's too far away for Voldemar to protect. It's like they're switching roles, though. Knights now go in on the Streltsy, the cleaves as well. Oof. I think they just ride to the back now. I love the way they just kind of push that horseman past. Like, get out of my way. We've got places to be. We've got eco to kill. Trade is now getting intercepted. So instead of dealing with the symptom, Sassy... Oh, sorry. Instead of dealing with the symptom, he's looking for the cause. He realizes that B can just keep pumping Streltsy as long as he has trade going. Meanwhile, Push is now starting to gain ground towards Voldemar's base. And finally, we have a keep drop. Network of Citadels is there. But it's almost like Voldemar's army isn't anymore. Dude, this is so unfortunate. It looked like Voldemar was holding. Imagine if he had Network of Citadels maybe like a minute sooner. Anathan and Sassy seem to be wise to the plan now. It's curious as well. Like, I look at late games like this, and this is what I was saying about sometimes the late games are a little bit Like, both players have their eco set up. The eco's never easily hit. It's very much a meat grind, and it takes a long time. This took ages for them to break through. But I think they've finally done it. Cannon's able to blitzkrieg down the keep. Knight's able to recycle in. And remember, he went Network of Citadels, right? Oh, wait. No, sorry. They fixed that bug, didn't they? Oh, thank God. This used to disable it on the landmarks when you went Network of Citadels, but I forgot that they actually patched that. Finally. Military is neck and neck again. Quality doesn't feel that great in this base right now, but there is 44 Streltsy waiting to fight. problem is, where the hell are they? We're only seeing about, what, 17 of them, half of them showing up. We've actually now got Revoldiquins coming in from Sass, which is peculiar considering he's up against mass ranged. However, if they ever reach the ranged, they will hurt. Like, please, let me just touch. Let me just a little lick, please. Oh. Military lead is now with B and Voldemar. But remember, a lot of that is eco difference, right? It's 250 to about 210, 220. Also, keep in mind, these two civs trade better than the Roost do because you can choose what you're trading with. You also get merchant guilds. And then with Anathan, he's also getting olive oil. It's like, yeah, from an eco value standpoint, yeah, I don't think Byzantines care about Roost's trade. I think they do it better. English versus Joan is at least going to be eco advantage for English, right? It's kind of crazy to just see Roost lose Siege War in the late game. That's kind of unheard of. Trade's still getting intercepted, though. And you're seeing the pivot now. I think they've just had enough of this. Anathan sending it straight to the back of the base, and B cannot afford any gaps in his economy here. Gold and food is barely holding on as is. I love this read, though. Like, diving Voldemar is difficult. We're seeing why. Network of Citadels is busted. It's not really the same for B. He's got mass Streltsy. Sure, if they get to stand still, great. But there's just so much open ground and so much that they can exploit right now. This might be what breaks them. You know, great that they've been able to hold on, but, you know, when it turns into a true TV1, when B is non-existent, that's when Voldemar is going to reach the limits of what the English can do in this late game. And we are close to that point. And we did talk about this, right? Like, even if you did wall this as B, it's only palisade walls. Realistically, what you kind of need at some point is stone walls. In fact, that's what we got on the other side. You can see they protected themselves so well. Stone walls, man. Like in team games, when you were playing a macro game, stone walls is the be-all, end-all. In their defense, I don't think Voldemar really had time to wall when this started to become a problem. Like Sass and Anathan were relentless with their pressure. So to defend him on this, I think the opportunity to stonewall would have been hard to find here. And now wishing he'd done it much earlier. He's starting to get swept on the backside. Sacred Sites are locked in. Remember, this is the thing about this meat grinder. As long as they just keep it here, they'll win the game in a matter of minutes. Crazy game. The Sacred Site timer is here. Sorry, guys. It's hidden behind the score. It's at 7.5 minutes. And they know they don't want to wait 7.5 minutes more. GG gets called. Late game Byzantine Joan showing up with a surprising win. But, you know, it came down to one, the way they played together, but two, that trade transition. So clean, so early. They understood where this game was going quicker than I think B and Voldemar realized. Oof. I'm not sure if that one's uploadable. Maybe? Trying to think what we'd call that one. That's the kind of, it's kind of awkward sometimes when you get like a 50-minute game like that. I don't feel like that was, yeah, I feel like that just dragged, right? Maybe something about the walls, but that maybe gives away the outcome. There was that early push with the mass lombos that looked really good. Oh, melee Jean mainly? I think, yeah. Joan loves a meat grinder, maybe? I've tried... I just put meat grind. Okay, yeah, no. I'm going to leave it as that. Joan loves a meat grind. Joan's the fat little princess that always gets fed. Dude, no one's going to get that reference, though, is the problem. I wish I could make the Joan as the fat little princess that always gets fed reference. Fat Little Princess is an amazing game if you guys haven't played it. It's like a capture the flag game where you can make your flag, your princess, harder to capture by feeding her cake. It's so good. Dude, that game deserves a remake. That's one of Sony's best all-timers, in my opinion. Joan makes fighting always feel like losing, maybe? She kind of, like, did she mostly get the XP from one fight? I'm trying to remember in that. Was it mostly one fight? Oh, dude, you know what's perfect? I just realized it. It's that Joan loves a meat grind, and it's that moment where she gets completely surrounded by lombos and knights. God's sake, dude. All right, anyway, let's get the next game ready in that series. So 1 second, guys. It's going to be... Joan likes the meat grind, not safe for work, only 18 plus. You won't believe how it ends. Jesus Christ. It reminds me of, what was her name? Was it Belle Delphine, who used to do those, like, she used... You guys remember that? She used to, like, she was brilliant at, like, marketing herself. So she used to do the things where, like, it would basically be someone sexually suggestive, and it was just her doing the actual thing. Like, I take a giant load of meat in the mouth, and it's just her, like, eating, like, a sausage or something. Absolutely brilliant crap. So, we just had Dry Arabia. Next up, we're going to be heading into Prairie. My game just crashed. Thank you, thank you, game. Maybe I just call the video, the title is going to be Joan Loves a Meat Fiesta. Joan loves to... I shouldn't do this. Joan loves to be hit from all sides. No, that's too far. That's too far. I'll do it. I'm like, come on, within reason. Does Empire Duels mean this is Empire Wars? No. Just the name of the tournament. No Empire Wars. Alright. Let's get that started up again. How's YouTube looking? Wait, is YouTube not reading through again? That's very weird. Oh, I think it is. It was just being a bit weird. Alright, we're fine. YouTube's just a bit more chill today. I can see your messages at the same time. Alright. 1 second, guys. Just need to start the game up. Preferably without crashing this time. Are you afraid of success? No, dude. I'm just trying to be, like, semi-child friendly. Semi. Instead of semi-hard on. Like, what the f... Like, Joan Loves a Meat Fiesta is pretty, like... A meat fiesta, like, I think that, like, that's pretty much there. I don't think you need an NSFW, though. I mean, you could say very violent, but, you know. I guess violence isn't safe for work. Alright, 1 second. Let me grab that game again. So, we had the... We said it was Prairie, right? Yeah. French Ayyubids versus Mongol Delhi. Oh, I need to quickly grab a snack as well. I'm starting to feel it, man. Maybe I need to get a liquid diet sponsor again. Maybe that's what we need to do. Alright, uno momento. So I'll put it in game for you guys. We'll have it following someone. So it was... our side team that got the first point. Oh, for God's sake, no, it wasn't. Alright, because freaking need to flip the UI every bloody time with this game. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm going to rush off. I'll leave it on the scouts. Be right back 1 sec, guys. My daughter is not happy to have me leave. Alright, guys. I'm just quickly eating a sandwich. I'll do the observant. Won't talk for like the next minute or so because I'm wolfing down a chicken sandwich. Holy mother of sheep. Hey, look. Me versus the guy she tells me not to worry about. Nope, these are best of twos. Almost done. Alright, that's much better. Sorry about that. Need to get a snack quick. Game number 2 between Sassy and Anathan and B and Voldemort. I don't know why I even switched location. He's basically a Mongol player, so he's in the enemy base. B, already about to have a rough start here on Prairie, experiencing the pain the Mongols can reap. Anathan has actually gone in for a Delhi pick to a support here, but he's not going to be doing the way B does it. B, we've seen, tries to open Tower Victory. Instead, Anathan is on that new trailer for. We've got the Delhi going in for the Dome of Faith build. Interesting. Wondering how they want to play this one out, actually, overall. Mongols plus Delhi is a lot of cavalry potential, but up against Ibids, I feel like you're at a disadvantage, right? Desert Raiders kind of counts most of your comp. It doesn't make it impossible to play, but I definitely think if I was looking at these comps on paper, I would favor what B and Voldemort are doing. One second, guys. I just remembered I need to double check something. Sorry, one of my influences. forgot they had one of their sponsor streams today, although I didn't mark it to them, so I just need to double check. Nice. Oh, okay. We got loads of time. All right. Anyway, sorry. Feel like I've been neglecting you guys there. Because I got a panic email through from one of the sponsors. I'm like, dude, we're good. I'll send him an email after we're done with our stream. So yeah, Mass Desert Raid is just feels like it's really good against pretty much everything you want to do here. We have got Silver Tree out Sassy. We've seen this from him earlier today. I think in general, just like Irobids feels really good on these open maps. When you know it's going to be cavalry-based civs, and the cool thing is whenever you're playing Prairie, it's going to be cavalry-based civs. It's just such an open map. It feels like whoever's the aggressor kind of just wins by default. So Desert Raid is pretty much the perfect like buffer against that in a lot of ways. It was, by the way, a wing choice. So Voldemar, he's just going for a fast castle. I don't think you want to do advance wing here though, right? I'd rather see him do full tech. And it's going to be growth. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. Like the logistics is quite nice in a lot of games. It just doesn't work here because there's just double cav. Right, double cav will shut you down, or potential for double cav anyway. So he's going to hunger down, play a very powerful eco. This stage in the game is very potent. Remember, when you go for these ultra-fast castle rushes, you get insane value because adding 7 villagers in at this stage in the game, you haven't even got 30 villagers, right? So that ends up being over a 20% increase to your eco. Any more? Anathan trying to get cute here. B will react accordingly, though. Able to stab that down, so ball's not going to be a problem. Now he has that something extra to grab in the area. Surprised we've got Horsemen being added in by B, though. What was the thought process there? What, maybe he was worried about Ghazi outscaling him? However, this makes it kind of easier for Spimmer to win the fight. But then again, I think B's just accepting his role here. Oh, sorry, he got denied on the gold. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Really distracted by that call. Sorry. So... overall, like, this would usually be a good situation, right? But I think they've kind of tunnel visioned a little bit onto B, and that's not a good thing. Voldemar is just going to be able to reap the mid-map now. Camel Lancers counters out most things you're doing here. You're scaling Mass Keshik, Mass Ghazi. Camel Lancers will disintegrate you in these fights. So right now, like, Sassy and Anathan have a problem. Sass at least has an ability to build spears, but on such a big and wide map, it's not easy to utilize those spears. Also, just looking at the relic spawns, and this looks like a very easy kind of 5 relic type grab for Voldemar. In a game where no one else is going to contest him anytime soon, which means he doesn't need to rush for them, right? Instead, he can focus on getting the Camel Lance count up, on getting enough of these aggro units out before playing for greed on a delay. And that's really what Growth Wing enables. It guarantees that you don't feel like you need to get dervishes in a rush. Villagers are a little bit exposed. Looks like Keshik's trying to exploit that. Knights are just about holding on. Just definitely an uncomfortable situation for B. But I think it's fair to say he's done enough here, right? Like, looking at the eco situation, he's still ahead on villagers. Shiv's out to deal with either the Keshiks. Yes, he's going to lose a few economy units. But because the extra that he's been gathering over the last few minutes, he's able to afford a few losses, especially if it opens the playing field now for Voldemar to take control of the game. Man just mans up with mass villagers here to hold back. And now, just looking at the count, I mean, you can see Sassy... he's trying to set up the trade. It's such early days, though, and losing mid-map control against Camel Lancers is going to make this very difficult to achieve. Yeah, I'm not really sure what, like, Anno and Sassy's move is now. Sassy's going to have to add more spears, as is Anathan, right? And the more spears you add, the further away you are from attack up. I mean, you could try to lean Sacred Site win condition with Wolves, because Camel Lancers and Knights don't break through that quickly. But... you know, all that pressure going into the center means your eco at home's not going to be safe. And that's the big key reason you see players just try to prioritize Cav on Prairie. It's because it almost feels impossible to protect your economy, no matter what you do. At least got some blasphemy text coming through to pad him a little bit here. But Voldemar already transitioning archers. A little bit quicker than I would have expected, but he probably saw the amount of spearmen being built up by Sassy. Cool thing about this is if you ever get around the back of your opponent's base, you can just park there and block the trade. And now they don't have the means to remove you, right? Kind of surprised one of these archer ranges isn't a temple, though. Instead, going for the dervishes, because I think he's at... oh, wait. Oh, sorry, he's got down here. I'm blind. So yeah, dervishes are now in the way. I was about to say, it felt like his eco was a bit weak for what it should have been. But now we can start to hoover up that extra gold. Food is going to matter a lot. We need to check on that. 16 sheep still for Voldemar. That sheep pull at the start of the game basically saved his bacon from getting cooked. Everyone else is kind of struggling. Even B is struggling now, having to play out into the flank resources. But Voldemar never has to worry about his eco getting harassed. It is a very big military lead for Sass and Anathan, but they need to now punish Voldemar. Start moving in, Anathan. They've jumped the gun, though. His troops aren't here yet. The Spearmen are trying to reinforce, but it means the Camel Lancers get a good opening fight. Desiree's at least going to get sniped out, but Camel's now able to dodge. And we have got archers now on the way. Remember, the archers are the true hold here. Spearmen actually going ahead of the mass here. Remember, the majority of the spears belong to Sassy, and they are nowhere to be seen. Only a handful are in this fight. Camel Lancers do still have to back away. Archers are getting sniped down. Good micro. Love that from Anathan. Just trying to snipe the unit that counter them out here. Voldemar a little bit slow to scale into those archers. Just seems like he hasn't got enough wood income to justify it right now. However, some of the units are getting bogged down just attacking the House of Wisdom. That's going to split the fight. Voldemar able to peel them back here. Will be able to wipe out the first wave. It means that he should be able to eventually hold this back. Has got an outpost on the gold. There is one knight there to try and protect. Villagers are going to get shivs out in return. Once again, Keshi is getting counted out by villager stabs. It's an expensive fight. And B and Voldemar are now behind on villagers. Voldemar does still have that age advantage. He does now have relics starting to come home. 2 already banked. And Camel Lancers are starting to sneak out. Now, the Spearman count is quite high. But also on such a big map, spears are really slow to reinforce, right? And this, once again, goes back to the idea of why you want to keep cavalry as your main component whenever you can. So who's winning this? One's if you think B and Voldemar have got this. Two's if you think it's Sassy and Anathan. Kind of curious where people's thought process is right now. Because I'm like looking at it. It looks pretty good for Sass and Anathan, but one of them needs a tech up soon. And I think that's coming from Anathan. Villagers are being pushed away. I mean, Voldemar could just go for the backward. It's a lot safer right now. Your opponent's transition spearmen. You shouldn't be going for forward resources. You go for back ones. Back ones are only risky when your opponent has cav. And although they do have some cav, it's mainly become about spears. At least from what you can see anyway. Love the relentless aggression out of Sass and Anathan, though. Sorry, is, however, starting to scale a little bit. I think one interesting thing is there's a lot of fixation on getting into Voldemar's base, which means they're kind of forgetting about the relics now. House of Learning is on the way, and what I really want to see out of Anathan is just pull these scholars out to all remaining relics. Hoover them up, gobble them up, and then ensure that Voldemar doesn't have a wave just inflating his eco indirectly. Still a lot on the map in that regard. What, like 4 relics you could easily be running for right now? That means there's 2 more on the way home. And then you have to start asking, has he done enough then? I remember, because it's House of Learning, you don't have this eco-scaling that's going to be happening out of your village fortresses in a rush, right? So you don't have keep transitions. Villagers are going to get found in the flank resources again. This is relentless pressure. B, from that opening move on the gold, has not really been able to find a home that feels safe here. This is starting to get problematic. Dude, twice in this game, Shivs has worked to try and protect you. This time it doesn't, man. He just has to run. What a hit. B, that's, what, a third of his... No, half. Half of his economy right now is just getting butchered. And he's leading them over to Voldemar's as well. Whose side are you on? Oh my god, he didn't even think he'd get chased this far. Voldemar now shifting his eco over. They all need this area. Finally, Lancers are arriving. But the other time, the pain of this. The eco leaf that Sass and Anathan have built. Surely this is something they can just catapult off of. Camel Lancers at least going to be able to shut down his Keshiks before they do major damage to Voldemar. B almost feels like a non-factor at this stage, though. Counter Raid is coming in. He's looking to return some pain. Textile's at least there to offset some of the damage. For some reason, what the bloody hell are you doing here? I don't know what Sassy's villagers are doing. I think they got chased all the way into the base. What a crazy game. Knight's still raiding. This is so needed right now. Like, Anathan being the cast stage player, this is smart, actually. So B's kind of done in this game, right? He can't win it anymore. However, Voldemort can. And if you keep hitting the cast stage player's economy, it means that you have an advantage, right? Voldemort is castle. He has a full eco. Anathan is getting idled up with like 10 plus villagers at any given time. He's behind on villagers already. He's behind on the relic race. Realistically, even when B looks like he's non-existent, this is the one way he can give them a way of winning. Is the +3 damage on Lancers really that impactful? It's a difference maker, and it's one you kind of need to offset the loss, because you're still at a negative against Camelanese, but at least balances it a bit so it's more playable. It's not just about the Camelanese, though. It's not just about the Home Blaze, rather. There's loads of good techs in here. House of Learning in general just feels better now. Camel Lancers looking better here against the Lancer count, though. Anathan just kind of trickling troops at this moment. This is awkward, right? They have the military lead, but when you talk about the movement speed involved here, that's where Voldemort is kind of edging out an advantage. And the Yellow Ranch in the south is just a safety net. Voldemort able to sneak out into the corner. Raid coming in again. This time with Lancers as well. Veteran Archers will eventually clear this up, but B losing more eco. Oh my god. B's little musketeers also looking like they're going to get shut down. I mean, credit to him with just like 6 knights to his name. I think B done a lot more than I would have expected here. But it's still in what feels like an almost insurmountable lead, right? It's almost a 40 eco lead now for Sass and Anathan. And on top of that, they've got extra relics coming home, right? What was the final grab, actually? So all relics are picked up on the way home. We've got 3 banked. I think we have... Wow. I think it's all just going to Anno, right? It looks like it, yeah. So is that 5-3? So big lead there for the Delhi. Unless I'm missing a secret mosque here. But I don't think I am. This game feels so hard to call. I love it. I just don't know if it's going to be uploadable because I got a little bit distracted with that that call about one of my influences. So, don't know if people would like that. We also were eating a sandwich, so we didn't kind of eyeball the outpost rush early. Which, by the way, still 15 minutes later is standing there. This is what led to everything from the north side pivot to the south side pivot to B's existence as more or less a cheerleader in this game. All came from that move. Now Sassy making his own moves up into Castle Age. So double castle versus the 1. B is not going to be going 3rd age anytime soon. He just really can't afford it. Lancer Raid's at least starting to get shut down. Voldemort is doing a good job of kind of turtling up to a certain degree, but you can't afford to turtle too much. You are going to have some presence, have some punishment here. Especially when it's not just the trade now, it's also Anathan going for a 2nd TC as the Delhi. Trade count, by the way, is 15. This is the good life, remember. Once you're up at that point, that's when the Silk Road really starts to kick in. The reality of this game as well is, like, as this trade starts to bulk more, Sass has more justification for adding an outpost, which allows his Keshik to chase down knights. So this doesn't get better the longer it goes. B's best fights are probably right now. In about 3 minutes, it's going to feel almost impossible. Sassy just trying to bait B in. Gets it as well! Slow reaction, P. Losing 2 knights, and now losing the edge here. Veterancy for the Keshik just came through. Not a fight you can take anymore. Can you just let him gather something, please? Lots is going in. Looks like we have got the Home Blaze now. I think so. Yeah, it has come through. Okay, so this is offsetting about 15% of the damage loss from Camelanese. Keshiks and Kurotai, like, this is actually where you can win these fights. The problem is you need to force your opponents to stand their ground somewhere, and that's where I hate Kurotai. Because you're playing on a map that is dominated by Cav, Kurotai feels underwhelming because you can never get that stage fight. It's always going to be away from you. Spearman also running into the trap. Archers reveal themselves. Voldemort, a good fight here. They're starting to kind of sweep across the map, right? So now they're relieving pressure into B's base. I think the goal here is to dive into Sassy's. I understand, right? His food gathering is going to be on one location. If you find that location, which, by the way, kind of easy to find, Mongol play, so unoriginal. They always just build it at home. If you hit this area, all of a sudden Sassy can't do anything. Gold's great, but food's what makes your world go round. I'm still doing a good job of finding some of these raids, but just one or two camel lancers can start to even that out. Needs to be fast about it because this could hurt you quite a bit. Second TC also up for Voldemort. Kind of shocked that B didn't try for that, by the way, with the pain that he's experienced. But, you know, being on one TC isn't the worst thing as French. You do scale over time. Camel lancers, though. Bad fight. Voldemort. What? Now, in fairness to him, that's not like a GG moment, right? He's max crossbow archers, but that's expensive. A lot of your raid power just got removed. Luckily for you, B, somehow, the man who lost half his economy is still alive and kicking, and now it's time to kick some teeth out of these donkeys. Oof. Yeah, if you just camp here, it's going to cause problems. Keshiks are at least on the way. I think B kind of needs to split up his military force here, otherwise the Keshiks just wail on him. Actually realizes it's too little too late, so has to back away now. Lancer raid coming on the other side, and Voldemort needs to be perfectly positioned here. Crossbows in the choke points. Nice garrison. We'll be able to shuffle them out the other side. Army is on the way as well. Anathan is looking to strike at that, though. Second wave is coming in. Crossbow's going to stab behind this, and Anathan, with the home blaze, this should be a good fight, but it's too expensive. The health bars are too low. The firepower too high. Voldemort able to shove him back. Damn, a little bit surprised there. Anathan, kind of a tricky situation there, right? Like, theoretically, Lancers should be able to take that. But with the crossbow count already being up to about 20, the Archer Masters is, and the fact that Mamluk's bravery is such a powerful tool, he realizes the second part of that fight is going to be so much worse for him than the initial half. So has to back away. Has at least got keeps now being dropped. Village Fortresses is being prepped, but he's minutes away from that. Even with the scholar count as it is, it's not going to be a quick boom. Which means that B and Voldemort still have some time to strike, but they are now on the clock. Consider this notice given. B's base? What base? Oh, you mean this little French outpost? Yeah. Whoa, Sassy. Calm down, lad. Those are still French knights. They get charge off. It's kind of painful, actually, for the Keshiks. However, oh my god, they're making the move. They're going all in. They're going full ham taro. There's no vegans around here. Just complete and utter ham. Kurotai moving up to the base of B. They want to end him. Means Voldemort needs to get back fast, but he was in position looking to attack the keep he didn't know about. This might be the move they needed. Mass Cav going to the base. B may be about to leave his base in a body bag. Nice, just trying to protect the retreat of the villagers. Trying to get them out of this. There's only so much they can do, though. More villagers just being carved up like turkeys at Christmas. And this might just be the back-breaking play. I think we're heading to a 2-0. Sassy and Anathan. For a moment there, it looked like Voldemort can maybe carry this game. But B, always the unwilling liability here, has continued to be exactly that. Archers stand their ground. Defense arrow gets activated. The Keshiks are going to dive in. Lancers looking to wrap around the back here. They need that sandwich. That delicious Middle Eastern sandwich, probably filled with hummus. As yellow as Voldemort's army. But these yellow-bellied cowards cannot get away. It's an absolute rush through. Knights will wipe the army. A GG is undoubtedly coming through. And a 2-0 victory for Sass and Anathan. What a series. That was cool. The French are a nomadic people. Homeless French, I guess. I suppose. Which Delhi Age 4 landmark do you prefer? I think I'm a bigger fan now of the gunpowder elephants. They just feel really, really bloody good. Sec, just send a message. Okay. Sup, Boxer Saint? Which is B the liability here? Is he the weaker of the two on this team, or are they applying more pressure? They're applying more pressure. Like, B is legit just out of his base. Typically, like, you don't want to be fully out of your base. French can do it, but the way that's happening is not appropriate. Because you're against two cavalry civs, so playing on what we call pocket economy. Pocket economy is where you're away from your primary, i.e. your base. Like, usually is a good thing for French, but when you're being pressured by multi-cav civs, it's bad. So he became a liability because they made him a liability. It's not because B is a bad player. Actually, like, based on, like, historical tournament performances, B is the better player on that team. But he got targeted pretty hard in that. So that's another one marked done. That's us doing what? I think we cast 7 games so far. We can do some of the... There was a BO1 phase, actually, so we can do some of the BO1 phase. I know, it's kind of weird. It had BO3s into then BO1 phase. Let me have a look at some of those. So I think we might have... PuppyPo and Louis versus Kiljadi Dragevann could be interesting. MarineLord Cat versus Louis Dragevann could also be interesting. Let me have a look. Got enough time for a few more. We'll probably be able to do some more of these tomorrow as well, by the way, guys. What we'll do tomorrow is I'm looking to organize some show matches. Hopefully I'll be able to do like 1 series tomorrow on a new map from Avali. And then we'll look to do 1 or 2 show matches on Thursday. We're also going to have a sponsor stream on Thursday. We're going to be trying out a brand new game. I'll let you guys know more about that on the day. But it is like an RTS third-person hybrid, so it should be quite interesting. So, let's have a look. Dragevann. Let's see. Give me a second. Where can you find the standings for this tournament? Ken, you can find them... 1 second, I'll drop it in both chats. Keep in mind, if you click through here, it will give you spoilers, though. So you'll know the outcome of games we're casting. Just keep that in mind. So spoilers alert, you can go across to there. Okay, so we were saying we were going to check out PuppyPo, Louis, Kiljadi, Dragevann. Let me just quickly find that one. Yep. Got it. So that was one of the options, and the other one we were like MarineLord, Cat, Louis, and Dragevann. Let's do both, actually. We'll do the Louis MT PuppyPo versus Kiljadi Dragevann one first. On paper, this should be like a pretty PuppyPo Louis favored one. They also have the Jaune HRE combo, which I'm a really big fan of. French HRE or Jaune HRE feels really, really good right now because of mobility. If you're playing an aggressive comp, it's really good because although HRE is playing infantry, they play speedy infantry, which means you can keep up. Why do the 2v2 partners keep swapping? Because that is the format for the tournament. So in the group stage, you play with everyone in your group. Makes sense when you think about it, because the alternative is you choose a partner, and what you end up with there is kind of cringe, because what's usually happened in 2v2 and 3v3 tournaments is you just have one team that's really stompy, or 2 teams that are really stompy, because it's built up of the absolute best players in the game. It's not very fun to watch. It's not very fun to play. So this is a much better format. This comp is ludicrous, by the way. HRE and Jaune, I would never bank against this. Like 9 times out of 10, I feel like this is just the go-to comp right now. The mobility proving so lethal. But will it be a killer here? When you've got Mr. Clown Car on the Abbasids, welcome back to the 2v2 $3,000 tournament action, folks. We've got Dragevann on his signature Abbasids playing with the ever-aggressive Kiljadi on an everly aggressive Civ in the French. Can it be HRE Zone, though, man? It's a tricky one. There's a lot of signature Civ play here, right? Like, you've got Dragevann on his signature Civ. You've got Louis MT on his signature Civ. I think he's, like, if not still the best Zone player, easily, like, a podium finish type of Zone player. And then you've got HRE and French. Both very powerful picks in team environments. I do slightly favor the mobility you get out of this comp, though. Like, HRE, the reason it's so mobile is HRE have marching drills, so their infantry, while not moving as quickly as cavalry, aren't as much of a liability to cavalry comps as other civs. The cool thing that Dragevann does that could keep this very interesting, though, is he kind of doesn't wait for the stage where that matters. If anyone has watched Dragevann before, they'll know the term clown carring. We coined it 2 years ago. And I have pushed hard for it to be a thing. And so is this man. Dragevann has done every little bit he can to ensure that clown carring gets its recognition. Clown carring, by the way, is when you build archers and you garrison them inside a ram or a siege tower. Do not be surprised if he tries it in this game. It will be harder to do in this game than most, though. And here's the reason why. You're up against Zone, so you're up against a Civ that is inherently going to build melee units. And melee units counter this play much better. Maybe Dragavann's aware of that. Because that is not his typical clown carring shenanigan. Alright, this is... Can someone check it's Dragevann sitting in front of his PC? I'm not used to this. This is a normal game. As a freak, I don't like to use the word norm. But this, yes, this is achieving normalcy right now. Dragevann is not doing anything too out of the box. A little bit weird though, right? I guess the thought process is you don't want to play mass aggro against HRE and Arkan, HRE and Louis rather, on his Zone faction. Because with the Arkan buff, the HRE can outmass you, and then with Louis having Zone, you're just going to feed the problem. So it kind of makes sense actually what they're doing here. However, that means you're going to have to be defender. And one thing I don't like about this is whenever you see TC Boomy Civs, there's a really easy strategy to execute. You just kill their teammate. So if PuppyPo and Louis just attack the French player, he's in trouble. Because Dragevann won't have the economy to assist at the start of the age up, right? And something to keep in mind, like why greedy players are so much harder in team games than in 1v1s is because at the highest level in a team game, you're having two players focus on one, right? Because the other player's being greedy. In a 1v1, you get away with it because like the idea of scaling enough to break a second TC super early isn't easy or achievable quite often. You have to do something else first. But in a 2v2, that time comes in so much faster that even though the TC Boomy Civ might be uncontested, the issue they're going to have is that they won't have enough time to reap the value from the town center investment. So I think this is going to be kind of a tricky one. I hope this is going to be 2 TC, not free. Free TC feels really hard on Killjadi to try and hold. I believe we already do have the racks being dropped, so spin being produced. Knights is going to be coming out of Louis. His tech up is going to be slow because remember, you want to just mainly use Zone for this to guarantee that she gets enough XP to pretty much be ready to go straight away. Why don't you tap the Booming Civ? In this situation, because it means the Knight Civ gets to have breathing room, right? Which means they can hit both your economies or they just backstab you. On top of that, Defender's Advantage is a real thing. And if you go off the TC Boomy Civ, it's much harder to kind of dent them when they're kind of inflating their eco in 2 locations versus just going after the guy that might pose a threat. So you have to look at it as like, if you attack this player is going to be able to backstab you. But if you attack this player, there is no backstab, right? The backstab is going to come from tiny villages holding shields. Eventually, the backstab will be there. And admittedly, Abbasis get that backstab point quicker because the TCs are cheaper, the villages are cheaper. But it still takes time that you don't really have, especially when this happens. Outposts, a struggle to get up here as more spears are showing up for PuppyPo. Nice. Oh, okay, that's sick. Dragevann, he does lose the scout, but he interfered enough that the knight is able to win the fight there. Villagers are now coming back, and because there's a trickle of spearmen, it means the outpost is going to go up successfully for Killjadi. Sickly, a little detail there by Dragevann actually saved Killjadi from the fire. That's important. It means Killjadi can more easily hold this gold vein now and focus on raids, which is what he needs. Chip damage is wholly important here. Unbelievably so. He also needs the ability to scale knights because that is the counter to this. If you do not have mass knights, you do not have a way of dealing with Zone. Instead, what you end up getting are these games where Zhone just snowballs into level 3. If that happens, these type of matchups quite often just turns into an immediate GG. They're looking to pressure still. I mean, interesting choice, right? Like, if you keep bulking spears, you can just rush the outpost and burn it down. Nice freebie there with a little dunk from Louis. This is another nice thing. When you know your opponents are building into outposts, this was even better because Zhone could just 2-tap and then smite with the Divine Arrow to kill villagers. But you were already thinking of going for this because of this. The whole idea of going Zhone Hunter form is you get the finishing touch on injured knights when they peel away from your initial battle. Because she's able to just dunk them for 45 damage. Outpost down though, and I'm surprised Killjadi gave that up, but I guess I'm not too surprised. He has to. Dragevann is now trying to scale into the counter, which is going to be Camel Lancers. Great at dealing with spears, great at dealing with knights. Not so great at producing though. They take 35 seconds each. Yeah, so Camel Archers is usually a gradual thing, not a quick thing. I often think Camel Archers is hard to execute in team games because of that quicker timing we talked about when the aggro comes in. 2 players are piling on, right? So your contribution is delayed. Camel Archer transitions can work gradually in 1v1s because it takes so much longer to reach that all-in point for your opponents. But you can already see it, right? It's 20-5 military already. And now if they realize that Killjadi is kind of blocked on the gold, not having a good game, because they were between the 2 bases, they're now going to take a shot at Dragevann. A little bit of a wasted effort though. Dragevann is insanely condensed. Because he went Eco Wing, these farms are pretty affordable, right? He's only spending, I think it's like 53? 49, yeah, because he got buffed recently. 49 food, 49 wood rather each farm. I wonder, does PuppyPo just tech now? Probably could get away with it. The thing that's happened here is because you pressured so much, your opponents haven't walled the relics. That's usually what happens against 2 TC opponents, is when you play HRE, if you try to castle rush, they just run 1 or 2 villages out and wall off what you're looking for. So dive in, and find a little bit of chip damage. Nothing too substantial though. Almost losing Zhone there on the retreat. Gets out just in time before she dies. Still, kind of feels like a mistake, right? I get that they don't want Dragevann to bloat, but it's almost like they thought this was free TC. And if this was free TC, their play makes a lot of sense, right? Because Dragevann is going to be out on the deer, or out over here on the berries. But because he's 2 TC condensed, he's very hard to dive. If you'd just been over here, you would have ruined Killjadi's game. He wouldn't be able to get a single knight out. Still, it looks like Puppy is now switching over to that side again. Louis, realizing the mistake, is also heading back south side. But overall, this is good for the south side team, right? Like, Dragevann drew a lot of fire. And although Killjadi is going to get hit again, it means that Dragevann's able to keep scaling. And he's getting closer and closer to that golden target of being far enough ahead. I think you want to be like 20 villages ahead of Louis, and at that point, you're really quite comfortable with this game. Killjadi is, of course, going to always suffer because of it. But the cool thing is the Abbasids are one of these civs that are really good at taking that burden of economy on them, right? They've got the Golden Age, which gives them the gathering rate. They've got very cheap villager production at 32 food per pop. So they're able to more efficiently like, find that transition point into castle. The thing is, I think if PuppyPo just halts all production, he could just beat him. Instead, it looks like he wants to kill. That's a lot of spear and archer production coming. In fact, there's so much spear and archer production, I'm not even sure at this point if it's for Killjadi. Dragevann has gone for mass camel archers. This is kind of cool. It means he can come and defend because you can kite away. It sucks when you're in your base, but it's really good when you need to come and help your teammate. At this point, it almost feels like Killjadi would have benefited from like trying to go spear archer, but you just feel like you're losing either way at that point, especially against Zhone. Camels, I'm going to try to protect this. Mimic comes in. Villagers are starting to get sniped down. It's going to be more XP farmed up. Louis still a long way off of that level 3. And the reason why Camel Archer is so good here is their base damage is high enough. They do about 75% damage. They also debuff enemy knights while having 150 HP. This recently got buffed. It used to be 140. So surprisingly tanky up against these knights is really important. It means you can minimize losses, which means you minimize XP gained by Zhone. One's if you think Dragevann and Killjadi are winning. Twos for PuppyPo and Louis. We're at that point. It looks really good for PuppyPo and Louis, but Dragevann is starting to stockpile a bit. He's not on the gold right now. He's now moving. This is where he should be looking to go castle. Unfortunately, the timing is annoying here. PuppyPo timed it perfectly to mess with things. In fact, they're now pivoting over. What a switch! This is what they've been waiting for. Dragevann has exhausted the safety. He's starting to move out of his base, and they want to punish this. This could be huge. The other issue now is Dragevann in a defensive position here. Yeah, Camel Archers can kite. The villagers are the problem, though. Dragevann is at 53 economy. Right now, he has enough garrison slots for 23 of that. Not even half. Even the outpost up, you're not going to be that safe. Even the outpost up, considering they're not chained in, you won't have the fire armor to feel safe for a second here. Spear, Archer, Knights now marching in. Killjardy nowhere to be seen. His Knights are in the mid-map right now, looking to intercept reinforcements and hit the other economy. The price is going to be high for Dragevann. Dive comes in. Archer's chasing this down. That means a lot of XP now coming in for Louis. To back up a little bit, villagers are being sacrificed. Outposts also being torched down. Joan is being sniped here, able to pull away, but not quick enough. Camel Archers get the kill, but Dragevann takes a heavy hit, down to just 8 camels. And now his economy quickly starting to shrink. Counter Raid is coming in though. Killjardy looking for vengeance. He's taken all this time being beaten. It's time to return that pain across to the other side. Louis, able to garrison the outpost. Only a few Knights here to defend. Reinforcements are now pulling back. PuppyPo trying to get the Spearman in position to hold this back. In the meantime, the Camel Archer count is down to just 3. I mean, this is a tricky part, right? The Camel Archers don't have great range. The Archers do. And they have the movement speed to quickly jump on top of you. 10 extra health doesn't seem to be enough for Dragevann here. Means no food as well. That's the other problem here. Remember, Dragevann doesn't have great food income now. Down to just 360. Yes, he's got the farms being set up, but that takes time. That takes resources. The wood line is also getting idled out. Means Dragevann just doesn't really have the power economy to re-bolster this camel count. Other side of it, we have seen some pain dished out. You can see it by the eco count. PuppyPo and Louis just lost a few, but I don't think it's enough. Yeah, it just feels like they're losing more in return, right? Killjardy is still getting hit on the backside by a few rogue Knights. PuppyPo just showing how powerful the extra movement speed, the nice sandals these lads wear, are at chasing away with these Knights all the time. I think this one's over. It's just kind of tricky from here, right? Like, you went this 2TC play to outscale your opponents. You didn't. And now Louis is very close to reaching that level 3. You know, PuppyPo is basically about to go Castle Age. He's got enough farms and berries to get in there and beyond. Meanwhile, the Abbasses don't really have anything to show for their greed. This is an elegant example of how you beat people for these 2TC plays. Start with their teammate, work to them afterwards. Because the logic is, like, if you go after the second TC straight away, that means the aggro player is unpressured. And that also means that, like, your opponent doesn't have enough economy that he's in risky positions yet. This was all about timing, and they understood their timings well. Just as they are now with the double Castle Age, they're that far ahead. What do you call a killer that is also a pigeon? An assassin pigeon. That must be the answer. A Killigion? It's a Killigion. Definitely not a Killjardy. A pigeon would have won this by now. Unfortunately, I don't think he can. These cute little raids are about to come to an abrupt end. He's going to be forced time. You can already see a second group of Knights is already heading south side from Louis. Still 1 or 2 annoying Knights at the back. Double tech up is really smart here, the way they've done it. Like, Royal Institute is going to give them the extra punch and start the age, so that PuppyPo can be a bit more greedy, now maxing out on their Rignets. Dragavann's still just building Camel Archers. At this point, I don't blame him. At this point, it's his only option, because you need an answer to the Knights. I mean, you could theoretically go Spears, right? But there's just so many Archers already. It just doesn't work. But that's the other big problem, because there's so many Archers. I think actually what Dragevann needs is Camel Archers into, like, Siege, but that doesn't come until you're age 3. It still feels just so far away. think we're going to hit the speed up now because they're just processing the loss. There's realistically no way you can now win this. It would take huge degrees of negligence out of PuppyPo and Louis. Archers have dove a little bit deep, but they should have veterancy coming through any second, at which point the Knights will just get shredded. And the veteran Royal Knights are red already doing what they need to here. Louis about to get level 3 as well. Like 1 or 2 more kills is all he needs. Camel Archers are at least going to target him down, but even without Joan, you're just a better French right now. Guaranteed when you consider that Killjoy is down to just 21 economy. East side is going to be a mess of a fight. Still no veterancy for the Archers, but it just doesn't matter. Royal plays World War II French and waves that white flag. A pristine example of how to deal with greedy TC booming players in 2v2s. Oi, oi, oi. Cool game. You reckon KP didn't shower today? Whoa, 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 whoa. I always shower, Farman, to get the smell of your mother off of me. Anyway, so that one... How to deal with greedy players in 2v2s. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I was about to say, your mum's not dead. I've never made her feel more alive. Way! Got him! Yes! Rise up, YouTube! I defended you. You're welcome. Alright. Jeez. There's a really inappropriate skull-effing joke in there, Farman. Jesus. Alright, so, next up, guys, we have got... We've got another Dragevann one. This is going to be MarineLord and Cat versus Louis and Dragevann. I think this could be a really close one, actually. Alright, so. What we got? Mongols French versus Abbasids H-Root. Why am I not surprised that Dragovan's picked Abbasids? Dude, was there like any game, like, you know, any series where you didn't pick it? I doubt that. Probably every single time he's like, I love Abbasids. I don't know. I'm not sure about them in 2v2s. Damn, did you guys know that based on the Red Bull ELO system right now for Age of Mythology, do you know who's ranked #1 in the world? Recon. Our boys farming it up. It's interesting as well, because I'm pretty sure Recon is like one of the favorably seeded players based on rankings, right? Expected rankings anyway. It's funny to see him top the leaderboard, though, to kind of prove the point. Really send the message. All right, should we get ready to go? Let's get ready with another one. Final game of the group stage for a few of these people, and a lot still on the line here. Dragevann, once again, picking his signature Abbasids, this time teaming up with Louis MT on the potent HRE. On the other side, it's going to be MarineLord on the Mongols. What a treat. I don't think I've seen him do this so far. Most games, he's been HRE or French. Instead, French is going to be manned by Scatterbrained, a.k.a. 3D Clan's Cat in the yellow. Mongols plus French is kind of intriguing here, though. If this was like Ibids, I'd probably favor the north side team, but because it's Abbasids, although they can get Camel Archers, it's not like as clean of an answer, right? Although, I do rate the idea of just kind of like mass spears plus Camel Archer and mass archers really highly. The only negative is going to be actually if the Mongols go for the Deerstone. Surprisingly enough, actually, Mongols are really powerful now in long feudal ages because of the archer massing with Khan Hunters. It allows them to just basically outrange and outgun you. And with the Deerstone, it gives them the movement speed to keep kiting you indefinitely, even more so when your teammate is building French Knights, which means he can stay away as well. Wouldn't AoE players have an advantage in AoM anyways compared to, let's say, SC players? In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. It's not just that, though. Like, you know, AoM is a fairly different Age of game. On top of that, I'd say, like, I'd be more focused on how good the people who played Age of Myth for years are going to be than anything else. That's why if you look at the top leaderboards, you're going to see a lot of people that you probably won't know the name of if you've only been playing OE4 or SC2. I have heard that State has been enjoying Myth a lot, though. I don't know. We might see a bunch of StarCraft people try to take Age of Mythology serious from a competitive standpoint. People like Juggernaut Jason have already started to move across there, right? Like, they've been looking for a new place to call home after they felt that Stormgate didn't deliver them to the Promised Land. You know what? This is interesting. I feel like we've seen this every time when Mongols are involved. HRE just outspearing them, and this is very creative. Forward spawning gold for Scatterbrain is bad news here. HRE is going to block his ability to scale Knights, and also, because it's away from MarineLord's base, his double production is so much weaker than it normally would be. This has worked out perfectly for Louis. I mean, you can see it in the spear count already, right? 7 compared to 3. And remember, with the buff to the Prelate, now able to buff 9 villages. Your Dark Age presence got a serious overhaul. It's so much better than it used to be for HRE. Like, mark my words, if this Civ ever gets nerfed on, like, land from different perspectives, like Arkan, they're still going to remain very potent for water maps, water hyper maps now. Scatterbrain gave up on the gold. Guys, he has no retracted gold. So this is about to be a French player that can't even play French. With a French player next to him looking in disgust, because you can't afford knights here. So this, what, has to be archers? Maybe you let the Mongol player go for Keshiks? Still, that sounds bad, right? The reality is, when you're up against HRE, they can just do Archer better than you. Dragevann can also do Archer better due to the boot camp and the eventual transition into Castle Age, right? Where you get things like the composite bows. Movement Speed Arrow is going to be utilized here. Dragevann is already teched up. Spoon not going to turn around for the defense here. Micro to try and get away from Louis. Always tricky up against the Khan. And I think Louis made a mistake here. He missed macro. Could have easily afforded 2 or 3 extra spears, which would have given him the overwhelming victory, which would have kept Scatterbrained off of the gold. Yeah, that's a big sacre Louis out of me about Louis. I don't think this was necessarily the way he needed to do this. Kind of a missed macro at home, a little bit too much gold gathered. Could have definitely had 3 extra spears, which would have kept MarineLord around in Dark Age for longer, but it also would have made Scatterbrain's feudal play kind of worthless. Dragevann. What did he age up with? He went military, right? Yeah, so we've already got units marching across the field, and he is producing additional archers. So Archer plus spear. Meanwhile, Deerstone is on the way, and we said that this is the ultimate defense strategy here, guys. MarineLord with just mass archers can hold back everything because of Yam and the Khan Hunter. They will give him 0.5 extra range. And yes, Deerstone is that bloody good. You can outrun the marching drills HRE. But what if there's nowhere to run? Did Dragevann really just double proxy archer range him? He did. And MarineLord, he's not going to realize it just yet. It will become apparent quite quickly, because the production rates just won't make sense. This is tricky. MarineLord's still not up. Can't even build a single archer to defend himself. What a wild game. Hey, what are you guys discussing in my chat? The best fruits? Isn't the best fruit mango? I've never eaten, like, proper mango, but every form of mango I've had, I've loved. I've had dried mango. That's quite nice. So MarineLord has to go, what? I think double archer range? You've got a lot of wood protected here, but... He's at it again. However, guys, there are knights. There are French knights. Like, Dragavann's strategy would have been fantastic if he was still parked on the gold. But now that Scatterbrained is able to get out these knights, that's a pretty quick answer to siege towers. If you're wondering why siege towers have more health than rams, they move quicker than rams, and they cost less than rams. It's a no-brainer. Do you want me to blow your minds even more, guys? Siege towers don't have melee vulnerability. They don't take bonus damage. Dragevann, here we go. Let's see what damage he can do. Archers are starting to try and snipe out. Knights are trying to punish them. It's kind of tricky, though. Like, I think the clown car is maybe less impactful in 2v2s than it is in 1v1s. You're seeing how much he's struggling to get anything out of this. I don't think this worked. The problem is, like, I feel like you need to have Louis' Spearman in there as well, and you basically have to micro between you on the tower. So that when the knights come near the tower, you stab, right? And then get back in. It feels a little bit weird when Louis has to dive the TC from behind because the TC will priority fire him, right? Instead of wasting time on the siege tower. So that gets rid of the counter, and then you can just easily clean up the knights. Like, what they're trying to do here is 10 times more micro-intensive than what these guys have to do. And even if you achieve it, I don't think you get as much out of it as it's worth. I also think knights could just split off now. Like, Scatterbrain only needs a few knights to push this back, right? He should be sending military across the map. He could ruin Dragevann and Louis. This siege tower play is so dumb. So this is a classic example of what we've been talking about, where like in 2v2s, the strategy dynamic's different, right? Like all-in timings are more painful to deal with because it's two players doing it, right? This is one of those examples where it goes the other way. It's kind of an all-in timing, but the style of all-in is meant to be you're punishing your opponent for not having enough military units to deal with it. That's the difference here. When it's two players producing to deal with this, they will have the numbers. Why do siege towers even exist? This is why. Look how impactful it is, guys. Look at it. It's going to take 300 town center shots to kill. In fact, this is kind of cool. Dragavann's using it for vision. Oh, but the backstab punishment's coming in. Knights lead the way. Maneuver speed arrow to try and gap close on top of the spears. And remember, the HRE can run away, but the bastards cannot. They do not have that same movement speed. Spearman get bait on top of the archers. Knights now peel across. They're going to chase this down. And their position in this is looking questionable at best. Louis is at least trying to find a way out. Burgrave is on the way. We are going to get a men-at-arms spam, but guys, it's not a powerful one. Louis almost exhausted all the berries. He's got one sheep left. This isn't your typical, I've got 15 sheep in reserve Burgrave play. Dragvann's not going to have much left of him either. Archer's just getting picked apart. Meanwhile, MarineLord and Scatterbrain, they're both not looking for attack anytime soon. However, like, I think Louis' only play here is to go men-at-arms against knights, which feels kind of awkward. Because if you go spearman, there's already archers from both players, right? It's a death sentence. So Louis, even though he might have that initial gotcha, you didn't see this coming moment, I don't think it's going to reveal or gain rather as much as he's hoping out of this. First men-at-arms now on the way. He's playing for relics as well. Obviously not going to get the Regnitz effect, but it's still extra gold trickle. But you've lost map control, and that's what makes this even more dangerous. Like, when you lose map control and you try to flood men-at-arms, I say, as he's got one coming out every 20 seconds, it feels like, you just get picked. You get peeled one by one. So you either have to stay at home and wait until you got mass or die. And we're seeing the latter. Men-at-arms now coming back to react to this, but like good initial snipes. Remember, that was the Arkan Chapel Prelate. So Louis is without any buffed gathering rate right now. Anywhere. He's a normal Civ. That means he's just behind. In fact, I think Louis has forgotten about his Prelates. He hasn't produced a new one at all. He hasn't got the gold yet. He's so busy pumping Men-at-Arms. He can't really afford it. Oh my god, dude. This might be over. If he doesn't queue up a Prelate now, like, this is over. Because he's just not got the economy power, right? Food's not being buffed up. Like, out here with 9 people, gold gathering isn't being buffed up. There's so many wrong things with this. It feels like Louis' Arkan was placed with the idea that this game would be over in 15 minutes in Feudal Age. And now that it's in Castle Age, his Arkan feels terrible. Finally does queue up a new Prelate. But he's definitely suffered from not having that, right? Louis is at least going to arrive with the initial group of men-at-arms. Has got the heavy maces there. But not able to get close enough for a charge. And is about to get charged in the back here. Knights now coming in. to react to this force. Second wave is on the way for Louis. Meanwhile, on the east side, MarineLord should really be pushing in now to Dragavann's base or coming to assist. There's not really anything to worry about in the mid-map right now. However, Dragevann might change that script a little bit. Archer Spears are moving out now. Oh, this is ugly, though. Louis trickling. This is the worst way to play this. Against Mass Knights, this is how you lose. Oh my 1 minute arms just getting struck down. I mean, if you wanted to make it an easy cleanup, this is the way you do it. And it's why we said most players in this situation would hold a group before going. But we saw Louis tried that with a wave-based approach. Scatterbrain just had a fantastic reaction to it, though. Need crossbows? A few crossbows can kind of be cool. I think he just needed all his men-at-arms. Maybe a few spears, but he didn't want to build spears when they've faced off against so many archers already. Yeah, kind of a tricky situation now. MarineLord is also starting to stockpile, so Castle Age should be on the way soon. This is about to get dicey. Movement speed hour is going to be activated. Dragevann showed up to the wrong neighborhood. So men-at-arms, this is the count he needed, right? Like once he's at this point, they're all together, all the injuries in the Knights hurts. It's kind of what was missing last time, because last time Scatterbrain got the charges in, he got good trades, he wasn't being targeted down, and he had like 6 men-at-arms coming at a time. Double that count, and it's very difficult for Yellow to defend. Now he has to because the gold vein is in trouble. Nice to charge in. If you're even getting stuck on the vein, means he has to peel back here. Means villagers are going to be in a bit of a pickle. Louis starting to finally find that hit he needed. However, it's coming at a price. Step redown now on the way. MarineLord about to reach up into castle. Scatterbrain, a lot of wood being held onto. Was he thinking a mass farm transition? It feels like it. It feels a little bit early as well. Like, I get why he's prepping for it, but he still had about another minute until he really needed it. Knights are going to have to stand their ground. Men-at-arms should win this, though. There's just too many of them. And now, Louis just needs to find the economy. It should be pretty obvious as well. Like, when you check their vision, they've been scouting on the west side. He knows there's no move out into the ball. So it has to be back here. Mongol's going to be a problem, though, because you went for this men-at-arms spam. You're not really at critical mass, right? It's 18. Usually in a 1v1, 30 is the point where you just break your opponent, right? It needs to be even higher in 2v2s. Because now you've got crossbows coming from the other opponent, who has an undamaged economy, and is not going to be phased by what he's seeing right now. There we go, crossbows already on the way. Yeah, I'm just going to get in there even quicker. Scatterbrain is just trying to distract. If you're wondering why doesn't he wait for the crossbows, it's because there's a few crossbows here already, but if he walks away, it's going to be the economy that gets hit. So he kind of has to sacrifice knights to deal with the men-at-arms. And with the count now being single digits, this is the point in the game where after a Burgrave rush, you look and you question whether it worked. I would argue it did not. Even more so when I see this. Jesus, MarineLord finds the eco. The worrying part as well is if there's a few knights, you could easily just chase this up from the south side. Looks like villagers are going to try for the quick wall, but with this many archers, it's going to cost you a few. I mean, no textiles as well. Makes it even more painful. Yeah, there's enough archers here to insta-kill a villager, so several go down. Louis MT losing far too much here right now. Almost 10 eco behind MarineLord. And men-at-arms are now arriving from M-Lord as well, so they've mopped it all up. Dragevann is still trying to bulk archers. He does not have Castle Age on the way, though. And Scatterbrain, I think at this stage, you just keep playing knights. It allows you to just go raid the eco. You've seen that your opponents are playing flank, right? They're not playing condensed. I mean, they're out on the map, which is exactly the type of music that knights want to hear. We talked about this. Southside wraparound. Villagers now have to run back through the archers. Barely any are going to get out. This is just going from worse to worse now. Louis MT having a horrible time in this game. He tried to back Dragevann's cheeky, cheesy play. It didn't work out, and now ramifications, right? Men-at-arms will at least be able to clear up the archers, but they've done what they need to here. It's now going to be about the mass crossbows. Mass crossbows, which easily can deal with Louis because of just how ineffective his economy have been for the last 6 minutes. I wonder how different this game would have been if Dragevann and Louis had just parked on Scatterbrained and teched. There's a few things, right? Like 2 or 3 more spears by Louis here, camping this here. You know, how different could it have been of a game? How much more value could they have had here? Because I feel like MarineLord was always going to find his tech up. They tried to punish him afterwards. And although it initially looked like they were doing some damage, they never really had a way of diving under, right? Like maybe it should have been rams instead of siege tower to pressure. Even then, though, 1 ram against a TC is not going to really be substantial here. I say as he builds 1 ram against TC outpost in a Deerstone. At this point, Dragevann is just playing in a different game. He's like, yes, I'm beating MarineLord. I'm so good at the game. There's a reason you're beating MarineLord right now. It's because Louis dying. I'm not sure I'd even say you're beating him. Reinforcements are going to start to massive the defense. Louis is just gone. He's down to 25 eco, 14 military. There's nothing really left to him. Crossbows are at least going to get cut down by a few remaining men-at-arms, but even that doesn't feel like a good trade. And now with the he's able to start chasing after this. Scatterbrain is going to lose some of his eco units, but nowhere near enough to really get the north side team back into this. I'm going to hit the speed up. I think they're just kind of processing what's happened here. Respect them for still trying to find a way back in, but yeah, Spearman been removed. Knights can now head up. And that's going to be a wipe of Dragvann's army. Elsewhere, we have at least got a few men-at-arms now chasing across, but there should be enough knights to hold this back. I mean, Scatterbrain has 50 knights out there in the field. More than ample for dealing with what Louis is pumping. That's kind of the crazy thing, right? Like, MarineLord in the second part of this Castle's play has essentially just been throwing away his units so Scatterbrain can keep existing. The logic being is once Yellow has enough of these knights, he can then go for a Royal Institute, and that just kind of ends the game. Pretty smart. Some players like to play the style where they don't pick up their teammate, and I think that only works when you've got like insanely greedy timings, like, you know, rushing Imperial's HRE. Even then, you're eventually going to help your teammate, right? But I like the way that MarineLord's kind of playing a cover fire role here as he plays around in that third age. The fact that he's actually pinching. In fairness to him, I think this is the final game because I think tiebreakers are going to be played the next day. So props to him for just kind of gunning it out and seeing what they can do. But it does kind of feel like we're reaching an undeniable truth for this game now, right? Like, military is neck and neck, but the eco difference is 14. Would you guys like to know how much power the HRE economy has right now? That much. What? Oh, no. Oh, the guy called Scatterbrain might be on the south side team, but Louis is the one looking a bit scattered right now. This is like one of the most painful HRE games I've seen. This is one of those games that you watch, and if you like hadn't seen all the other HRE wins in this tournament, you'd think HRE need buffs. Words I never thought I'd say this year. Right, some men-at-arms are on the hunt again. I mean, you can run through that wall. It's not really going to help you. I love the fact that Dragevann is just hidden in the corners, by the way. He's like, if he's busy killing Louis over here, he'll never kill me over here. Well, Relic is being ran up here. Got a quick all-in attempt. Warlord to try and protect it. MarineLord is not going to dive into that, so no freebies. However, congrats. You have now trapped yourself in a corner. What now? He can't even keep the Warlord. I don't know if I love or hate the fact they're just still playing this game. Comebacks are cool, but we've got to be real about this one. It's almost double eco now for MarineLord and Scatterbrained. I'll hit the speed up again. Every time, it's almost like they convince themselves for a second there's a way. Every time you see they've got the military lead, you think maybe. When you consider just how many crossbows and knights there are, it feels like there's just not enough spears. Dragevann would need probably his whole army to be spears, not archers. And there's a way they could maybe make this work, but I think when they see this many knights on one screen, it should convince them. Small group of men-at-arms being cut off, and now it's time to cull the horde. Spears get baited into attack range. Knights are going to ride on by. And it's going to be a complete feast for MarineLord and Cat. GG gets called. They'll finish their group stage with a win. Oi, oi, oi. Scat's still in feudal. It doesn't matter. Like, you're playing French. Out of all the civs in that game, you're more happy to stay in feudal than any other civ in that game. What do we call that one? I don't know if that one's uploadable. The shenanigans with the siege tower felt a little bit underwhelming, right? I don't think you've really done anything meaningful there. I'd say that one's probably not uploadable. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you, Ken. Glad you're enjoying them, buddy. Wait, is it once again? Yeah, that's weird. The YouTube comments are not coming through. I don't know why. Well, it says they should be coming through, but they're definitely not. With this format, you guys won't be able to see them, but I should at least be able to see them. But they're not coming. And I'm not sure why. I can check the YouTube chat, but when I go all, the YouTube chat doesn't show. That is very weird. I have to look into that. Something's definitely bugged on the back end. Okay, so... Because, you know, we've been, like, averaging, I think, 50 or 60 people over time on YouTube. Trying to cultivate both. Trying to find a... I need to find a bot that'll include both. I thought streamer.bot would do it, but it's not really doing what I need. So, let me mark another one off. We've done both for Dragevanns, right? Yeah. Just trying to see if there's any other interesting ones in that phase. Maybe Anathan Dumu versus Sass Myriad. Could be an interesting one. Just trying to think if we got enough time. I think food is going to be soon. Don't know if we're going to do one of those days where we go and like eat and come back. I don't think so. I don't know what it is recently. My throat's just been rough. I think summer just doesn't agree with me. Or I've lost the projecting my voice thing I used to do. I don't know. It feels like I'm not really projecting my voice as much anymore. So maybe, maybe I've done something wrong there. Let me have a look. Humdiddly English Delhi versus French Abbasids. Alright, we'll do one more. Usually my partner cooks more for like past anyway. She asked if I was going to be off by 5. I was like, it should be. Maybe she went like an extra minute or two. A few extra minutes, knowing her. Probably. So we'll do one more. So Myriad and Sass versus Anathan and Dumu. Abbasid French versus Delhi English. We'll probably speed up the early game just to make sure I'm not late for food. But let's get to it. Alright, we'll go 2 times speed as well. Isn't this like our 9th game cast today? Dude, why didn't you catch it live? Well, at least you made it to YouTube video afterwards. Welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We have got Anathan of My Insanity and Dumu of Team Liquid going up against the unteamed, now teaming together, Myriad in the orange and Sassy in the red. Interesting matchup, actually. English Delhi is pretty cool in theory, playing a very aggressive feudal approach, right? You've got Delhi with Mass Ghazi, you've got Lombo Mass from the English. Can be pretty impactful here, and not a bad way of actually addressing French Knight spam. I'm curious what Myriad's going to do in this game, because I feel like this is the type of game where you're going to try Eco Wing. We're going to stick on the 2x speed for the early game, but Dumu and Anathan, I think, have been doing pretty well in the group stage. Myriad and Sassy not doing too bad. I think Myriad got a few wins under his belt, Sassy as well. But I think towards the tail end here, Anathan and Dumu were still in a much better position to make playoffs. This is a game from the $3,000 2v2 tournament organized by WAM and the Empire Duels Pro Circuit. What are the win conditions of these two cities? I think, yeah, with Abbey of Kings coming out, you just play Mass Ghazi to support, and you play 2TC behind, playing for Castle. So Anathan is going to be the aggro player. Dome of Faith almost guarantees it's going to be Ghazi spam. And you're just looking to raid, raid, raid. So what they're doing is they're playing more greedy because they realize Myriad's going to greed as well, and Eco Wing's already on the way to confirm that. So their win condition is to kind of suppress Myriad's spread on the map while gradually training into Castle with Dumu. And that's where they're going to lean towards that victory condition. For Sassy and Myriad, I think it's all about raids. Sass needs to find some serious damage done to draw attention to the enemy side of the map. So you're probably looking at Dumu and Anathan aiming more around like 25 minutes plus, being in good shape and playing later. Whereas Myriad and Sassy kind of have to really be in a dominant position by about like 18 minutes maximum. Or they need to play for a hyper late game. Because in theory, French and Abbasids, when you're all fully popped, should be able to actually fare quite well against English Delhi, right? With arbitrary mass and how good Abbasids are. But I feel like getting that stage is a long and painful road. And Kings comes out. This is just so smart with the Ghazi, by the way. Like, Ghazi can actually fight enemy knights quite well. And when you add in the mobile healing factor, it becomes a really one-sided affair. And you know the way this is going to play out, right? Like, it's going to be 2CC, 2DC. So both these players are not really present, but the difference is that this one is providing a lot. So unless Myriad rushes a Camel Archer to assist, he's not really doing anything, while Dumu is doing something for Anathan. King's just going to chase this away. The King, like, statistically will lose to a Knight, but the problem is the King can just run away. 1.69 movement speed versus the 1.62. You only get that charge, and then afterwards it's ugly, but this is... Wait, is Anathan... Okay. I wasn't expecting this. And I was just going to play Spears. Interesting. I mean, it's less micro-intensive once you're online, right? Ghazi, like, you can win with Ghazi, but you have to peel them back. It's very kind of finicky. But it would have given them the attack back. This is just chill then. So, Anathan with Dome of Faith, this is just more about being greedy. Okay. Double crossroll it is. That's interesting. I wonder if Anathan just sees this as safer. Because, like, there's always a risk that if he goes to attack Sassy, Myriad might play the Age. And then it's 2 Fuel Ages versus 1 Fuel Age and a Greed. And although they can't dive the Greed, because remember, diving 2TC is difficult, especially English, you could dive the Delhi. And it looks like the target fire is now coming in. Spearmen aren't going to be able to push that out. These are up to Harden, by the way, so this is not a fight that Sassy wants. Sometimes you can catch these Delhi players before they rush the tech into Feudal. But this wasn't the case. I mean, this damage is so pointless. It's okay. Mr. King kisses his own boo-boos better. You know, every time I see a king like this, I just, like, picture, you know, like the Peter Griffin where he's like, ah, ah. But then I, like, imagine it if the volume was slowly being decreased. The pain just goes away so quickly. Looks like we've got Anathan trying to wall in some sacred sites, so trying to get a little bit of extra eco in the pocket. Makes sense because Abbasids scale really quickly, even compared to English, and then on top of that, the French gradually get more villagers, so you as Delhi are kind of the odd one out here. You're the only person who doesn't have some eco potential, unless you take sacred sites. But the timing is terrible here. Anathan's going to be chased away with both scholars in the end. At least able to keep one alive for the time being, but the Knights are circling around, and without piety, there's no way. Now, if this had been a Tower Victory game, guys, that's kind of GG for Delhi. They're so far out of it. But because it's Dome of Faith, you can kind of afford these losses. It's still painful. He's at least going to get one Sacred Site locked in time. And the funny thing is, like... Wait. What? Sir, kind sir, do you not like gold? I think he selected all army. Oh, man. Either that or he just misread the timings and thought he could move to the second Sacred Site. So missing out on the gold. I remember you get 125 gold per minute here, which means, like, if you capture it and hold it for a minute, you can afford 2 scholars. It's a pretty bloody good deal. And that's important because if Anathan is planning an eventual tech, you want to just keep pumping these scholars anyway. You want to get to the point where you, like, are teching up with 8 to 10 of them. Because that means when you arrive in Castle Age, anything you aim for upgrade-wise is very valuable. And yes, the minimap is off. Please tell me that only just happened. I thought I toggled that. Thank you for reminding me. There we go. We fixed that. God, I really should disable that. Actually, I should just set up a team scene and then I don't have to worry about it. Dumu is almost ready for castle. Knight Raid is at least slow that down a little bit. Sassy being a bit annoying. Yeah, this is awkward. He didn't... Oh my god, he done maximum greed. He thought Anathan was going to get all the attention. Great identification there by Sass. Dumu's been way too greedy here. Not a single rack, not a single spear. So he's just playing as naked as possible. The assumption seemed to be that Anathan would have enough spears to protect both of them. Didn't really work out that way due to those initial trades. Dumu now ready for castle, and you know where this is going. Easy peasy white tower place. Might even lean to the east side to secure the wood. And he's going to be in the middle. There we go. So this is cool. This protects all the farms. That's the important detail for him. So castle now on the way. And Sassy backed up. He's not in a position now to dive with just 4 of these knights. Meanwhile, looks like Anathan with the delayed play into Ghazi is starting to garner some attention here. Myriad. Now up to 3 TC. Wait, have we... Okay, Sassy loves trade, man. I feel like I haven't watched a single game in this tournament where Sass has not gone for trade. He goes for it very early, and we've seen games where that works out. Curious to see how impactful this is going to be, because it feels almost a little bit too quick in this game. Oh, I'm just getting the walls up. Love this as well. These long walls which Spearmen can commit to, you're not wasting villagers for it. It's going to allow them to take a more aggressive turn here. So we're already going to have knights being queued up by Dumu out of the white tower. Remember, this did get nerfed. It used to be absurd. Now it takes 20 seconds instead of it taking, I think it was like 16 or something. Still pretty bloody powerful if you ask me. I think white tower is still maybe too good. A big part of it being the fact that it can protect 20 villagers, which if you think about the calculations for like a Castle Age rush, means you can pretty much protect every single villager in your base when you tech castle, which is absurd. Like, it makes the play almost unpunishable. At least through conventional means. Meanwhile, military wing down the way for Myriad, and we are now seeing Anathan with the House of Learning. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, he kind of spent a lot less than Myriad did on the Age, right? I mean, we always knew Sassy was going to commit pretty hard, but Myriad added in a lot of archers, assuming they'd be able to kind of break the Spearman mass. Those knights are starting to arrive as well. Sacred Sites are now locked in. Timer only just started, but love this from Dumu. Just keeps baiting with aggro to get them off to stop the decap. And now with real knights arriving, this is a bad fight for Sass. If he can't kill the king straight away, he just loses this one here. With the damage already done to him, I think that's just a done deal. So 4 knights going to be down. Sass going to try to run away. We'll just about get out of range before a second one falls here. He needs to get the mass over. 18 knights in total, just not all of them here. Nice pick there as Dumu trickles them out. Anathan now with the House of Learning. 5 scholars so far. He can start to prime his techs. I would absolutely adore Mahoots here. I think actually rushing a War Elephant isn't a bad idea, considering what you're up against. It's mass archers and knights. King. Ooh, bit of a slip up there, Dumu. Lose the king. So that's the requeue, but that's a long time to wait. Remember, it takes 50 seconds to come out now. So anytime he's lost, it kind of feels like you don't want to be pushing yourself too hard with the Night Mass. I actually think Ben might need spears. He's trying to contest the Knight count, but with Rule Institute coming, that doesn't seem very viable. In fact, we'll probably see him switch into Raxes the moment he sees Age 3 from Sass. Eco lead is getting pretty big, though. I gotta say, you know, what should have been a scary point hasn't really worked out that way. I think Anathan just got kind of distracted, wasn't able to find raids, and Dumu also then got distracted by the Mass Knights. He hasn't been able to find that move in yet with like 4 Knights to the back enemy lines, right? Where you'd be able to snipe villages and trade. I don't like the idea of them playing a full macro game here either. Feels like this should be a very powerful time for you, but if you play too long, too slow, you're talking about French with trade, and you're talking about a Bastard free TC with Eco Wing, which means these farms will start to pay off really quick. So what is the strike that gets them a win? Dumu probably just needs to be going like mass spear, mass men at arms, right? And then Anathan, I love the idea of crossbows here. With Pakes, he hasn't got Tower Victory, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is, right? You have to deal with the hand you're dealt. Well, the reality is, if you had Tower Victory, you wouldn't really have the ability to tech like this quite often. Knights are going to try to break through the wall. Crossbows able to make Sassy think twice about that. Love the fact we got 1 or 2 camels. That's really smart. Like Myriad, this is off the military wing play, right? But like not just throwing them away is really important here, because Dumu is still playing Mass Knights. And that camel on ease can ruin him in these fights. And no, Myriad is not trading. It's just all Sass. So up to 8 so far. Taking his time to scale. Doesn't want to give up the Night Mass. Charge coming in. Good pinch. Myriad trying to arrive in reinforcements. Love that. Sassy tries to run by to body block a retreat. Not able to get fully around the back of Ben, though. So I think the reason Anathan didn't want to go for the Mahouts into the War Elephants is because he's up against Myriad, right? Because the Bastards can build spears, they can also build Camel Riders. I mean, don't really want to do that against elephants, but spears are fine. Especially considering that Phalanx spears have extra range. So I kind of dig where he's coming from here. Crossbows is just a very succulent way of defending. These walls buy you so much time when you show up with a ball on each side. However, now we have a bigger problem. Dumu is teching again. This greedy son of a gun only cares about one thing. This better be a Berkshire. Oh my god. That's pretty bloody greedy. And there's the legend Agent Noob. Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Agent Noob, who could easily tell us just how many arrow shots he's missing out on defending with if he went for a Berkshire instead. The correct answer is a gazillion. He's going to get dove. There's no way they wait. Right? I mean, it feels like Myriad is going Imperial as well. Oh, it was close with a gazillion. My apologies. It was a gazillion and 1. +2. Dumu is so thirsty to get in. He's like a 13-year-old at a Taylor Swift concert who forgot their ticket. There's just no getting by these bouncers. Now a keep drop attempt from Anathan, but Myriad's army is just so big. Archers do have the composite bow effect as well, so they could easily just try to trade this out. Crossbow's going to start sniping down, but the breakthrough is going to come in too fast here. Anathan needs to start backing up. Yeah, you've got the extra range, but without the Tower of Victory, the archers should just be able to beat you back. Keep still being rushed. It's going to have to be cancelled, though. Gulam's now getting in range. Anathan having to retreat, and now the Knights coming through. Sassy ready to give the assist here. Second keep attempt. Anathan has to cancel again. Dumu, non-existent. His Knights aren't ready to party. They're on their way back, but it feels like they want to parlay more than a partay. Knights move in. Crossbow still just trying to snipe them out. But this tech up is not going to go unpunished. The question mark is, what is it going to cost you? An arm, a leg, or a soul? Nightwave now arrives. Knights need to engage here. So Sassy needs to charge on the south side of this battle. Camels are still in the mix as well. Right now, it feels like an A-click. Myriad not really targeting the crossbows on the enemy side. Instead of just bonk down on the Knights. But Dumu is going to lose all of them. The King barely getting away with his life. pressure will continue. Yeah, Anathan has lost a lot here as well, right? Down to 24 crossbows. This is really that kind of power in the initial half of the fight. The second half starts to get a little bit more ugly, a little bit less clear. But men-at-arms are now on the way. Armorclad is in. We have also got footmen, and this is kind of sick. Hand cannoneers very early for Dumu. Makes a lot of sense though, right? The archer count has been depleted. Reinforcements are trickling in. This is actually the perfect unit by Ben. I'm a little bit shocked. I didn't expect it to come out this quickly. But kind of cool to see it just so early on in the age. Usually we think of hand cannoneers as a slow building army, someone that you get into deeper in the age. But when you know your opponents are overextending, it means they're just Congo lining. Hand cannoneers, perfect for that situation. And yes, Camel Archers got an unexpected buff. They do indeed do bonus damage against hand cannoneers because they are listed. Weirdly enough, I think there's not just they're listed with bonus versus light infantry. Melee infantry, I think it says light ranged or gunpowder or something now. There was some weird, I think unintended Camel Archer buffs that were added in about a patch or two ago. Gotta say, this game's looking really good for Myriad and Sass right now. Like, they're an age behind, but that's not gonna last. Myriad is ready to roll. Imperial's gonna be huge for him. Like, you could go Trade Wing. I think Culture Wing's pretty cool here as well. Like, your village is unkillable to any raid, but trade just seems the most obvious. Sass also, I mean, he went Royal Institute, so his job of getting up is a little bit harder. But Anathan is even less likely to see Imperial this game. Knights are still prowling around. We do at least have a keep drop now, and Village Fortress is coming in. It's actually really quick. This is the Power Dome of Faith, by the way. Like, yeah, you don't get that discount, but imagine instead of waiting 5 minutes, just waiting a minute and a half. That's how bloody good this landmark choice is. Even got him 6 relics off of the map. Culture Wing now on the way. One thing that's missing here that I don't like from Myriad and Sass is no Sacred Site win condition. I think they tried, but Dumu pushed them off it. Dumu has a pretty powerful time ahead of him, guys. Marching in now. He's got footmen mixed in there as well. Remember, there's footmen, very tanky men-at-arms. And men-at-arms has 216 HP. Check this. 336. Did you guys know that footmen almost have more health than gilded men-at-arms? Just process that for a second. The trade-off is less melee armor, sure. The ranged armor is still the same. And even if you equate the less melee armor, like their raw health is still comparable to a standard men-at-arms. Meanwhile, they benefit from a few different things, right? Like the higher damage, for example, is huge. The extra bonus against Cav, also great here. Could be a great fight now for Dumu. Starts to march in. Double mango shots are coming through, though. Nightline, Gulam spread out to hold him back. And the mangoes might end up being the MVP here. And I'm starting to sneak in. Sassy pulls him back, but will block and protect the mangonels. Dumu, this is only wave number 1. More troops are going to be in the way. Myriad yet to complete the tech up. Essentially losing his entire army here. Sassy's been depleted as well, right? Just 8 knights now trying to switch into artillery mass. Makes sense against the men-at-arms, but we mentioned already his footmen are insanely tanky, and also it means you have no solid answer to the hand cannoneers. Feels like Dumu is just winning this for both of them right now. Anathan now going up the Hissar Academy. We wondered if he'd be able to find the way. But apparently, Dumu was like, don't worry, mate. You play chill mode. You do what you need to. I've got us covered. A good reason. 40 eco ahead of his teammate. Able to bolster them here. Hand cannoneers are starting to be exposed, so a good pullback timing for Dumu. Knights are at least going to be able to punish him a little bit on the retreat. But this is getting dicey, man. I don't like Myriad and Sass's position anymore. In theory, this would have been really good if Sass was breaking through the walls and raiding, but when was the last time we saw the French player find any economy? Yeah, building crossbows against footmen, in theory, good, right? Because like you get the bonus damage, but because that extra health, the extra ranged armor we talked about, you don't die anywhere near as quickly as you'd expect here, right? 336 HP, 10 ranged armor, and you do, wow, 21 damage. So you have to hit them 33 times to kill one. 33 times to kill one. Footmen are still not reasonable. I tried to like emphasize this. Like footmen I actually think like priority of the best like choices is Footman, Wingard Raiders, and then it's the Army, and then Rangers. The reason why Raiders is so good, by the way, is it's zerging. You produce 6 units every 20 seconds. That's insane. But Footman, like, once you're at this stage where you're looking for quality, you know, every 34 seconds, getting 6 of these bad boys is wild. Also just shows you the power of elite army tactics, by the way. Like, usually you see a lot of these Imperial plays where the game isn't really over or won because they got Imperial. The real win condition is usually Unitax, and especially on infantry. 20% more health and 20% more damage. Scales insanely well. More so than the elite tech itself. Myriad, now trying for a keep drop here. Dumu needs to bite back against this. Anathan is on the way as well. Forced march! Oh, this ability is so undervalued. These guys were in the barracks just having a coffee break about 20 seconds ago. 2 movement speed. We talked about zergling your way out. It feels like that's what just happened here. Keep has to be cancelled. They can't hold the area. Anathan, in the blink of the eye, arrives. It's starting to fall apart. Sassy and Myriad. Maybe if it was just Dumu, maybe if Anathan took about another minute to arrive, they could have swept him and then turned around on the Delhi player. But that's no longer going to be the case here. Myriad running for his life to the north side, understanding that Anathan is coming from there, means that Dumu is left in a one-on-one against Sass, the only player still in Castle Age in this game. About to be sent back to the Stone Age. Torches out, burn through coming. Keep is at least going to slow things down a little bit, but it's just too much pump and dump. It's non-stop here. 80 farms for Dumu, allowing him to keep that meat grinder churning. I mean, look at it. Someone mentioned the gold income. They're right. Those 80 farms are generating him about 1,200 gold. He only has 9 people on gold. It's like Myriad. I don't know where he's gone with his army. He's backed up entirely. There's barely anything left of it. He's trickling troops into death here. And keeps are now being blown up. Boiling oil for what? No one cares. Dumu gets those torches out and hurls them onto the furnace. Gonna make a bonfire out of Sassy's base here. Crazy game as well. I thought Myriad and Sass for a second had it. But no bueno, no hopes here. The trade timing, which just usually serves Sassy so well, wasn't enough to find him through to that late game. Dumu just on point with this English in-play into Footman Flood. I think that was the crazy thing as well. Like, if Sassy had been raiding, I think maybe there's a bigger issue here in allowing Anathan to tech up and allowing Dumu to get, what, almost 30 Footmen together. But that lack of pressure really came back to bite them at this stage in the game. And I think a lot of credit has to go to Ben and Anathan, right? They didn't really reveal their economy too much. They did hide it, smuggle it quite well to get to this stage. Now the outcome, truly undeniable. Farms getting raided. Trade is about to get intercepted, and that should be the point at which the curtains close upon the French and Abbasid Empire. Nice keep. We won't let you keep it, though. Bombards are covered. Props to him. I think Myriad and Sassy, for a second, they really looked like they were going to take out, I think, 2 of the favorite people in this group. Kind of cool as well. Like, we've seen Dumu play the carpet, as I like to call it, the person who has to get stood on, and the greedy king. In this game, it truly was the most greedy of kings, with the king opening into 2 TC. Love the way that he kind of passed that baton over game to game. Makes him less predictable and harder to lock down. Like, usually when you're always the boomy player, people can react and prep strats against you without even seeing. It's almost like an Ibid player knowing they're going to rush Castle Age, right? But Dumu definitely going to smuggle it well here to get him and Anathan the win. Well played by both of them. GG should be coming out in a second. Just going to hit the 2 times speed. There we are. Away with the white flag. And a victory for Ben and Anathan. Anathan? Anathan, I wanted to say there. Words are hard. Cool game. All right, guys. So, Apparently food is ready. We've been going for 5.5 hours. I think we could potentially come back and do more, but that would spoil all the fun intended for tomorrow. So I think we'll just do more tomorrow. Sound good to you guys? Of course it does. Sounds bloody incredible. What's up, Alaskan? How's it going, buddy? Hey, sup, Dr. Drunken Smuggler. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Remember, guys, you got the Prime subs. I appreciate them being used. It, of course, lets you guys not have to worry about worry about ads being crammed in your face that I have no control over. And it also helps me as a content creator. It's also September, so I believe it's 20% off or something like that. It might be more. So September, perfect time to subscribe if you haven't. Not to mention the fact that you get access to 30 emotes, I think we have now at this stage. We've got a lot of static emotes, a lot of dynamic ones. We also have the best flags in the entire Age of Empires 4 directory. I'm going to stand by that statement. They are baller. That pigeon is adorable. I love the... If you guys ever noticed that his hair flaps as well as he waves the flag. I love it. Big shout out to the artist that worked on that. But I'll be back tomorrow by 12 midday. We will be live. And we are going to be doing more of these games. I'm hoping to tonight organize 1 or 2 show matches on Avali's new map to check out as well. So I have a bunch of 2v2 action and we'll have some 1v1 action on an entirely new map that no one has seen before. So plenty to check in on. We'll also have the stream on Thursday where we will probably look to organize another 1 or 2 show matches on some new maps. And then we'll also have a sponsored stream with a new RTS/third-person ARPG hybrid. So plenty of reasons to tune in throughout the week. In terms of planned streams, those are going to be it because we might do a little bit of Age of Myth potentially, maybe coming on Friday. We'll see. Not going to promise that one because I am going to be hosting the Age of Mythology Wallalow show on Saturday and Sunday. So you'll be able to catch me on EGC channel there. So 5 times this week you better see me. Plenty of stuff. Third-person ARPG, what could that be? Dude, there's been a bunch of those. Like I remember there was one made years ago by the former, I think, Age of Empires devs that fell apart, where you had like Alexander the Great and whatnot. So curious to see, like I haven't played one of those in a while. But what I'll do now is we'll find someone to raid. Who have I got online? Let me check on my list. I could send you all over to Deadlock just like that, but I won't. I'll give you some more AoE 4. Actually, you guys want Age of Empires 4 or Age of Mythology? We've got AoE 4 and AOM going on. I know everyone's crazy about AOM as well, so I like to give the options. Should we keep it in the family? Should we give you some anxiety? Oh, God. He's watching... Wait, is he watching... Oh, I think is he... Oh, he's coaching, I think. He's watching Bum Hunter versus Morpheus. It's a showdown I never knew I needed. Gonna love you and leave you, YouTube, and I'm gonna get ready with that raid. Thank you very much for tuning, everyone. Remember, around the same time tomorrow, we'll be live with more of these games as well as some 1v1 show matches. So, mwah!